Good morning. Board members, if you could bring your mics toward you so that we can make sure we pick you up when we call roll.
Hey. Good morning again, everyone. Today is Thursday, October 17th, 2024, and the time is 9:08 a.m. Thank you all for attending the Peace Officers Standards Accountability Advisory Board hearing. Please note that this hearing is being live streamed, recorded, and transcribed. Further, please note that the microphones are auto on off. Okay, this is especially important for the board members. So what that means is it will come on when you begin to speak. So don't forget then, if you are doing that, that you need to watch the crosstalk. Okay, given that, any questions? Okay. Now, Chandler, please read the roll.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. Thank you, Madam Chair. Board Member Buchan.
Present.
All right. Board Member Clavo.
Present.
Board Member Crawford.
Present.
Board Member Doyle.
Here.
Chair Dudley.
Here.
Professor Glazer.
Present.
Board Member Johnson.
Present.
Board Member Lara. And Board Member Pena. Thank you. 7 of 9.
The quorum has been established. We are a body of 9 people, and so 5 is a quorum. We have a new member today who's not a new member, but you've just come back and joined us. Would you give us your name and tell us a little bit about you?
Yes, good morning, Lizzie Buchan. I work with Smart Justice California and have worked on police accountability issues for many years in various with various entities.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And let me ask all of you for the court reporter, or not the court reporter, but the transcriber, whenever you speak, just before you're about to make your point, say your last name. So in the case of Bob Doyle, he would go Doyle and then go on with his comment. That's going to take the pressure off her to suddenly look up, get your name, get the spelling, and then go back to what she's doing. So I'm going to try to remember to do that too. But if we all do that, the transcript will be easier to read. Okay. Now, speaking with the audience, the time is set aside for members of the public who wish to comment on items not on the agenda, but those within the board's jurisdiction. Public comment on matters on the agenda will be heard after each item is presented. Public comment on specific peace officer revocation cases to be heard today will be heard at the time of the hearing of each such matter. Please be advised that the board cannot take actions on items not on the agenda, but only to the extent necessary to determine whether they should be made an agenda item at a future meeting, respond briefly to statements or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the items to staff. Please remember that the meeting is being transcribed, so I may politely interrupt and ask you to repeat or speak slowly and clearly so your comment can be correctly captured in the transcript. As the board chair, I may ask members of the public to limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes. Pursuant to existing board policy, I may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. So before I open public comment on matters not on the agenda, please note that if you have a specific complaint about an officer that is not on today's agenda, you should file a complaint with Post or with the officer's employing agency, and our staff will assist you in this regard. I'd like to remind individuals making comments to not discuss pending complaints or pending disciplinary actions that may later come before the board for a recommendation. If the board takes action on your complaint, you will have an opportunity to address the board at the time. Following these rules is absolutely necessary to comply with the law and to avoid compromising the board's mission. So with all that said, is there anyone present in the audience or appearing remotely who would like to address the board during public comment? And if so, when it is your turn, and very happy to hear from all of you, you can come up to the mic and tell us your name, what agency you represent or not. You're just free to speak, and that's up to each of you as individuals. So let's start. Let's see, show of hands. I saw, oh, sure, please go first. You could just begin when you're ready. Look at your notes, whatever.
Morning. My name is Marshall Arnwine. I work for the ACLU of Northern California as our legal policy advocate. Today, we here at the ACLU are making a public record to let the record reflect that we have submitted a formal complaint regarding several current and former Vallejo Police Department officers. The complaint is publicly available on our website at the aclunc.org. Public records show that there are current Vallejo officers who are alleged to have committed serious misconduct, warranting an urgent decertification, review by post as required by California Penal Code 13510.9, Subdivision A 1 through 5, and Penal Code 13510.9, Subdivision B. Additionally, we're calling on post to use its discretionary power under Penal Code 13510.8, Subdivision G1, to initiate a decertification investigation into current and former Vallejo Police Department officers for the following conduct that occurred before January 1st, 2022, such as the use of deadly force that resulted in death or serious bodily injury and alleged physical abuse. If Post does not use its statutory authority to review the allegations listed in the complaint, the Vallejo community will continue to suffer brutality at the hands of a department that lacks accountability. Vallejo residents deserve to feel safe in their community and shouldn't be brutalized by those who have been sworn to protect them. Post can help keep the community safe. If in fact Post has already reviewed the officers listed in the complaint, we are requesting Post to make these findings public in the interest of transparency. We all deserve to live in communities that are safe and where we feel protected. Yet far too often, the people who are tasked with protecting public safety are the very ones who compromise it. Thank you to the entire Post staff for the incredible work that you all have been doing on these critical matters. The ACLU remains a resource for you if you have any questions or any clarifications. In closing, as you see, there are a number of community members that have come many miles from Vallejo, the Bay Area, and elsewhere to speak to Post an off-the-agenda comment that's within this board's jurisdiction to be heard. The community has agreed to limit their comments to 2 minutes each, and we are asking that you hear each and every one of them. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I'll just call on people as I see hands raised. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving us this time. This is our son, Jeremiah Moore. On October 21st, 2012, our son, Jeremiah Moore, was murdered by Officer Sean Kenny. Jeremiah was autistic. They said our son was on bath salts. The tox screen was negative. They said that he threatened their officers with a gun. Our son's fingerprints weren't found on the weapon. A witness to the shooting tried to give them info at the scene. He was turned away. Later, he was interviewed. At the station, there was no record of that interview. There was a steady pattern of disregard for human life at the hands of the VPD. All of these officers deserve to be in prison for murder. However, excuse me, we appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this complaint. Our family and those families of other murdered children are hopeful that their pain will be mitigated somewhat by your action. Thank you for your time.
My name's Eugene Moore, and as Lisa said, Jeremiah was autistic. He was just starting his career as a pipe seam fitter in a union. He was shot and killed. She mentioned a weapon. The weapon wasn't even near him. There were no fingerprints on it. It wasn't even near him. He raised his hand, as most autistic kids do when they're nervous or scared. He went like that. They shot and killed him. You know, when I was growing up, it used to be on the side of police cars, protect and serve, but now it's shoot to kill and cover it up. I don't know what happened to our police departments, but Jeremiah should be alive today. There's no reason why they needed to shoot and kill him. They could have used rubber bullets or whatever, or talked him down, but the police force needs to understand mental health issues. An autistic man, they got to give him a chance, and they didn't. And on the back of my shirt is names of all the young men that were shot and killed by the police department. And that's just a small fraction. That is a small fraction of how the police force interact with our communities, and it's got to stop. And we're looking to get justice for Jeremiah, which I don't think we'll get much more, but we need to stop this. And they need mental health training to understand what situations they're going into without going in blasting. And that's us.
Thank you for your time.
Let me just, thank you both for coming in. And obviously, what you said is profound and has a profound effect on all of us. I can't imagine your pain, but I do extend my best wishes. And
They do
thank
not
you again.
realize the pain they put the families through.
I
mean,
know,
he doesn't even
I
care, I'm
know.
sure, but
Thank you
we're-
so
we're
much for
hurting.
coming.
Thank you.
Mhm. Morning. Please take your time.
Good morning. My name is Angela Sullivan. I am the mom to Ronell D'Angelo Foster. He was murdered February 13, 2018 by Officer Ryan McMahon. For riding his bike, he was unarmed. He was tased in his brain and in his chest. He was beaten with a flashlight until his skull was in 3 pieces. He was shot 7 times, 4 times from behind, 1 bullet to the back of his head, while he was on his hands and knees crawling away from Ryan McMahon. Again, I say he was unarmed. He used 3 weapons in 6 minutes and 40 seconds to kill Ronell. The gun that he used has vigilante justice tattooed on the butt of the gun. He has vengeance tattoos and testimony all over his body. He fought to come back to Vallejo to finish the job that he started. Murder is murder. My mother died 4.5 months later from a broken heart. So VPD killed my mother and my child. Decertification is just the start, but Ryan McMahon would be the first one and the best one for you to start with. It'd be the easiest case. Murder is murder. I don't know how he's not in prison or being prosecuted right now, but I can promise you I won't stop until 361 days later, he participated in the murder of Willie McCoy. Had they got him off the streets when he killed my child, Willie would still be here, hopefully, because there were other hands involved in killing him. Vallejo is under siege with these officers, the recurring, that we have officers that have killed that are still there. Kenny Darden, it's a bunch of them. It's unfathomable. And I've been told that this commission has the power to help us. So to start by decertifying and then helping us get these officers prosecuted, it'll start a lot of healing There's no such thing as recovering from this. I relive this child's death every day. Every day. You would think, looking at his body, that 10 people pummeled him. One man tased, flashlight, and a gun. That's 3 weapons in a matter of 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Ryan McMahon was and is on a mission, and if he's ever allowed to put another badge on his chest, he will kill again. He will kill again. That is his intention. That's his goal. We need help. We need help. I start trauma therapy on the 22nd of this month. I'm trying to live every day as a fight just to get out my bed. He left 2 children. His 40th birthday is November the 18th, and we have to celebrate him posthumously. 40 years old, 33 when he died. Murder is murder. I'm sure most of us here have children. If you don't, I wish this on no one. I'm a part of a family that I wanted nothing to do with. Impacted is not even the right word. It's not the right word. We need justice. We need somebody that's strong enough and bold enough to stand up to Vallejo and the corruption that's there. We need help. These are human being lives. You're not supposed to die at the hands of Protect and Serve. They bent their badges after they killed our kids. They went to Karishna's house and had barbecues and beers and celebrated the death of these children. These are our kids, man, my baby. My life will never be the same. He gone. So can we get something? Can we get some kind of justice? If not all. I want jail or hell. That means jail or death for Ryan McMahon and all the rest of the murderers. Murder is murder. And decertifying and police certified and qualified immunity, whatever it is, that don't even make sense to me. Because that makes sure that they can't be prosecuted for the wrong that they do. So that shouldn't even exist. It shouldn't exist. If you're going to take on a job as a police officer, that's the job that you chose. But you shouldn't have a coverage that keeps you from being prosecuted when you do wrong. Wrong is wrong. The God I love and serve, I believe in, and he sits up high, he looks down low. He hear and see all. I pray I live to see this justice is served for all of our children that were murdered. But we need y'all help. And if this commission really has the power, if there was the plan to hold accountability, today is the good day to start.
I want to thank you so much for coming and again, express my deepest sympathy for losing your son. Gentlemen. Again, everybody, please take your time.
Hello. Thank you for allowing us to address you this morning. My name is Corey McCoy. I'm the older brother of Willie McCoy Jr., who on February 9th of 2019 was executed by 6 Vallejo, California police officers when they fired 55 rounds in 3.5 seconds while he was asleep behind the wheel of his car in a Taco Bell drive-thru with an alleged gun on his lap that has never been seen on any body cam. The 6 officers are all being recommended for decertification. A charge of conspiracy against these officers was allowed by the federal judge in our civil trial, only to be tossed out months later due to qualified immunity, as qualified immunity and the police officer's Bill of Rights are 2 things that must be addressed to make these officers be on an equal playing field. A few weeks after my younger brother was murdered by these 6 officers, 2 of the same 6 officers conducted a traffic stop on my, at the time, 20-year-old daughter. They assaulted, tased, and kidnapped her. She was taken to jail, released, and charged with absolutely nothing. I sincerely hope this commission was not assembled to pacify the people, but to truly protect the people. This commission will have to justify decertifying officers who were cleared by their departments and the district attorney's office. Impacted families in Vallejo have been made promises by disingenuous politicians for decades. In 2012, in fact, California's Attorney General's office made promises to come into Vallejo and investigate Vallejo's notoriously deadly police department. It never happened. I often wonder if Willie, Ronell Foster, Angel Ramos, Sean Monterosa, and many others would still be alive today had the DOJ kept their word back in 2012. The decertification of these officers is in no way justice to the impacted community, but it is a mechanism to ensure that these officers will never be given a badge again to violate the constitutional and civil rights of citizens in any community. To know now, coming off a civil trial in federal court, that these officers were literally performing blood oath rituals in murdering citizens, and they bent their badges the morning after the murder of my younger brother is sickening to me and almost everybody in our community. We understand that the politics in place provide protections for these officers as far as truly giving accountability for their actions. But what you all can do is protect people in the future from not allowing these officers to relocate and appear in another community when their true agenda is to hurt people. They're not here to serve and protect. And this has been an ongoing criminal enterprise in the city of Vallejo for more than 2 decades, as you have a city political structure, a district attorney's office in the county that all play a role in allowing these officers to roam free. And we know from testimony in our civil trial that there were side deals made between the Vallejo Police Union and the chief of police, that officers were aware that they would never be held accountable for anything that they did up to murder. And this has to stop. And you guys can start a change of at least not allowing these people to be police officers. And hopefully at some point you have the prestige, the power, the ability to start making changes in qualified immunity and the police officer's Bill of Rights, so you can actually use words like justice, transparency, and accountability when addressing policing. Thank you.
My name is David Harrison. I'm the cousin of Willie McCoy Jr., my baby cousin. I worked with him in music and things like that before this happened. So we worked together and we were together on a day-to-day basis. But I remember early on in Willie's case, I told everyone in earshot about the blood oath rituals and the initiation ritual, which we now know as badge bending. The attorneys representing my family instructed my family to reel me in on conspiracy theory. I remember thinking in that moment when I agreed not to speak about it any further in order to not complicate our efforts to get the truth about what happened to Willie. But what my thoughts were then and now have never differed. I now have a clear understanding of these atrocities committed against Willie and many more citizens. Krishna Abrams said when asked about the ritual called badge bending, "We don't investigate rumors." To this I say, why waste time looking for a secret society? We are that, in a society full of secrets. This society investigates itself and creates its own facts to defend itself at all costs. From the very laws designed to protect this society and they prosecute and discredit anyone who would bring truth to light, not excluding the penalty of death. The perpetrators hide in plain sight as angels of light, i.e. good people, politicians, police, judges, media, conglomerates, as well as certain social justice groups, plants in the midst of the garden of grassroots organizations formed by true freedom fighters who had boots on the ground in the fight. Certain institutions took so much needed donations for the fight out of the fight, putting so many impacted families in danger and without a means to defend ourselves. I'll say it again, we are a society full of secrets whose time is up. God is always in control and his word is law. We are living in the time of revelation where all will be revealed and there will be a falling away from the faith. And in this time, there will be a separation of the children of light and the children of darkness. Why is there not a prosecution, not one prosecution for the ritual killings of our people? Why are these people allowed to work in occupations that call for applicants to have moral and legal standards? On the contrary, these people have been rewarded and promoted time and time again in these ritual murders. So what I'm asking is not just for decertification, although that this is this platform, but most of these families in here are looking for true justice because let's face it, if we as citizens had did any of those things and it was captured on tape, there would be no question of what would happen to those citizens. So because you have a badge, it's just a costume and we close to Halloween, what they're doing. They're putting on police costumes and they're murdering people. So we're asking for decertification and we're also asking for justice and prosecutions and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, gentlemen, and your pain is obvious. I'm so sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Monterosa. I am the oldest surviving sister of my brother, Sean Monterosa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ashley Monterosa, also the surviving sister of my brother, Sean Monterosa.
We lost our brother during the George Floyd uprisings on June 2nd of 2020. And just a month after, we were called by a coalition of people to come advocate for SB2, police certification, and the makeup of this board. We went through a lengthy process as a family, one, trying to grieve and advocate, seek answers to what happened to our brother, but we knew that we needed to ensure that we can prevent what happened to Sean to continue to happen. And to see this committee be formed up from not just our advocacy, but so many families and community members that we wanted to ensure that California was one of 3 states where we didn't have a process. And here we are. And we're asking you not just to see us as humans and to see us as victims, because many of us are not seen as victims, that you truly use all the power you have to ensure that officers who murdered our loved ones are held accountable and are considered for decertification, and at that are decertified, because none of us want the officers who harmed our loved ones to continue to harm our communities. And our family is from San Francisco, born and raised. My brother was just out in Vallejo one night, and universe had other plans, but for our family, we've taken on the community of Vallejo as a family, and all these families opened their arms open for us. And for us, it's been 4 years and 5 months where an officer, Jeraton, has not killed somebody, but we shouldn't thank him or thank this department for harming nobody. We need to ensure that every power that we have, we are doing everything to decertify these officers. And
Yeah, for background, I'm Sean's baby sister, and I wish my brother was here. I didn't have to be here. I wish I had to, for background, I'm 24. I shouldn't have to be here. I should be in school living my best young life, and I can't even do that. Our parents immigrated here from El Salvador and Argentina for the American dream, only to be faced with a complete nightmare. We grieve Sean every day. Every day is June 2nd. I'm learning how to process losing my brother on June 2nd, followed by my birthday on June 3rd. Imagine how hard that is to go from happy birthdays and I'm sorry for your loss. I wish your brother was here to celebrate all those monumental things with you. Jared Ton has shot at 4 people prior to our brother, has been bounced around from Galt to Vallejo, and so on and so forth. You all have the power here today to make that decision where Jared Ton doesn't bounce to another county and continues to perpetuate harm in different communities. So we really urge you to put politics aside or whatever your feelings are and really just try to put yourself in our shoes. Humanize yourself in our experiences. How would you react? How would you advocate for your loved one, for your sibling, for your parent, for your child? Thank you.
And with that, just again, there are 9 officers that are being proposed, and we hope that you guys critically look at every officer and really look how in Vallejo it's been generations and decades. And again, we should not say, hey, because it's been 4 years and 5 months that work is done. It's not done every day. All of us, all our families live that same day, day to day. And as Miss Angela said, it takes a lot of us to try to get up and put a smile or show up and advocate day in, day and day. So thank you.
You both for coming in. Thank you for speaking. Your courage and pain are very obvious. Thank you.
Stan?
Absolutely.
My name is Melissa Nolden. I'm a civil rights attorney in the city of Vallejo. I focus my practice on Vallejo because of how bad it is. I'm a former law enforcement member myself, and I've never seen anything like what's going on in Vallejo. Do cases, been doing this for a decade, cases all over the state. I've never seen anything like this. There's no internal process or structure to get rid of people. You refuse to investigate one another and clear one another. The decertification process is the only way to remove some of these officers. Some of them who last year we revealed to the city and to the DOJ that there are 2 whistleblowers that want to testify about Vallejo Police Department hiring outside of the HR department officers who did not meet the post minimum standards for mental health, for physical fitness, for all of the components for the written exam. And Vallejo Police were allowing those officers to become police officers even though they couldn't meet those standards by leaving out HR and something that can be nothing other than called corruption. The DOJ, it was reported to their attorney team that was working on the reform. It was reported to the city of Vallejo in writing and verbally and in public meetings, and it's never been investigated. And so we believe that some of these officers did not meet and do not meet the minimum standards required by the state to be police officers. There are 2 30-year career veterans, whistleblowers, begging to be interviewed to prevent some of these people from continuing to plague the community of Vallejo. We don't call the police for any reason in Vallejo because we don't want some guy who's stealing to get shot. We don't call the police to help ourselves when we know who the criminals are because we don't trust them, because we know these officers, some of them shouldn't be there. A lot of them shouldn't be there, and they've terrorized our community. So I implore you to please, when you're looking at Vallejo especially, just know that there is nobody in or outside of that department who has ever taken any look at these officers. You would think that the department would remove them. They won't. One of the officers on the list shot 3 people in 5 months, and he went back to work. And then he left and we rehired him. They have an agreement. There's transcripts, there's testimony. The chief of police and the police union agreed to not investigate some of the incidents that are now coming in front of you guys. And so when I say you're the last ditch effort to try to get some reform, one of these officers, one that killed Willie McCoy, one that attacked his daughter, there's like 5 incidents where he's attacking Black women, one a disabled woman who he dragged out of a car. These are scary people. Like I said, some of them might not even be qualified to be police officers. These are rogue people that are just going and policing as they want because they know they can get away with it. I beg you guys to look closely at this. And if you guys have any ability to get somebody to talk to these whistleblowers, they're ready, they're willing, they're able. I talked to one of them yesterday.
Let me interrupt for a second. First of all, thank you for being here and thank you for your service as a law enforcement officer and an advocate and attorney. I want to remind you as an attorney that this board may very well be considering all of these cases And this board has to make a decision with clean hands. If that makes, I know that makes sense to you. So I'd be careful about talking about specific facts so that that doesn't in any way stop this particular group from hearing individual cases. Please go on. Sure, of course.
For you guys, it's the first time we've had opportunity.
Of course, I get
I want
it.
to make sure that you guys know Vallejo is a special place in many ways because we can't thrive, we can't build until we start getting some of these folks out. The city won't do it for us. And we implore you, you guys should, please, if there are any impacted families, please let them speak. Please let them speak. They need you guys to understand what they've gone through, to understand the power of your job. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. Take your time, please.
Thank you. Good morning. At least I hope that this will be a morning a little bit better than the mornings I have woken up to for over 12 years. I sit here today and all these families and people behind me who have lost so much in the city of Vallejo. They sit on my shoulders. They sit on my heart. I see my mother, my sisters, my family, and all of them, and they have suffered so much. They have had no voice. They have had no one to call. They live in a place called Vallejo, California, that is not in the so-called America. My name is Chris Kelly. I am here on behalf of the murder victims of the Vallejo Police Department, including my brother, Mario Romero, who was murdered on September 2nd, 2012. He was parked in front of his home, sitting in his car. He called in to tell my sisters to answer the door. Within a split second, a Vallejo police officer patrol car pulled up with officers Sean Kinney and Dustin Joseph. They did not activate their headlights. They did not activate their overhead sirens.
Excuse me, I want to remind you the same thing I told the attorney. If you get into too many details on cases, it could tie our hands later. So please express everything you want to express, but try to stay away from details if you can, okay? And if not, of course, I want to give you all the time in the world to talk. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
This is a matter of public record. And everything that I'm saying here is a matter of public record. And I do understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that.
Sure.
My brother was killed. He had his hands up. He was suspected of no crime. He was killed. His dead body was stolen. They tried to say that he was on drugs, so they stole his organs so they couldn't be tested. They stole his body for nearly 7 weeks. He was shot over 30 times. 16 of those times at least shot through the palms of his hands. And I'm going to have to say this, and if, you know, this is public record, through the palms of his hands and his wrists by 2 officers who pulled up. There was no confrontation. There was no altercation. There were no words. They merely put their hands up and were shot. The officer's letter claimed to other witnesses that it was a drive-by. My family was held hostage. They witnessed this. They had guns put to their heads, and they were forced to sit inside of their homes, surrounded by officers who kept them hostage in there while they fabricated a crime scene and planted a police training replica gun, which is public record, that could only be bought by the military, and the police trained with it. And there was only one fingerprint found on there, and that was the officers in my brother's blood. And this is all public record. It's been extensively documented. a lot of these people behind me more than likely wouldn't be sitting here. In 2012, the Vallejo City Council decided that after an investigation, they would ask for the Department of Justice to investigate the murder of my brother. When my brother was murdered, I was not even aware of all the other people in the city who had been murdered, and they didn't have anybody to stand with them. They had been coming there and trying to get justice. Just so happens we have a big family and a lot of supporters and people hurt, but it didn't stop the killings. I'm going to try to limit what I say, but the night we buried my brother, hours later, the same murderous cop, Sean Kinney, murdered Jeremiah Moore. I've never even met this family behind me, but 3 men in 5 months murdered with no evidence of anything that they're saying beside their word. Where has America been for the people of Vallejo? The destruction that has been caused. When you're a victim and you can't even call the police because they've already victimized you. The crime is bad because people cannot trust that the police are not murderers because they know that they are. We are here asking for these officers to be certified because at the least they should be decertified, at the least. The evidence, any person with a brain, any person with a heart who looks at these things, unless you are blind or unless you are corrupt, you will be able to see what is going on because this police department has so much faith that you will not, that they didn't even bother to cover up effectively the murders that they did, and they continued on doing them. Although them being decertified would be small, they should, all right. I've had to practice for 12 years to not hate. So I will not become the monsters that they were and destroy my children and my family and to give them hope. And today you guys have a chance to give us some hope because we deserve it. Because we love our families, because we care about our community, because we deserve to be protected and to feel safe in our communities and not oppressed by the people who are supposed to protect us. A lot of the times on the news, all you see is the anger and the hate because they don't understand what the people in this group have been through. That you're lucky. That's all you're getting is tears and angry faces and frustration because the things that have happened to us are the things that turn people into bad people because nobody listened. I have so many things that I would like to say, and I know I do not have the time. But what I do have the time to say is I'm sitting here on behalf of all these families. I'm sitting here on behalf of all of our loved ones who have died with broken hearts because we can't get no justice. I mean, we do not deserve the things that have been placed upon us. And this burden that we carry is heavy. All around the United States, people rose up for other people being murdered. But what about the people in California? What about the victims here? I ask that each and every one of you look in your hearts. Look at the information. Look at the evidence. And look at the people here who our lives have been devastated. And yet somehow we still keep showing up and we're still here because we should be able to have some slice of enjoyment in our lives, even if it is just the sense that, hey, you know what? They're not going to be able to carry a badge and murder someone else blatantly and open like they've been doing. And we'll continue to fight, but you can make a real difference in our lives by your decisions, looking at these cases and just listening to us. You know, we're not in power, we're not in control, but the people are all powerful. You know, this is going to show what this board is made of. If there was ever a case study case, Vallejo Police Department would be the case, because all of the elements are there to prove the things that we are saying, and that these officers should be decertified. They should be arrested, but I'm here about them being decertified. They should never see the light again and spend the rest of their lives in jail for these murders. That's just that. We are victims. And sometimes people ask me, well, it's been 12 years. How long are you going to keep doing this? How long do people fight when their loved ones are missing to find them? How long do people fight for justice when it's not a police officer that murdered their loved ones? It's no different for us. We miss them every day. We miss them every holiday. We miss them not being a part of our children's lives. And I pray every day that the devastation does not turn my heart hard and cold as the cold, hard hearts that we have seen being victims of police violence. And I want to thank you guys for your time today.
And we want to thank you for, in your words, showing up, and we ache for your pain.
Again, just want to clarify, I heard something mentioned, Marshall Arnwine, ACLU Northern California. You had mentioned something about potential bias of hearing things. And I want to know, can you point us to the bylaws or the
Sure.
the
No,
rules
what I
that-
can explain to you, and it's quite simple. All or some of these cases may be investigated now. They may be being investigated now by post staff. When the investigations are complete, then notice is given to the person who is the center of the investigation. And then they have 30 days to appeal a decision if the decision was to revoke their license, to decertify. Okay. Then if people want to appeal that, they come before this board, the group of people you see sitting here today, and they do a full investigation. That investigation is brought to this board. The person who is the center of that investigation can also speak, their attorney can speak, people from the community can speak. And so we have to consider that evidence. So I was the district attorney of Santa Barbara County, and when I prosecuted a case, what we didn't do is go before the media and start discussing the facts of the case, because we didn't want to contaminate the jury pool, the decision makers. So although everybody in this board is hanging on every word that's being spoken today, what we can't let that do is affect ourselves as the professionals who have to view the investigation. Does that make sense?
Yes, and
Okay.
the ACLU's position, we agree with that. But where we differ is that the community, essentially everything that has been said so far happened before SB2 law took place.
Okay.
And so the initial goal is to bring light to the situation, and the public is speaking to their personal experience. That's public record. And that whatever is public record has no intention or effect to sway any board. That would be upon the board to make sure that that information is not happening. And so that's why I had asked for clarification on a specific law or bylaw that mentions that people can't bring forth public information. And so, yes, ACLU respects the position of not being biased, but we also want to make clear that people are speaking from what they've experienced personally and what's already public record.
And we want people to be here. We want people to speak from their heart, and we want to give them exactly what they're looking for, which is justice. But in order to be able to give justice, we have to be fair. And I'm just trying to make sure this board stays fair in the process, so that when we make a decision, no one comes back later and says, you were persuaded by X, Y, Z, instead of just looking at the facts and looking at it. So we care, we listen. Anybody and everybody who wants to speak today should speak. You all came a great distance to do that. But I have to be careful as the chair to make sure that whatever we decide ultimately, that record is in question. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Anne Marie Delmenayo. Just 1 second, and then we'll take more public comment. I just want to address Mr. Arnwine. We're trying to avoid ex parte communication. As you know, in any proceeding, right, that both sides have an opportunity to hear the comments being made or the facts or the details. And so what we're trying to do is avoid any ex parte communication that would otherwise complicate or compromise this board being able to make a decision down the line, including the commission. I also just want to mention that we did receive the complaint from the ACLU Northern Chapter, Northern California, on October 11th, including the 9 officers listed in the complaint and various allegations. The division is currently in the process of either reviewing each and every one of these and determining whether we currently have an investigation ongoing or if the matter has been brought before the division for investigation. If the matter has not been brought before the division for investigation, we will reach out to Vallejo Police Department to obtain whatever records they may have available. If those records are not available, then we'll have to deal with whatever course of action we can in order to obtain the information and review it for possible decertification. So I just want the board to be aware we are in receipt of that. We will communicate directly with the ACLU regarding our process. Thank you.
Thank you. And Anne Marie Delgado is the Assistant Executive Director for Post. I know more people want to speak, and everyone who wants to is going to get a chance to speak, but this woman here to my left has to write down everybody's words. And if I don't give her a break every hour, she'll get tired. Okay? So I'm going to make the break as short as we possibly can. We'll start again at 10 after 10. And Madam in the front row, you'll be the first speaker, okay? All right, thank you all. We're on the record? Okay, great. Let me start with an issue that was brought up over there, and I wanted to get some clarity, and I have some clarity, and it's an important issue. Some of the cases that you've raised go back as far as 2012 and maybe even earlier than that. Everything that's in this 49-page document that we were handed by ACLU, I was just saying, everything within this document either is or will be investigated, okay? Because there was some concern, the look back, this goes beyond the look back period. But in this case, these cases, because of the cases, will be or are being investigated, okay? Just to make that perfectly clear. Okay, now, Mr. Darden, you were going to comment, there was a question about the authority.
Good morning, board members. So William Darden, I'm Chief Counsel for the Commission. So just responding to your question with respect to these issues of the presentation of the facts, of any facts and evidence relating to a matter that's pending before the division and what the issues are with respect to that. Certainly understand the need of the families to come forward and to speak their truth and to let the board know what the issues are that they believe need to be investigated. Completely understand that. The legal issue is this: under the statutory scheme that we've been given by the legislature has set up a process whereby complaints are given to the division. The division will investigate those complaints, and then at some point, the division makes a finding that it is appropriate to suspend or revoke. Then that recommendation comes to the board in what we term as an investigative summary and findings. At that point, the matter is public. Until then, the matter is not considered a public matter under our statute, and it's a matter that's currently under investigation. It's important for everyone to understand that we're trying to protect the interests of everyone. The board is not here as to advocate for one side or the other. It's a neutral. It's in effect a court that needs to view these matters fairly. And so what the problem would be, let's say that in one of these matters down the road, there's an attempt made by the division to bring to the board a decertification case against one of these officers. What we don't want is for there to be an argument by the officers that there was an improper, what's called, as a lawyer, you understand, an ex parte communication by one of the members to this proceeding to the board, and that those officers were not here and able to respond during the period of that ex parte communication. So we're trying to balance the right to public comment with the requirement. You're asking for the citations. You would look really to the statutes that establish the mechanisms under Senate Bill 2. It's 13.510.8, 13.510.85, et cetera. I know you're familiar with those, but also under the APA, the Administrative Procedure Act. These proceedings are governed by the APA, and there is a specific provision under the APA governing ex parte communications. It's Government Code 11430.10. And that's, again, intended to protect all parties by preventing an ex parte communication. Certainly, you would hope if you had a civil proceeding or a criminal proceeding that one party to your opponent was not going in and talking to the court or the judge without you being there. And so that's really the idea. We're trying to balance the right of the public to comment with the due process protections to ensure that these matters can be brought down the road without any due process challenge. So I hope that better answers your question.
Speculation.
Okay.
That's speculation.
Okay.
You're speculating that they're gonna claim ex parte communication. It's speculation. This is a venue for the public to speak.
Of course, and we completely understand that, which is why we certainly understand that public comment is permitted, and we're not making any effort to prevent that. We're not speculating. All we're trying to do is simply provide for protection so that that argument can't be made down the road. Yes. Of course.
Go ahead.
That's all right with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for providing the statute. The ACLU understands where you're all coming from, and we'll definitely take a look. So moving forward, initially we did have people that still wanted to speak, but we understand what has been shared about the biases of it. And so we have asked people to not go into detail as of right now, with the hopes that in the future, if the particular officer do come back, that they could come back and speak more in detail at that time, because the officer then would be there represented or in person. And so we definitely understand that. And there might be some people here that still want to speak just generally, but we understand the aspect of not going into the details of.
And the idea is, as I know you understand, is that once these decertification matters are brought, at that point, then public comment on each matter is permitted. And at that point, any comment can be made with respect to the case. But we're simply trying to protect the process early on so that that can happen fairly and that there is no legal challenge down.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, as promised, back on the record and more public comment. Madam, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I said I would call on you first. Any order you want.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Maria Grijalva. I'm here to support the ACLU team. I'm from West Sacramento, Yolo County. I'm from the Latino Information and Resource Center. We are a civil rights advocacy organization, and we brought district elections to to West Sacramento, and we are the organization that shut down some human trafficking that was going on in Sacramento at a grocery store. We're proud to do that. I'm also a retired state employee. And so I feel I am among my peers because you're state employees. And I'm actually a former regulations analyst, okay? I worked in legal. I wrote regulations for 10 years, okay? This is our venue. This is ours. Okay, I'm sorry about any implications that was mentioned right now. This is our venue, okay? And whether he's theorizing or speculating is speculation, is theorizing, okay? I'm also a paralegal that I happen to work at a law office, but that's just my personal thought. I'm here to share my personal story that is very familiar to these other stories. Lucky for me, I'm standing here. Yolo County had the same ritual of claiming, of the police officers claiming their space is what I'm calling it. And in Yolo County, what the officers would do is they would lift their sleeve to show the local residents their tattoo. That was their unity tattoo, I'm gonna call it. And the bottom line is that we need to speak about things that people don't like to speak about, and that is white supremacy. That's about the social status, the social situation that we're in, the social conditioning that all of us have to bow ourselves to this white system and this very corrupt system. When we wrote regulations, when I wrote regulations, there was lots of room for discretion, but there's a merit system, okay? There's a merit that you have to check off, just like a prong test. And so SB 2 has given you those teeth and the ammunition to decertify all of these officers, okay? And that is your obligation. I'm not here to ask, and I'm not trying to be rude in any sense of the word. I'm here to demand that you do your job, please. Because number one, you're state employees. The local agencies are notorious for doing what they want to do, okay? Yolo County District Attorney is no different. I was falsely arrested without due cause because I donated $43,000 to the opponent, to the public defender that was running against the county district attorney. Okay, I was falsely arrested for no reason whatsoever. And so lucky for me, I know bureaucracy, and that district attorney is now at the state bar facing whether he's going to have a bar card or not. All of you that are legal counsel need to keep that in mind. You may not perpetuate wrong with your bar card, okay? You may not perpetuate unethical and things that are lack moral turpitude. It's the law.
I'm going to interrupt
Okay?
just for a moment.
Yes,
Public comment is about things that this board has some
Correct.
jurisdiction about.
Correct.
We're not the California Bar Association.
absolutely.
And so I'm going to ask you to
Yes.
limit your comments to that.
Yeah.
And again, there's this 2-3 minute time
Yes,
frame.
yes,
so-
I think I'm actually up with that part of it. But how is that related to Vallejo? How is this related to all of these folks that have dead family members? How is that related? Well, the same happens in Woodland. We've had family members that have been literally massacred, and while they were handcuffed, and then they got shot. And so this goes on everywhere in Central County, in Central California. We have racist DAs. Okay, that's no other term for that. We need to call it what it is. It's racism. It's perpetuated in the state DOJ, nationally, and so that's really, it's very much connected. All of it is connected.
Thank you.
So I appreciate your empathy and your sympathy, but unless you learn empathy, you're going to be the same as these murderers that hold the badge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Okay, is there others who'd like to speak? Yes, please. Okay. Hi, please take your time.
It was a powerful session this morning, without a doubt. I'm connected to Vallejo only through the sisters of Sean Monterosa. I first heard about really Vallejo in the news when it was financially bankrupt. After being involved in that space, I come to find out it's been morally bankrupt. And that's far more dangerous than just being financially bankrupt. I don't go to Vallejo. To me, it's like the Bermuda Triangle. There's been too many people shot and killed who look like me. I do not go. There's a fear that I have, maybe even a terror. And when you have to have that with you, you have to ask, who would be the terrorist? And then who are the good people doing something about it? The reason why I still wanted to make public comment despite my statement that I had prepared today is because I have extended family in law enforcement. And I called them earlier this week and I asked them and I told them about this meeting. And we rarely agree on anything. I mean, if you come to our holiday dinners, you would say, whoa, are they family, right? Are they family? But they said, go. Because those are the officers that bring shame and disgrace to the badge. Those are the officers that for decades we have never been able to do anything about, and we have to live in the image of those officers. And I was shocked. I said, wow, we rarely agree on anything. We can't even agree on food. But when it comes to police accountability, we could agree on this. And so it's very important. When I look at some of the pictures of the young brown and black men who were shot and killed, whose lives were cut short, taken from their families, I visualize if they were in Army fatigue or in a Marine uniform or in a Navy uniform. And I don't scratch my head, and I don't think any of you will, because those are the young men and women who go overseas to fight for the freedoms that we cherish, only to be brought home too often to what is a more dangerous battlefield. Vallejo is that battlefield. And we've lost too many young people. We've devastated too many families. So there's times in history where you have a moment to show leadership. I don't know who on this board is anointed, but I know God is here. And I want you all to know that no matter what fears you face from any individual or group of individual, God got us. So lead with conviction.
I just want to comment before you step away that your relatives were right. It is very important that you came, and we as a board appreciate it. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Christian Cruz. I'm from Fresno County. I'm here in support of the community of Mendota, California, in collaboration with the Libertarian Party of Fresno County. What we heard this morning was a a very serious cases of misconduct. What I'm dealing with, what I see in Mendota are, I don't want to say less serious, but they're serious enough. When I called the ACLU, I believe around 2 years ago, they told me we can't help you unless someone's either dead or in the hospital. We're dealing with, I won't get into details, but cases of denial of medical service, civil harassment, sexual harassment, uh, and excessive force. Again, not enough force to put someone in the hospital or kill them, but still excessive force enough to injure someone. So I'm here. I'm going to help my community put those complaints in. I understand you said, don't talk about details as well. I do know it's important to fight with your heart, like we saw this morning, but also fight with your brain. Based off your comments today, I understand a bit more about the law of the land, and it does agree with the laws of logic as well. So I won't, again, give you those details or any, like people's names. I do want to ask you, though, is this within your jurisdiction, these cases of, denial of medical service, civil harassment? For me, dishonesty as well. When I try to get a police report, I had to jump through so many hoops to get those. And so I just want to go back to my community and say, tell them, what you tell me here, do we have a shot at justice, or do I need to find some other avenue?
I'm going to ask the Assistant Executive Director to respond.
Thank you for your comments today. A case doesn't have to rise to the level of SBI, serious bodily injury, or death before a post can look at it. So there are 9 acts of serious misconduct. It's really fact dependent. And so for me to make a statement here today without knowing the specific facts of each of your cases as to whether or not it's jurisdictional to post would be unwise and not helpful for you. But I would invite you, we have members of our team here that do the complaint intake side that can help you file those complaints so we can at least look at them and see whether or not post has jurisdiction over the types of complaints that you may need to submit.
I was also going to add that after public comment, we're going to discuss 4 cases. And if you have time and can, I invite any of you to stick around to hear what the process is and the kind of cases we're considering. But you shouldn't filter yourself about, should I make this complaint or not? Make the complaint and let the professionals at Post take a look at that complaint, because we may see a way that we can investigate it, whereas you might step back and think, I'm just not sure. Okay, let us do the work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you too. I do one last thing. I am considering using my GI Bill for law school, and to keep this going. And I've met a lot of people who have inspired me today, so I'm glad I came, if not just for that. So thank you.
Well, why don't you get my information later and I'll further inspire you? Okay. We need people like you.
Thank you.
You bet. Yes, sir, are you coming up? Please take your time.
Paul Winders, born and raised in Vallejo. Just have a few notes. I have a bunch of allegations and stuff here, but I'm just gonna speak from my heart a little bit. Police are supposed to protect and preserve and serve, and Vallejo is just full of fear and distrust. The police department is horribly understaffed. It's less than half what it should be. They're only responding to priority 1 and some priority 2 calls. I had to take a train down from Sacramento to help a domestic violence person who waited 9 hours for service. So that's a separate wound. We also have a ceremony, for lack of a better word, when the police shoot somebody, they pat each other on the back. No details, but it exists and it's deep, and a local attorney just swept it under the rug, but somebody's going to dig it out from under the rug. 2 other things, I don't know if they're in your jurisdiction or not, but if a police officer gets in trouble with his department, rather than fire him, most or many, I don't know, departments are agreeing with them, hey, why don't you just quit, and we're going to give you a year's pay or 6 months pay or whatever, and we'll seal this. We won't tell anybody about it. So that ex-officer in city A goes to city B. He's got to lie on his application because they ask you if you've been in trouble before. So he lies. And then the chief for the information person at the former department, if they get a call, hi, this is Jimmy from Fresno. Elmer's here and used to work for you. They lie. I don't know if that's anything under your
I
control.
can address that.
Okay, I'll
Um,
stop for a minute. What you
No,
said.
just for a moment, then we'll start
That's
again.
fine, yeah.
I'm going to address it and then I'll ask Anne Marie if she
Beautiful.
has further to say. That was what we were fighting for in terms of changing this law. Okay, the way you described it is in some situations the way it used to be. Now there are laws in place for the last 2 years that it tries to avoid just that. A cop who does something in one jurisdiction merely quits and there's no investigation. That was the way it was sometimes 3 years ago. But this law is supposed to stop that from happening because there's a duty incumbent upon the individuals, the law enforcement agency, the community to send a message to post, and then an investigation can begin. So I have used that many times when I've discussed about the importance of what this law change was. But now I'll turn it to Anne Marie so she can tell you a little more about how Post handles it.
So thank you, Madam Chair. She's absolutely correct. Law enforcement agencies are now required to conduct investigations if allegations or complaints or anything of serious misconduct comes before the agency. If the individual resigns during the course of the investigation, that is reportable to Post, and that's one of the many things that Post can act upon, given the circumstances of the state of the case. You've all familiar with what we consider an interim ITS, an interim temporary suspension, immediate temporary suspension, excuse me. And that is really where someone is either terminated or they resign during the course of the investigation. The executive director of Post has the authority to review the case. And if it's in the interest of the public health, welfare, and safety, they can place that officer on an immediate temporary suspension pending a final determination. And this was exactly to do what you're talking about, prevent an officer from jumping from one agency to the next, escaping pending discipline. The other,
So the chief or somebody in the department who lets him quit, sometimes the investigation's already 3/4 of the way over. So there's a lot of facts or allegations out there. But what's the penalty for Department A for not doing that?
if we were to be aware of a department that didn't conduct an investigation and allowed the individual to resign? Is that the
Correct.
question?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. That would be something we would have to probably work with our partners, the Department of Justice, to look into the acts or actions of the agency itself.
'Cause I believe it's still going on. I listened to a podcast a few days ago about it. I think KTVU did actually. And I have reason to believe it still is going on, and there's no rock solid penalties for the prior agency. And the person goes to agency B and applies and doesn't list any of his things, which he's supposed to do. A couple of them got caught and fired over that. A couple of them nothing happened. So that's, I mean,
Just one other comment. I'd also like to just, for the purposes of everyone here, also.
so this helps.
Inform you that agencies are required to submit an affidavit of separation with Post now and explain the terms of the separation, whether they separated and they transferred, which looks very different, right? They separated, and the day they separated, they were already employed with another agency, or did they separate during a pending investigation? Did they separate for acts of misconduct? So we now capture all of that data. And actually, as of recently, Post will go through, and if there's not a reason listed, they won't accept the affidavit of separation, and they will in fact return it to the agency and inquire further as to the reasons that the officer is no longer with the agency. So that's something that's also new as a result of, implementing SB2 and fine tuning some of these internal procedures. I think that there is some merit to what are the consequences. SB2 focused on the officer itself, the individual, and the certification with Post, the relationship between the officer and Post, and holding a certification to perform the duties of a peace officer. It did not essentially focus on the overall conduct of an agency. And I think many of us are aware of that. So there are going to be some gaps in that area that I think is what you're bringing about.
So currently, there's no penalty for the prior chief of police in city A for doing the sweep in under the rug, get out of here. He can lie to city B saying, hey, what happened with Jimmy over there? Is he okay? Yeah, he's great. He just got tired and quit yesterday.
As
Is
an-
there any penalty on that person?
As an individual peace officer, that person may be held accountable for those actions. So post could investigate something of that nature. So that we're talking about an individual and not an agency. So I want to make sure I speak to that.
Right, okay. If we can, okay, is there a forum for we the people if we smell a rat on something like that? Do we
Yeah.
notify you? Who do we notify?
As I mentioned to the public speaker just before you, we have members of our complaint intake team here, and they will assist you as to how to file a public complaint. Just for the purposes of educating everyone, you can do so online, you can do so by email, you can do so by mail, but we have people here today that can help you with that, sir, and I'll make sure someone connects with you.
Thank you very much. It's
You're welcome.
good to know that something gonna happen. We hope. We're in a really bad situation in our city, and I know we're not alone.
And during the next break, if you want to be introduced to one of those people, just let Anne Marie know and we'll introduce you. Okay? Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please. Sure.
Just curious, because I'm looking at the visuals on all of this, right? And if I'm being transparent, just watching what's going on in the headlines now, I think California is one of the states that will prosecute people for lyrics in their songs. We got superstars being prosecuted for RICO charges where they're lone assailants in this situation, but these officers have exhibited every part of a RICO charge. They're in concert and they're killing people in furtherance of an ongoing criminal conspiracy. And there are people who have been in court for destruction of evidence. I've been in those courtrooms. So when you tell people that, well, you just go talk here and you go through this process, it sounds like a lot of bureaucratic red tape. And you got families that are suffering every day. And if you've never seen an impacted mother cry every day, my father was 75 years old, 78, excuse me, and died in a head-on collision fighting this fight. Before Willie was killed, I had another cousin who was a part of this Vallejo lawsuit thing because they were going to kill him. They had guns to him. And the only thing that saved him was his friend came out with a camera and he put his gun back in his holster and left this man behind him without being checked, like he was never a threat, and went and assaulted another man on a porch. So where's the protection for the people? Where's the RICO charges coming down? Where's the DOJ at in all of this? We don't understand it because who do we have to call for when something goes wrong? Who do you call do you call the police on the police? I mean, what's going to happen? They show up when we call the police, they show up and kill us.
I'll make the same offer I made to the gentleman before you. The next break, if you'd like to talk to someone and look into the process of making a complaint, there are people here who get paid state money to take your complaint. Okay?
Well, I'm not even making a complaint.
Well, but if you
I'm
are,
asking this panel, like, what is the process of this where you can do a citizen and you can go ahead and you can go ahead and go after RICO charges and not even have all of the evidence there, but you have all of the evidence from all of these families giving testimony. You have videotape watching something that is irrefutable. You know, you have officer statements and everything that's going on with this, but there's no action and people are hiding, like they're being terrorized. And some people have had to move and leave Vallejo. You know, I'm lucky I don't live in Vallejo and I don't care to go there like the other guy. I coast through, I make sure I gas up. So I'm going through, and if they pull me over, it's for nothing. And I know that they're coming to get me because I've been threatened by police for this case.
let me just say, I hear your frustration. I understand your question about RICO. This board does not deal with RICO issues. So the part.
No, I heard you mention DOJ.
Okay, the point is that this board is accepting public comment today about things that this board can consider. You've introduced a lot of issues that aren't in the purview of this board. But if you want to talk to someone about a complaint, then during the break, we can do that. And perhaps they could further help you understand what the RICO issue and how the RICO issue may or may not apply to decertification. But I hear your frustration. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, because they have a catch-22. They got the qualified immunity where a natural citizen doesn't have qualified immunity. You can't even defend yourself. If someone breaks in your house, you're facing charges.
Again, I think we're getting off in areas that aren't part of public comment for this board.
Okay, then I'll leave my comment there.
Okay.
And hopefully that we'll get somebody one day who will see that what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong.
Again, thanks for your comments. Anything else? Yes.
If an officer has been, for example, a younger officer that medically retired after like a shooting or something like that, that hasn't gone to another department, if we believe there's decertification material on those officers, even though they've been medically retired, should we be submitting it to prevent them from 10 years later recovering and being able to come back into the field?
Absolutely.
Okay, that
That's
was
the
my
answer.
question. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
One last question. This is Commission on Standards and Training, public hearing. How is it that in 12 years, just got the autopsy report, but I do not have a official police report after 12 years? What's up with that? They still covering it up? I'd like to have a police report before we address John Kennedy next time we come up here. So if we can get that done, that would help our family.
I understand. I really do. And again, if you want to stick around for the next break, we'll introduce you to someone who can take that complaint and look into it, okay? You have every right to see that. Anything else? Okay. Let's see. I guess I'm going to go on. Oh, okay. Do we have any public comments on air? Gentlemen? So is there anyone appearing remotely or by phone who would like to address the board regarding any of the issues? Okay, apparently not. So what I'm going to do, we're all emotionally drained, appropriately so. I'm going to push on for the next 15 minutes and then we're going to take a break. And those of you that want to meet people who you can make those complaints to, I'll ask our Assistant Executive Director to connect you with those folks at 5 to 11, okay? All right. We're going to go on to the approval of the meeting minutes, okay? That would be the meeting transcript from March 21st, 2024 meeting. Is there anyone who wants to present or appearing remotely or by phone who would like to address the board regarding the approval of the March 21st, 2024 transcripts? Seeing no one and hearing no one. Are there any questions or comments from the board regarding the prior minutes? The board concurs the appropriate action would be a motion to approve the meeting transcript from the March 21st, 2024 meeting. Is there a motion? Okay, Doyle, and second? Okay, Glazer. Is there any opposition? Okay, I'm going to have to abstain because I was in the hospital that day. So I won't be voting on this. I want to thank Ms. Doyle for stepping in. So we'll now call roll call vote for the approval of the minutes and transcripts. Mr. Knapp, will you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Buchan,
You can abstain. I was also absent.
Lavo. Crawford.
Aye.
Doyle. Dudley abstain. Glazer. And Johnson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, the motion passes and the only abstention was mine. And
Buchan.
I'm sorry, who else did? Okay, yes, Lizzie. I'm sorry, Ms. Bouchan. Okay, thank you. 2 abstentions and the motion passes. 2, 3, 4, 5, because we have 5. Thank you. At this time, you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. At this time, Post Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Delgado would like to introduce the new business items before the board.
Thank you, Madam Chairs and members of the board. At the last meeting, we discussed a conflict of interest statement as part of the board policy. This is an action to actually vacate that conflict of interest code and to delete the provision in the board policy. I'm going to invite our attorney, Carrie Woolley, to address with you why we want to vacate that motion and the underlying facts regarding information that came to light after the fact that we asked you to adopt the conflict of interest code and also put it in your administrative policy. So I'll turn it over to Carrie now, and she can explain the circumstances. Thank you.
Morning, members of the board, board chair. Take off my glasses so I can read what I wrote. So last December 14th, you adopted a conflict of interest code, which was required under the government code since you were a brand new board and a new board agency. And that was done even though you possibly came within an exception, but it was done under done basically to make sure that we didn't end up with a conflict of interest code that didn't really work for this board. So prior to that, we had submitted our conflict of interest code to the Fair Political Practices Commission for approval. And that was done in November. We were waiting during that process to hear back from the FPPC to see if they were going to approve our conflict of interest code. And we were waiting and waiting and waiting. And meanwhile, we got our conflict of interest code adopted. And the question came up during this process from the FPPC as to whether or not this board was solely advisory to the commission. And that question was significant as it determines whether or not the board members act in a decision as to whether or not they participate in a decision when hearing serious misconduct cases. This is one of those things when if a board member is solely advisory, they do not have to adopt a conflict of interest code because they do not, their decisions that when they act in the, if their decisions, opinions, or recommendations are subject to significant intervening substantive review, then they're going to be deemed solely advisory by the FPPC, and they're therefore not required to file a conflict of interest code. This would mean that you would not be required to file a Form 700, which is your statement of economic interest. So we responded to the staff at the FPPC and explained to them your role in the process of reviewing serious misconduct cases, which, as you know, is the initial review process. And then, of course, it goes to the commission for substantive review. And the commission then looks at it and decides whether it's going to move forward to the ALJ process. So the FPPC reviewed our response and responded back and decided that based off of our response, that you were, in fact, solely advisory. So based off of that, we come back to you and advise you that they have advised us that you do not need to have a conflict of interest code, and therefore you don't need to file Form 700s, which is good, since it's one more form you don't have to do, and you don't have to declare any potential economic interests. This also means that there needs to be a change to the administrative requirements policy, which had that particular one in there. I do want to point out, though, that the other portions of the conflict of interest code, divisions in there such as participating in decisions where you may have a personal conflict of interest, say if you know the officer, or if you've done work for a particular city that's involved or a county that's involved, those would still apply. So this would really only affect the financial conflict of interest code and the filing of the Form 700. So with that sort of long explanation, are there any questions?
Any questions from the board? Okay. So the motion, if there was a motion to be made, let me see, is there any public comment on this? Okay. Seeing nothing, hearing nothing. The motion would be to delegate to staff the creation of the public policy, or how would you phrase that?
The modification.
The modification, okay. Is there such a motion?
I'll make the motion, Clava.
Okay, second? Excellent. Okay, you want to take roll on that, please?
Yes, Buchan.
Aye.
Clava.
Aye.
Crawford. Doyle. Dudley.
Aye.
Glazer. And Johnson.
Aye.
It's unanimous, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, so we're approaching 5 to 11, and I want to be sensitive to the timing of people that did want to get a chance to talk to someone about filing a complaint. So we'll take a break now, and we'll come back at 5 after 11. And so if anybody's interested, please talk to the Assistant Executive Director. Thank you. Want to thank all of you, the board members, everybody else, for your We're going to go on to the next item. Let's see, and that's POSAAB, Travel and Compensation Policy. So I will turn to you.
Thank you. So some of you may recall at the board training back in December 2023, there was a brief discussion regarding what constitutes reasonable time spent in preparing for the public hearings like you are performing today or executing today. At the time, there were only 5 board members present for the training, and there was a limited discussion about what we would constitute as actual time spent or reasonable time spent in preparing for the cases. So this matter is being brought back today so that we can actually discuss and perhaps determine what a reasonable policy would be regarding reimbursement for preparation of the hearings. And so included in your binders, if you all had a chance to take a look, is the actual statutory language surrounding reimbursement, which it says that each board member, and I'm going to paraphrase, shall receive a per diem of $350 for each day actually spent in the discharge of official duties, including any required time, any required training and reasonable time spent in preparation for public hearings. Yes.
Sorry, I don't think we have those materials.
Okay, so it's part of the agenda packet you guys were sent, and it's the cover letter for this agenda topic.
Okay. We don't have a printed.
Yeah, we don't have a printed version, but if you want, would you like me to just rephrase that again so you guys have it according to the statutory language? I'm happy to do so. Okay, all right. So again, we are clear that your $350 a day in reimbursement for your attendance at the hearing is pretty well covered here. What we're looking at is trying to come up with a standard, perhaps reimbursement for reasonable time spent in preparation for the public hearings. Just one caveat to all this, and then I'll turn it over to our chair to open this for discussion, is that as exempt employees for the state, you're paid in single day increments. And so breaking this down into hours becomes a difficult from an accounting perspective because the payment actually comes in whole day payments for your services, as it does for many exempt employees within the state of California. So I just want you to keep that in mind as you discuss how to come up with a reasonable time allotment for preparation of the hearing. And I will turn it over to your chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Amory. There's the compensation, which we will discuss in a minute, and then the issue of travel is brought up. How does that relate to the compensation issue?
Thank you for the question. It's actually part of the same policy, although the travel reimbursement is set by CalHR, and Department of General Services. So there really is no discretionary travel reimbursement before this board because those are governed by control agencies that set the travel reimbursement parameters for every state employee or those that travel for the state. So what's really in question today, even though it's all part of the same policy, is the reimbursement for the preparation of the hearings. Everything else is already governed. Thank you.
So to be clear, the time you spend traveling to get here, there's not compensation for that. Of course, you get your the money that you spend traveling and your accommodations covered. So let's discuss this issue. I think we have to start off with the question of what is a day? You know, a day is 24 hours. A day is 8 hours. A day is 12 hours. If you think about when you go to work and you work for 8 hours, you also have a lunch and breaks and other times like that. So I think we have to first reasonably discuss how many hours do you consider in a day? Mr. Doyle?
I don't look at it that way. I mean, we had discussions back in December and we had a difficult time, coming up with especially the prep time, not so much the travel, because it was made clear the travel was not included and that each meeting there was a stipend of $350. So I think that we left December by sort of like, the honesty, rule that, typically prep would be like a day compensation. At least that's what I remember, because as Anne Marie said, we couldn't break it down by hour. Obviously, each case is going to be different and take different times, but I mean, I didn't come on this board to make money. So to me, prep for a day would be a reasonable stipend for me.
In my mind, I think of a day at work as 6 hours or 7 hours. I mean, but I think in order to come up with this compensation question, a day really has to be defined. So I'd like to hear from more of you about what you consider a day to be.
But the problem you have with that is the last meeting we had, we were only here 6 days.
Say it again.
We were only here 6 hours, excuse me, not six days. So I don't
Right.
know how we can define what a day is.
I'm talking
time.
about time you're preparing.
Oh, okay.
Not talking about a day here. A day here is a day.
Okay.
We're talking about when you're home and you put in X number of hours reading a case, how many hours equals a day? I'm sorry, it wasn't clear. Dr. Laser?
So if you were to say a work day would be 8 hours, but because we're doing other things aside from it, what I started doing was writing the time that I looked at it, the time I logged off, and keeping in mind that, the data is also being imprinted when you open up the witness evidence. So if we were to say a day, an 8-hour workday would be 8 hours. But in this case, because we're doing other things and still in preparation, it sometimes takes a little longer than 8 hours. One of those cases almost screamed.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll discuss that, but again, it helps me direct the conversation if I know what you all consider a day to be in terms of hours. And does anyone else want to comment on that?
The last time I commented, you guys thought we were gonna get rich, so. I, for me, I think the day with these last reports, and I know we're gonna get into that, but a day was, almost an 8-hour day for some of these cases. It was almost, straight through.
There's no question there was that, but in general and going into the future, what do you consider a day to be in terms of hours?
I would say 4 or more.
So we have a 4 or more. And again, and we have me at 6.
Johnson, speak. I would say 2, 4 or more, but definitely 6 hours for sure.
Anybody else want to comment on that? Yes, sir. Mr. Glazer, Dr.
Yeah,
Glazer.
I think we'll have to think about also when we have multiple days like this week.
Right.
And so we're gonna have to come up with some scheme for, whether to round up or down.
Right.
So I'm comfortable with 4 or 6 or 8, but if we're going with 4, if we have 2 days where you do 4 hours, is that really 2 days? I'm not really sure, but I would propose that we think about it. I think 6 makes it easier to sort of split the difference between 4 and 8, so that if you do have 12 hours of work that you put in, that's reasonably thought of as 2 days, but probably not 3.
So so there seems to be some thought about, I understand 4 or more, but definitely 6. I understand 6 would be a good compromise. Does 6 sound about right to the rest of you, if we consider a day to be 6 hours? And, okay, and moving from there, the question is, each of us, because of our life experience, our education, our ability to read quickly, slow reader, are going to be putting in different numbers of hours, therefore different numbers of days on a case. I think we need to consider the effect this has on post. If we were doing, I did what you did. This time I wrote down when I started, which case, and when I stopped. So I have a sense of that on-off thing. But I think we have to say as a group, we consider X number of hours to be a day, and then consider, is it possible, given some cases take longer than others, can we come up with any kind of number that works for all of you and the amount of work you've done that would say a case equals a day, a case equals a half a day? I think those are the kind of things the post needs in terms of the accounting. And we know some cases are going to take longer than others. So talk to me about that.
So the first case was real interesting. I literally spent the whole day due to the volume of evidence. And I did try to, like I said, wrote in and out. Then I tried to quantify, like, okay, it takes me in this 155 document, 3 hours probably to read it. I'm just at that point, yeah. But I was sitting there really trying to quantify, how much time, to be honest, about spending. And I personally, for Chandler, had to go back and I contacted him for additional questions that I needed to be able to kind of process some of the information. So in saying that, I think it would be fair to say that if you have one case that has, in the first one, I think it was 15, 16 evidence, then if you consider the amount of documentation inside of the evidence, then the review, if you're watching the whole video, which was almost an hour, 6 hours is about right, but honestly, that was like I want to say almost a day and a half case.
I think
I stopped and went back and looked at it later on that night.
I think one of the BR ones was actually 220 pages. And so
That was another
there was a
case.
whole lot of material. And then if you're, and I don't want to discuss any of the facts of any of the cases we'll be discussing, but sometimes watching a video, even if it's a short video once, isn't going to do it because you're looking for a specific thing. So yes, there was a lot of material this time and a lot of time was spent on it. But again, I'm looking for, and people to sort of give some guidance to post, and I'm just bringing up this topic about maybe if we could do it this way. Again, given that some cases will take 12 hours, some cases will take 3 hours and 2 hours, is there some mathematical number that makes sense? So per case, it would be 1 day, or per case, it would be a half day. Do you want to comment? No, you're
How do we
first. Okay.
determine that, Clavo? How do we determine that when we don't know how many cases are going to have
Great question.
a lot of documentation?
So we don't determine that. Anne Marie and the post staff will know, like for our January meeting, let's say there are 5 cases. So they're going to know ahead of time. And we will know ahead of time, okay, 5 cases, that means our day wage for those cases will be X. And that, so we're not going to know that, but we'll know how many cases there are. So if we line up the what is a day to a case number, then it's going to give them something to work with.
In response to some of the comments today, I think Dr. Glazer brought up something that I know our executive director and I have discussed as well. So if you had an odd number of cases, let's say you guys determine that a case is half a day, 2 cases is a whole day, 3 cases arguably is, 12 hours we'd round up, right, to the 2 full days. So it would be a rounding situation that we would end up having to do so that you get compensated for the day's worth of work if it's an odd number and we're not reaching that 16-hour mark or the 24-hour mark. And that's if you decide that every case, and again, you're right, not every case is going to take 4 hours. As Joyce mentioned, as our chair mentioned, we have cases that are taking longer and we recognize that. This is also something that we can revisit. So I want to make sure you're aware that this is something that we can start standardizing, and whether it's a case is a day or a case is a half a day, and we can see how well that works given the volume that you're reviewing, and we can bring this back to you either in 6 months or a year, and we can readjust that average if it doesn't seem like that's meeting the demands of what it takes to get you prepped for these hearings. So it's your policy. You can revisit this at any time that this may not be a workable solution. You can start with, whatever we want to start with here today, and we can adjust accordingly in 6 months or a year.
But I think we should leave today with a plan. We can change the plan in a few months, but it should not be confusing in anybody's mind about that. If it's taking you more than a day, like, I'm sure like many of you, I would volunteer to do this job. It's so important. But I also want to make sure that people are being compensated for their time, because it's time away from our work, from our family, from the other kinds of things we could be choosing to do with our time. So finding that balance. So let's think in terms of, is it 1 day per case on the average? Is it a half day per case? Give me some thoughts on that, because I'd like to leave them with a clear message. You're nodding. What are your thoughts?
No, you're thinking on the right track, I believe, because we had 4 cases and they were pretty intense and long. Of course, when I think about it, the time that I spent, right, it would be like one case took really thoroughly 3 to 4 hours, and so given the weight of each case, because not every single case that we looked at this particular time weighed the same, but there was still quite a bit of time that was involved.
Yeah, for me personally, I ended up with 28 hours. 4 cases, 28 hours, that would be 7 hours per day. And I noted each time when I began, where I stopped, how far I got in something. So my total ended up being, whether it's 7 or 6, doesn't matter to me, but it was 4 days. So I understand the 2.5. I understand that. Yes, please go ahead.
I agree with you. I basically came up with that, and like I said, I literally had to get up and take the break because it was so intense. And poor Chandler got all these emails from me requesting additional information and to thoroughly say it. So I would say it 1 case, but that first one was like a day and a half.
No,
But 1 day would be fair to say that. And I'm okay with the system of writing in and out.
I think, for me too, was if we count a day and a half, so maybe a day and a half on 1 case, but a half a day in another case. So
Right.
together you had those 2 cases, that's about a day. Dr. Glazer, your thoughts?
I think I would like to propose that we have a rule of thumb of, half a day per case, but with some kind of flagging mechanism for when a case is so big that it's probably it should count for more than that.
I disagree.
Okay.
So you were saying you disagree
I disagree.
because you think it takes more than a half day?
It could take more than half a day, and the volume that we're starting to see in it, in the cases, 2 of them were huge, 2 were a little bit smaller. It still took approximately about 1 day. The last time we were here, it took me 2 days to do the 4. And so that was kind of fair, but I'm seeing volume because these people, not these people. I believe that the officers are now putting forth more evidence and being able to, to affirm their case or their position if they're fouling. And so if we have left away from here in our first initial case, again, poor Chandler, we had a book stacks like this we were supposed to be reading. And I was like, no, don't send it to my house.
So you're saying a day.
A day.
And you're saying half a day, and it sounds like Ms. Clava has something to say about this.
Well, Chair, I'm like you. I'm a slow reader. And so I want to make sure that I'm taking in all the details and the facts. So the 166 page one, that was a day and a half. The 220 page one was definitely 2 days. And that's me closed up and telling my staff, don't interrupt me, and closing myself up in my office. And wondering why I didn't have something sitting next to me to ease the pain. But I definitely say a day and a half on the larger cases. Now, there was the smaller one towards the end that was probably a half a day. If I would have sat and consistently went through the documentation, I probably could have did it in 4+ hours. But the other ones, no, definitely a day and a half.
Sean, this was your first time that you read cases. So
Yeah.
you have some thoughts to share about this?
I mean, I think, so first, I do like that we're now talking about a per case accounting mechanism versus like how many hours it took everyone, because I think that just makes it simpler, more objective. I think, I mean, I don't feel strongly between half a day versus a day. You know, I do like the proposal that if it's a half a day, have some mechanism, I don't know quite what it would be, to flag that it was on the longer, that it would warrant a day. So, yeah, I don't have a strong preference between half a
Wait,
day.
I'm sorry.
I do not have a strong preference between half
Okay.
a day versus a day.
Okay,
I would like to make a comment. Really
okay,
quick.
sure.
I'm sorry, Johnson.
Then we'll get to Doyle.
I'm sorry. The way the cases were entered into evidence wasn't consistently in order. So there was a searching process that had to take place. And if you didn't mark where you were at, you totally got lost. You know, at least I did, right?
I agree with you 100%. I had to write it down immediately because I was lost if I didn't. The way it lays out is
Yes.
so hard.
Yes.
And you have to find BR1 and then BR1 and
Exactly.
BR Cavo and it's not like a book, you turn the pages and it's
Exactly.
all in front of you.
So, yeah, I just.
So
wanted to
there's a
bring that out.
search
So
every
A
time.
lot of my time was spent
too.
making sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's
Saying the
an
right one.
interesting note, Clavo. I kind of played with the system this time.
Uh-huh.
So I figured out in the top right, the arrow, we'll put it in chronological order. And then I found out after all these cases, and this was yesterday that I got this epiphany,
Okay.
you all. On the top right, it will put all the cases on the page together. And so once you put it in order, you'll have all the cases in order, but then you'll have them all lined up in a row and you can click one by one of each evidence that is listed. And so we might need training on how to use the system because I just, was exhausted yesterday. I was like, come on, it got to be a quicker way. And I just started clicking on stuff and figured that out.
I think and Chandler, if he wants to speak to this or that, I think that the way you just described it, if we had a page for every case and it was in order of how we should read it, life would be very different when we open up our laptops to read these cases. Dr. Glazer?
Right. Oh,
Oh, I thought you wanted to say something.
yeah, I do, but then I remembered that
Okay,
Board Member Doyle was in the queue as
okay.
well.
Well, since I'm technologically stunted, I probably spend more time just finding the cases than I do reading them. I have no strong opinion one way or another. All of us process things differently. Having read hundreds, if not more, internal affairs investigations.
Right.
I tend to focus when I think is important to the allegation as opposed to some of the interviews that mean absolutely nothing because they just repeat. So but I would want to say what time I put in. Unlike you, Joyce, I didn't put in 28 hours. So I hope there's a mechanism for me to say this took me this amount of time rather than just buying into one day for 2 cases or 6 hours or whatever it is.
I think for me as a former prosecutor, I'm always afraid of missing the thing in the weeds. And coming here ill-prepared is the scariest thing in the world to me. So I tend to look in the weeds a lot. And you've read a lot of police reports, so you can find things as you're going through them. So again, that goes back to our experiences and our education. Yes.
I definitely agree with you, Chairman Dudley, not Doyle, but Dudley. I did the same thing. Again, there were questions that I had and I looked at the video and I can't go into one of them, but we'll go into later. One of them, I kept questioning it.
Okay.
And so,
Okay.
yeah.
So I think, yes, Dr.
I
Glazer.
did want to say, well, first, just with respect to this immediate discussion, I think it makes sense, and it's in the public interest to create incentives for people to feel like they have enough time to work on the cases. So I kind of revised what I was thinking before about half a day per case, but we want to make sure that people feel like they have the bandwidth and the time, because we all have opportunity costs when we can't, when we're doing this instead of something else, whether it be professional or personal. The other suggestion I wanted to make was that, I ended up using the agenda packet and downloading it as a PDF and then working just from that. And then if we all did that, we'd have the same sequence of everything, and it has live links in it so that you can click on those and access videos and other and audio files and the like. So that was
And let me work
really
with
helpful.
Chandler and see if we can make next time a way that just kind of jumps off the page for us rather than us jumping all over the page.
I guess my question is, Crawford,
Yeah, thank you.
my question is, that was one of my greater concerns, is downloading information. And because of the confidentiality with each one of the cases, that's what I was trying to make sure I didn't do because of that.
Let's consider, and then we'll get to some kind of vote of some kind. 1 day per case, but putting this back on the agenda for us for our April meeting. And in April, we could say, you know what, that was really more time than I was putting in on cases, or it should be a day and a half per case. But I think if we start with something simple like that, and then agree to look at it again in April, that will have a better sense of it. Does that work for everyone? And
I just do.
yeah,
I do want to
both, I'm gonna let both of you go.
I was gonna make a motion.
We don't need a motion,
Okay.
but it's always fun.
Just to clarify on my
Yeah.
strategy for working with the agenda packet, it arose from me asking Chandler, because I was frustrated not being able to
Yeah.
download other PDFs because I can't
Right.
just look at them. I need to be able to mark them up. And so he pointed out that you can't do that with those. You cannot
Excellent.
download those as PDFs, but you can download the agenda packet, and all of that is public information, I believe. So you're kind of safe doing that, and then you can click on the stuff that's confidential.
I think we should make a motion that Chandler's an angel, because he deals with all of us and our computer issues. Would either one of you like to speak to the organizational issue?
Yeah, with respect to evidence.com, your concern, Board Member Crawford, was accidentally downloading something from evidence.com. When the evidence is shared with you, you're actually barred from downloading, so there will be no accidental downloading. With respect to the agenda versus what you as a board receive via evidence.com, most oftentimes those items mirror each other. Sending you items in evidence.com through Axon is just a secure way for you to see it. Now, I understand that some people may have issues with the organization of it, and that's when you get into the filter mechanisms to filter through cases. I can confirm this separately through my test account, but you should also be able to type the post case number into a field where it will just show you those pieces of evidence. And then one reoccurring issue I noticed, if you're trying to access the evidence solely through the link notifications that you get in your email, it's going to take you directly to that case, and it's not going to be the most organized. So my recommendation would be going to your my.evidence.com Axon account and going to your central dashboard that is unspecific to any case. It's just going to show you a list of evidence that is only shared with you guys. And that's where you'll find your filter mechanisms to be able to tailor to the case you're working on and hopefully keep better track of where you're at in your review. And then
Chandler, I'm understanding about 50% of the words you're using. So I think if there's a way to simplify that and send it to us in a memo, it's either if we could make it or user-friendly, or you could have it written down for us so that when we go home, we can do what you're saying. But filters and things like that, I'm not quite sure how that all necessarily applies.
you beat me to my punchline.
What's your punchline?
The next and my final point was I will work to put together some sort of reference document or training in which we get into the mechanics of evidence.com so it's spelled out for you. And then as a liaison between Post and the board, I'm available almost all the time. So if you're having issues, call me. My job is to be of assistance to you guys at any time. So I'm happy to help at any time.
He puts his cell number on all the emails, and I've spoken to him on Saturday and Sunday. So I'm afraid he's a very hard worker, and we deeply appreciate it.
Of
Thank you.
course.
Did you want to say something? Okay.
Just that we'll put this into practice. So we're okay not amending policy at this point. We're just going to put this into practice and we'll revisit in April and see if it's working for you all. Thank you for being thoughtful about this.
Thank you all for your
I'd like to move
comments.
that Chandler have a life and that on weekends, he not feel like he has to respond immediately.
I try to email it, so hopefully you won't see it until Monday, but he opens his email on Saturday and Sundays too. Okay, that is the end of this issue unless there's any public comment on this issue. Seeing and hearing none, let's go on. Okay, this is a report on the outcome of case review from June 12th, 24 commission meeting.
So you all received a memo from Chandler about the case outcomes, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to ask if anyone has any questions regarding the outcome from the commission meetings, review of these cases. No? Okay, so it was included in the agenda packet for the purposes of the people in the public. This report is available online as well, if anyone has an interest in reviewing it. Thank you.
Okay, now the data. First one in public comment on the last comment. Okay, moving on to data. A report on data for serious misconduct reporting, investigations, and disciplinary action outcomes.
I'm going to invite Bureau Chief Brian South to present some data for you. Again, in the interest of time, you have the spreadsheets that were provided. There was visuals about kind of intake, investigations, and outcomes. So Mr. South is going to highlight for you different aspects of the data that I don't think get enough attention and perhaps are overlooked. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr.
Looking
South.
forward to this because again, weeds versus forests versus trees. I think your presentation is very important for us to understand the forest, the trees, and the weeds. So
Very good.
please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss this important topic with the data. As you know, the process for handling serious misconduct cases have been implemented within the division, and we've been receiving and reviewing these for over a year and a half now. So we have, pursuant to the statutory requirement, we have a report here on these statistics. So I'll jump right in. But before I do, I wanted to just give a little bit of a preface. Up to today, obviously, you're going to hear more today, but you've heard 6 cases. What we wanted to point out is we've been looking at the numbers of certification actions that we have taken that don't result in board hearings, and it's for calendar year 2024 and projected, through the end of the year, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300. And so I want to explain that a little bit.
As you said, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Please
so
explain.
that's what I'm going to break down.
Thank you.
So the first is what we call default, and we're about 60% of the cases that we send a notice of intent to revoke, if the officer doesn't respond, as was noted, it goes through as what our recommendation was. It does not result in a hearing. About 60% so far, and it kind of fluctuates, but that's the number right now, are defaulting. So those revocations are going through, and we're not going to have a hearing on that. The second thing is
So I can
Sure.
break down a little further. So there's a decision that the person should have their certification revoked. A note goes out to them. You have to wait 30 days to see if they respond. So sometimes we don't know if our meeting is going to be 1 day or 2 days. Post is waiting for those 30 days to pass to see how many are going to come back to us. And now, as you see, 60% after 30 days don't respond. So that goes to a default revocation.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a clarification
Sure.
on that then? Because I was under the impression, and this was just an inference that I made, that there wouldn't be a post investigation unless there was, unless the officer appealed. Is there a post investigation for every case, even at, okay.
Yes.
Getting nods from this side of the table.
Yes. Yes. And we'll talk a little bit more later about what our investigative timeframes are that we're looking at, but yes, absolutely.
And before you
Sure.
proceed, is there anywhere you're looking at in the packet?
I will go through the presentation. It's that slide deck that's in there. This is just sort of a preface, kind of breaking down some of the data. We're going to get into the details on the revocations and on all of that data. The second sort of outcome that's unrelated to hearings that we just wanted to point out are voluntary surrenders. So we've had over 60 of those, and that is when an officer voluntarily surrenders their certificate. It does the same thing as a revocation. So there's no more work that the division would need to do, and it won't result in a hearing. It does the same thing as a revocation, and we've had over 60 of those. Also, and we'll talk about this in detail, but there's been 160 what we call 1029 disqualifications. So 1029 is the government code that outlines if there's a conviction for a felony, you're as a peace officer, you're automatically disqualified to be a peace officer. There's more detail with that, but that's generally what it, when you hear us say a 1029 disqualification, it is a certification action that's based on that felony conviction, but it's not going through the serious misconduct pipeline that would result in a hearing like this. Our legal bureau does reviews of those. We get court records, so there's an investigative aspect to that. But the Legal Affairs Bureau provides the Assistant Executive Director a recommendation on whether or not the conviction is in fact disqualifying, and then it goes through that pipeline. And so we're talking about 160 of those. Again, outcomes not related to hearings. The last thing I just kind of wanted to, well, before I move on, one more item on the 1029s. We can get them a couple different ways. So we can learn of these convictions through what a DOJ list. So the DOJ sends us a list of convictions, but we can also learn of them through the agency misconduct reporting. So when the agency may send us a report and say, there's an officer that has this qualifying conviction, or we have an officer who is alleged to have committed an act that violates the law. If there's a subsequent court proceeding, criminal court proceeding, we will monitor that. And if it results in a conviction that would be disqualifying, we can then put it in that pipeline that I just described. If it goes that direction, again, it's not going to result in a board hearing like this. The last sort of piece that I wanted to mention is immediate temporary suspensions. So it was mentioned earlier briefly, but we've had 120 of those immediate temporary suspensions. Now it is temporary. So this is not a permanent action, but it is an action against the certificate that is done within the division through the executive director that again is not going to result in a hearing. So you can kind of see that we have quite a few actions that are being taken and quite a bit of staff work that's being done that may not result in an actual hearing. And as you kind of see, so far, the majority of cases are not being appealed and resulting in the hearing. So we just kind of wanted to point that out. If there's no further questions on sort of my preface, I'll go and we'll start right into
for a
the data.
second?
Sure.
Yeah,
Are there any further questions?
I do have a question. Yes,
Please.
Johnson. Is all of those reported to the National Decertification Index?
When there is a certification action that's taken for revocation, voluntary surrender, et cetera, yes.
Laser?
And what did you say the number was for the total number of revocations to date?
So we're going to get into that.
Okay.
Yeah, because we'll actually get into detail on whether they're 1029 revocations or whether they're default. But just giving you an idea of some of the outcomes that were not related to hearings.
The question is on the preface. Okay, please go on.
Very good. So the first slide that we have is going to cover what our reports are. And so when we say reports, these are allegations. So these are the reports that the agencies are required to send to us. Again, these are allegation, complaint, or charge of one of the 9 areas of serious misconduct. We're almost 30,000 since we started of these reports. About 7,500 were this year in 2024, and almost 22,000 were from 2023. Now that's obviously due to the retroactive component, the look back provision that resulted in quite a few reports being made in that first year we were going. And as you can also see, 56% are what we call retro. So again, these reports that the incidents occurred prior to 2023, over half are those retroactive reports. Now, again, a little bit of context with these numbers. When you hear the number 30,000, that's a lot of allegations of serious misconduct. What we're finding, though, and what we have found, and this trend has continued, is the vast majority of those, the agency finding, their determination is unfounded, not sustained, or exonerated. So it's around 93%. So we still look at those. We look at every single one of those that come in, and we look at the reports. Oftentimes we'll look at the video. So we do look at all those. We are not finding examples so far. We never say never, but we are not finding examples so far where there has been a finding by an agency after a thorough IA of unfounded, for example, and we have determined no, there needs to be an action against that officer's certificate. There's clear and convincing evidence of serious misconduct. The rest of those, did you have a question, ma'am? Sure.
So there have been 0 instances of that?
We have not had an example of that so
Okay.
far. The rest of those at 7-8% where it was sustained, and we do an investigation, and it's about 5% where it's sustained, and we determine it may merit some action. But the point is that it's a much smaller number of cases that may merit action. We're doing a full investigation, not the 30,000 number of allegations. So a little more on the numbers. We have specific allegations that have to be one of the 9 areas of serious misconduct. So there's actually over 33,000 separate reported allegations, but it's to about 18,000 unique officers, and that's because many cases might have multiple allegations, right, with the same officer. And then we have a little over 1,200 public complaints. So that's where anybody in the public can log on to our website, contact post, walk in the front door, and do a post public complaint. And we accept those, and they're over 1,200 we've received so far. Now, the next slide talks about cases. Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat the percentage that were sustained by the agency?
It's about 7%.
About 7%.
Yeah.
Okay. And then of the public complaints, what percentage of those were investigated by post?
The way that process works is when we receive a public complaint, we refer it back to the agency, and then they're required to respond to us just like they would when they send in an agency misconduct report. And then we review that for sufficiency. And we are always authorized to do additional investigation as needed ourselves.
And so what were the outcomes of those agency investigations of the public complaints?
I don't have specific numbers on that, but we can certainly break out the post-public complaint outcomes as well.
If I may, I want to reissue my question from earlier, which is, and just phrase it a little differently, what extent of investigation occurs for all 29,000 of these cases? Because I would be very impressed if an ISF report of the nature that we're getting has been done for all of those. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
You see, so when we use the term investigation in the and Anne Marie can certainly jump in at any time, but when we use the term investigation in the context of sort of this licensing investigation, typically it's going to be a review, evaluation, and analysis of the agency investigation. Now, we're obviously asking a slightly different question from a licensing perspective, but that's going to include any of the documentary evidence. That's going to include disciplinary paperwork, for example. That's going to include digital evidence like body-worn camera, surveillance camera, anything else that may be available. And then we may do our own additional investigation that may include things like an interview, if the subject officer wasn't interviewed, things of that nature. So when we say investigation, sometimes it's really a paper investigation. We're reviewing and doing analysis based on an internal affairs investigation that's already happened. And then there's internal documentation that we do that supports our finding.
May I add one comment?
Please.
The ISF, as you are familiar with, is really only produced if it's a case that there is serious misconduct and clear and convincing evidence found through the analysis that Mr. South is talking about. At that point, they'd produce an investigative summary and findings. Otherwise, there is closure documents that discuss why the case did not either meet serious misconduct or did not rise to the level of clear and convincing evidence. I want to speak to Ms. Bushin's question about public complaints. There are times that public complaints are not assigned to an agency, and it's because they're non-jurisdictional. So our Intake and Disposition Bureau would be reviewing those public complaints. If it's not something within Post purview, we would notify the public that this is not something that Post can even investigate, and then the closure would happen before it's assigned. So there are a fair amount of public complaints that are just non-jurisdictional for us. You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Johnson speaking. Is it possible you can cite, for example, the public comments today in regards to providing Post a complaint? I don't know if it was 9 officers or 21, but whatever the case, right? It stated, or it sounded like it stated that then Post then sends it back to the agency, right? And then the agency then make a determination of whether they should come up for decertification. I think the community with the complaints that they were making was trying to circumvent that, not so much circumvent it, but saying that that was the failure part.
Please.
Thank you for that's a great question. It's not so much the agency is never recommending decertification. The agency is specifically investigating it and then dealing with the employment issue of that officer. They are required now by statute to send those reports to Post. Post does an independent review of the agency's outcome. And Mr. South was speaking to, there are times when there's gaps in the case, obviously, because the purpose that we're reviewing the investigation for is in fact decertification, and it's a different threshold of evidence. So we may have to do additional investigation. I think there's some notion of if an agency has sustained an allegation or sustained a finding or let's say not sustained, exonerated, not sustained, unfounded, and sends it to Post, is Post going to file that and say, okay, the agency's done its due diligence and thereby the case is closed? Post independently looks at all of those cases to determine if the agency's finding is in fact supported by the record, or whether there's, again, gaps in the investigation that Post has to close. So even though the agency is required by Senate Bill 2, is required to do the investigation and send it to Post, Post is required to do an independent analysis apart from the agency's policy violations and findings as to whether or not there's merit in the case for serious misconduct. So it is somewhat separate. We do get the documents from the agency, but I can tell you that there are many times where we're conducting independent interviews of the subject officer or perhaps of a witness because it's not clearly documented in the agency's IA for the purposes that we're reviewing the case for.
So I think your concern, which is all of our concern, is might an agency sweep something under the rug and give us reports? But I think that Post is alerted to that possibility and does their own independent investigation to avoid just that.
And the only other thing I would add is if we get a post-public complaint on something that happened in the past, we may reach out to the agency and say, what do you have on this? But we can still do our own investigation versus a lot of the fresh public complaints that come in go through that referral. But like Ms. Del Manile said, we're still going to be doing our own independent review.
And I think that question that you phrased it was very artful. What do you have on this? Not what are your conclusions, but give us what you have, and then we'll make our own conclusions. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so we'll go on to the next slide, which talks about cases. And just for terminology, when we say a case is created when a report is then assigned to an investigator. So then we now have a case. And we have almost 20,000 of those cases. 59% of them are open. But there are two categories of open that I just want to touch on. The first is open with Post, and that means that the ball is in our court, essentially, and we're actively doing that investigation that we were talking about. Open with agency means that perhaps the agency has done their 10-day reporting. They're supposed to be sending us a report within 10 days of becoming aware of an allegation of serious misconduct, but they may not have finished their internal affairs investigation, and oftentimes they will not have. So it comes in as open with the agency, and we watch those. And then when they have a finding, they send it to us, and then we conduct our review. So when it's open with agency, it means the ball's in the agency's court, but we're aware of it and we're monitoring it. And as you can see here, 41% of the total cases have been closed. And the next slide talks about those closed cases a little bit. So we're trying to get a little bit more granular with this. And so what this is showing is cases with sustained agency findings that have been closed, which are 929. But then the question is why? Why did Post close these cases? And so we do have some disposition data in there that speaks to that. The first is not serious misconduct, which you can see there on the pie chart, 37%. What does that mean? It could mean a few things. Oftentimes it means that perhaps the allegation of serious misconduct didn't actually meet the definition once we do our full analysis. An example I can give is dishonesty, for example, has a quite specific definition. But oftentimes agencies are sending us a lot of cases that involve dishonesty, but when we do our analysis, it doesn't actually meet the specific definition in the statute of dishonesty. That's just an example. Not clear and convincing, we have a higher burden of proof, right, for our work, and it's clear and convincing evidence, whereas the agency operates with their IAs at a preponderance of the evidence burden. And so there are times where we do our analysis and determine, sometimes with the assistance of our legal bureau, that there is not clear and convincing evidence. Perhaps there was a preponderance of the evidence, but there's not clear and convincing evidence. And then you can see here, 38% not actionable. This is, I think, a critical piece to understand as we're sorting through all the retroactive cases. Not actionable in our parlance is going to mean that we can't take action by statute, meaning it's a retroactive case that is not one of the 3 areas of serious misconduct the statute allows us to take action on. We received a lot of those, we analyzed those, and this means that in a high number of them, the determination is, regardless of the finding, we just can't statutorily take action. So when you see not actionable, that's what it means.
Yes, please.
I have a question, Doyle. In general terms, under the circumstances of an agency sustaining a complaint for dishonesty, can you provide an example where Post would disagree with that?
Well, so at an agency level, as you well know, there's a very broad definition of any type of dishonesty typically in their policy. And in our definition for serious misconduct, it has to be specifically relating to the reporting, prosecution, or investigation of a crime, or relating to the investigation of misconduct. So I'm just, it's hypotheticals are tough, but I will try to give you an example of if an officer calls in sick when they're not sick, for example. An agency may look rather negatively at that and perhaps you discipline an officer for that. But if they're then honest in the IA and we're analyzing it, that could be one of those times where it doesn't neatly fit into our definition. The other thing I'll say is that sometimes it may say sustained by the agency, but when we actually do the full deep dive into all the documents, we realize that they sustain maybe discourteous conduct, but the rest of the use of force and everything else, the reporting, all of that may have been unfounded, and we agree with that. But it still comes in as a sustained because one of the policy violations was sustained, for example.
Let me just stop you for a minute. Are you okay for 10 minutes?
I'm okay for 10 minutes.
Okay,
Thank
so,
you for asking.
of course, please go on.
I have a question, if I may. On the previous slide, I can understand why you would want to narrow that analysis to just sustained agency findings. And because those are probably the most serious cases, and you've already observed that you've not yet encountered a case that that Post determined to be serious misconduct that hadn't been sustained. So 2 points on that. One is just that I would urge caution with using sustained findings as a heuristic, as a shortcut for, this is likely to be a good case. And so analyses like these might contribute to that. And we want to remember that even though IA has a lower standard of proof, they may not be administering that standard appropriately. And so, looking at this, I would really want to know what the breakdown is among cases without sustained findings as well, because I'm shocked that there are 0 cases out of the almost 10,000 or so that have already been reviewed, that 0 cases where there was no sustained finding and there was a finding of serious misconduct. And
So Dr. Glazer, just to be clear, and we can make the request of post staff to give you what you're looking for. So say it one more time about what data is not being captured here that you'd like to see.
I'd like to know the breakdown of cases closed and the reasons for closing of cases, even for cases where there wasn't a sustained finding. That's all. That's the larger universe of cases, and we'd want to know about that. And I would just, the one reason why that's important is that when we make that very valid comparison that we have a higher standard, clear and convincing versus preponderance of the evidence, that doesn't apply as well to the cases where there isn't a sustained finding. We want to know what's going on in that whole universe of places, and start to calibrate the extent to which IA investigations are accurately and reliably picking up the kind of misconduct that we want to be
Let me
finding.
turn to Anne Marie on this.
Thank you, Dr. Glazer. I think there's 2 things going on here. You're talking about the 8,000 some odd cases that have already been closed that are not incorporated here, and we can absolutely do that. I think there's another issue, though, that would help speak to that is not just whether or not Post essentially closed the case, it was exonerated or unfounded, but what is the percentage of cases that Post does do additional investigation to look at the reliability of the information that we receive? And perhaps that may be helpful. It's probably not a stat that our current database keeps for us, but if there's a way for us in the professional conduct side of things to look at the percentage of times that our law enforcement consultants are actually doing additional investigative work, I think would be helpful for you guys to know.
And I would just add 2 things, Dr. Glazer, and board members, in that while we haven't found an example, we don't know what we don't know. These are reports that are being provided to Post, right? And the other thing is we are working on the technology side to further break down, so it's not just not serious misconduct, breaking that out into other outcomes, that so we have data that speaks to why rather than just an explanation. So we're working on that as well.
I don't want to discuss a particular case we're going to be talking about this afternoon, but in cases in general, if there is an action that is being looked at now, and then you go back and find a report that says something was not sustained, can you go back and look at that other incident and see if that other incident is relevant, or is it just important to deal with the case at hand and decide on revocation versus suspension, et cetera?
I would say part of our review is always going to include any other allegations of serious misconduct in the record. So any other questions? The next slide is getting into more of the details of the disciplinary action statistics. So we've had 32 of those notice of intent letters sent that I referenced earlier, and you can see here the 10 appeals and 19 default actions. We also had a voluntary surrender. I just want to point out that this, though, was a notice that was sent, and the officer, rather than just not responding at all and it defaulting, he responded with a surrender. A surrender can be done at any time for any reason by an officer and at any point during the process, but that's why we're noting it there. And then there's 2 that are pending a response still. And then the next slide, you can, the top of there is the same numbers as the last slide in terms of the notice of intent letter sent and things like that. But what we're doing here is correlating it to the agency discipline that was imposed on those cases. So you can see on these cases that Post is moving forward with action, 19 were terminated by the agency, 12 resigned, and 1 was demoted, was the agency discipline. And it's evenly split on and off-duty conduct. Now we'll talk a little bit about decertification cases that are before the board, before your body. The total cases, as you know, that were heard before the board are 6. You'll obviously hear 4 more today. Out of those, 5 the board recommended to revoke, and 1 the board recommended to suspend. And of course, we have the 4 pending for today. There has been one instance where the board has reached a different determination than the division, and that was in the Diaz case. And there's a slide later we'll kind of show you in one slide the cases that you've heard where they've sort of ended up and where they're at now. But we'll talk about decertification cases before the commission. So the next step after you hear a case, the commission has heard 6. They have determined to revoke on 3, and they have determined to enter a stipulated settlement agreement on 2. And in one instance, they determined to take no action. So that's 3 instances total that the commission has reached a different determination than the board. And the next slide is the slide I was referring to, where you kind of see in one place what's happened. So that top case there, Ramirez, if we just look at that, the division recommended to revoke, you recommended to revoke, the commission determined to revoke, and the status as of September 30th is that it was a default revocation. So that officer defaulted at the ALJ stage. The rest you can see here. We have 2 that are initiating the probationary monitoring, and then 2 that are pending the ALJ hearing, all of which you've heard already.
I feel compelled to comment that it's very regrettable that the commission did not revoke the certification of Officer Fuston.
Can we go back to that screen? Crawford, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Just in reading this, and it's my personal comment for the record, it seems to be half and half with our recommendation versus the commission. What kind of confidence I guess we need to think about, we're giving to the community? That's my concern.
This doesn't tell the full story. Later on, you're gonna kind of hear some options that are before the board
Okay.
that would have otherwise resolved the matter in a similar fashion that I think the board had intended to resolve the matter. You didn't have that option afforded to you in terms of how we were resolving cases. So I think you'll learn more later today with some of the cases, and it won't look so disjointed, if you will.
Right, because if I was to read
Yeah.
this, Crawford, by the way, again,
Yeah.
if I was to read that, it does look very disjointed, and even listening, not talk about the public, but just, the purpose of SB2 was to give the community, an avenue and give them confidence that we are upholding SB2. That was just for the record. Sorry.
Okay, and then the next slide is certification actions based on the felony conviction. So these are the 1029 numbers that I was talking about. So we have 112 disqualifications based on ineligibility and another 48 based on the felony convictions. So that's where I got that number of 160 total number of certification actions based on those felony convictions. I don't want to make it complicated. The only thing I'll mention is 1029 does include certain misdemeanors that are also disqualifying. So when we say felony convictions, the vast majority are felonies, but we have added some, and it is true that there are some misdemeanor convictions that may be automatically decertifying.
Madam Chair, Johnson, I think go back one slide. I wasn't clear in understanding the take no action. What does that mean?
Go ahead. Just in that one, that was the case in which the commission opted not to take any action at all. So therefore, there's no certification action against that officer's certificate. The Fuston case that Dr. Glazier was referencing. Okay, so we talked about the certification actions based on 1029, and these are the total revocations. Dr. Glazier, I promised to talk about that. So 48 were based on felony convictions, and here are these 18 default revocations and 1 default revocation resulting from a failure to respond to the notice of defense, which is what I was referring to when I said there was a default at the ALJ stage. He did not file a notice of defense and therefore was revoked. So that's a total number of 67 revocations that have occurred. That's the end of the statistics. Happy to answer any questions, but I also did promise to talk about investigative timeframes. So briefly touch on that. It's still somewhat of a rough number. We're working through our own internal data to try to determine what is our investigative timeframe and what is an appropriate investigative timeframe from one of our investigators, law enforcement consultants, having a case, working the case to resolving it with a notice of intent to revoke, if that's the direction that we're going to recommend. So we have started to look at that. We've been honing our workflows, certainly. We've been honing some of our technology that will help with efficiency and zeroing in on that. And so where we've sort of landed roughly is around 5.5 months from that active investigation to that notice of intent. There's certainly factors that impact investigative timeframes. We started with a high level of volume, of course, with the retroactive reporting, which resulted necessarily in high caseloads. So the investigators are and have and still are to a certain extent holding rather high caseloads. And as was mentioned, sometimes we will do our own interviews. And so that will add sometimes to the time frame if we're going to do our own additional investigation. But nonetheless, we're looking at that around 5.5 months, but we're going to continue to hone in on that as we move forward. And that is my report. Happy to answer any other questions.
Any other questions or comment from board members regarding the data?
Thank you.
Okay.
Doyle, Dada, how is the hiring to staff the unit going?
So we've made some improvements in terms of numbers. We are still, in terms of full-time permanent LECs, probably about 40% vacant. However, we have continued to hire retired annuitants to help fill that workload or fill the need for the workforce. And so I think in terms of retired annuitants plus full-time permanent law enforcement consultants, we're getting to the point where we have the number of investigators to manage what's coming in currently. So Mr. South talked about kind of all that volume from early on with all the retroactive cases that came in. I think it's fair to mention, and the Intake and Disposition Bureau put together, because I think this will help satisfy the question of, well, what are we going to need in the future now that all the retro look back stuff should be kind of clearing out of queue? We're still receiving on average about 200 reports a week. So the volume is pretty steady. But I think again, with the number of retired annuitants and the other full-time permanent staff we have, we're meeting that demand. That's not to say that we're not going to continue hiring and trying to fill those full-time permanent spots, because again, that's a more steady workforce and a workforce that we hope to see within years to come. So we're still making strides toward that, but we have improved in terms of numbers. You're welcome. Yes.
Before we move on from the data, I'd like to request, and I don't know if I need to make a motion for this or just request that we get similar analyses on a quarterly basis that accompany each meeting.
Request is sufficient. We don't have to make a motion.
Okay. Yeah, that would be really helpful. And I'm happy to talk to you more about what would be the, helpful variables in that.
Anything else on data?
Yes, Johnson. So I guess it's about 900, is it 900 or 90,000 officers in the state of California, about 90,000?
Give or take.
Yeah.
Yes.
What percentage has officially been, I guess, decertified?
I mean, we can run that. You saw the 67 revocations, 160 of the 1029 revocations. So, I mean, we can run that, but if you look at 90,000 and even taking 300 or so certification actions unrelated to hearings, plus the revocations that have occurred as a result of our work, I mean, it's, we can run those numbers, but it's going to be probably not a high percentage.
Anything else? Okay, we have one housekeeping thing to do. And then we're going to, thank you so much for that presentation. Very helpful. We look forward to hearing from you quarterly. Just need to clean up one motion and then we're going to go to lunch and we'll be back at 1. So I'm going to ask Maria just to tell us again, we need to vacate the.
Oh, okay. So in a prior motion, we were discussing the conflict of interest code and the change to the administrative policy for the board. I failed this board. I did not adequately address the motion. The motion should have been to vacate the prior motion to adopt the conflict of interest code by regulation and delegate to staff to amend the administrative policy of the board. So.
Does anyone so move?
Don't move.
And second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Alfred, so moved.
Board Member Buchan,
Aye.
Board Member Clavo,
Aye.
Board Member Crawford,
Aye.
Board Member Doyle, sorry.
Aye.
Chair Dudley.
Aye.
Board Member Glazer.
Aye.
And Board Member Johnson.
Aye.
It's
Okay, we
unanimous.
can now go off the record and we'll come back at 1. For those of you that have not paid Chandler for your lunch, please do so. And Chandler, where should we pick up our lunch? We cleared up the motion, and I think we're on to the cases. At what point do you want to discuss what's going on with the DUI cases? Is now a good time? You want to do it?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, I can introduce that.
Okay, everyone, we're going back on the record. Tell me when you're ready. Okay. There has been some discussion about the DUI cases, and I think Anne Marie's going to explain to us what's kind of why that's become an issue and how it's being handled. Thanks.
So, yeah, thank you. So as Chair Dudley mentioned, we talked about, I think earlier in the stats, how there looks to be a different ruling from the board to the commission in some of these matters. Really what it's coming down to is there's an opportunity for the board to do something called a revocation stayed, where the revocation itself is set aside in the interest of perhaps coming to a settlement agreement with the officer. And in substance abuse cases, historically, what we've seen in a few cases is that the commission has been amenable to agreeing to a settlement agreement where the officer agrees to abstain from alcohol and drugs, is subject to biological fluid testing, must have completed an inpatient or outpatient treatment program, and must be continuing in a support program for their addiction. And so that is something that is available to the board as a recommendation. It's still considered a type of revocation. It's just a revocation that's set aside subject to an agreement. So I just wanted to make that, kind of known so that as we look at these cases today, we keep that in mind.
I'm sorry, Clavo. That's for the DUI cases, specific to the DUI cases?
Good question. So we've only seen it applied to substance abuse cases at this point. The commission has not expressed an interest in looking at settlement agreements for cases outside of substance abuse cases. And bear in mind that every case that comes before you is going to have a unique fact pattern, and it may not be appropriate in some cases where there's not mitigation there to suggest that the subject officer has addressed the dependency. And so a stipulated settlement may not be the appropriate recommendation. But in cases where we're seeing those that have struggled with DUIs and have come before the board and submitted information, and it's available in the record itself, where it's been several years and they have since, been through recovery and are practicing sobriety at this point, that may be an appropriate resolution. But other cases at this stage, we have not considered stipulated settlements. I should also add to this. In these cases where there's been a history of the commission being amenable to that, during the course of the notice of intent to revoke or suspend, there is information in their notice that suggests that if in fact they are interested in discussing settlement terms, that they can reach out to the law enforcement consultant and find out more information about what those settlement terms may possibly be. And so you'll hear a case today where that outreach did occur. So the subject officer is aware that this is a potential possibility. Again, the commission or you as a board may find that it's not appropriate, that the public health, welfare, and safety is not served. It's not in the interest of public protection to agree to that, but it has been the practice at this point.
Yes.
Property. In a case of the no action one, I'm still a little bit confused on this one. This one involved excessive force and lying on the reports.
The commission could not, the division did not move forward on excessive force because it was a look back case and it would had to have been the use of deadly force that resulted in serious bodily injury or death. The commission did, however, the division did, however, recommend to the board revocation based on the dishonesty. The commission in their review of the case, since it was not a use of force case, did not find that there was clear and convincing evidence in the division's record to support revocation for dishonesty. So it was difficult, I think for you, it was difficult for the commission because it was obvious that the use of force seemed to be the most compelling factor in the case. But because of when the incident occurred, the division itself and post didn't have the authority to move forward on excessive use of force. And therefore, we only had the allegation of dishonesty, and the commission did not find that we had met the burden of clear and convincing evidence.
Thanks, Crawford. So in this case, there seems to be, in as case of the excessive force, it didn't meet. Was there a change in the regulations or guidance that maybe we were not aware of?
No, again, it was so for those cases that occurred before January 1st, 2022, as a matter of
Okay.
fact, it had to be the use of deadly
Deadly
force
force.
that
Okay.
resulted in serious bodily injury or death. Now, if we were talking about a current case, it's just physical abuse that could be unreasonable or unnecessary force. But that wasn't the circumstances in the Fuston matter. Yes, it was the timing.
2022 timing.
Right, it was
okay.
the timing. And it was because it was considered what we called the look back case. So from January 1st, 2020 up to January 1st, 2023, that look back period, we could only consider use of force, that use of deadly force that resulted in SBI or death.
And would that be noted in some, moving forward in some of our records, if it's a look back case or not? 'Cause
Yes,
that
and
would definitely be helpful.
in fact, the division's record includes that. So the investigative summary and findings addressed, especially in this case, addressed the fact that while the use of force here was not necessarily what we would consider compliant use of force, because of the timing of this case, it was not deemed deadly force, and that was the reason it was not addressed as one of our serious misconduct findings.
One last question. And so
Yeah.
the officer is still employed?
Correct. Correct.
Okay,
Thank you for your question.
Crawford.
thank you.
You know, as a prosecutor, I used to try cases and I would work my hardest and put on a case, and the jury would find guilty or not guilty, or the judge would not sentence the way I thought the person should have been sentenced. And I always left feeling, my job is this. My job is putting on the case, and what happens after it isn't my job. It's up to the jury, it's up to the judge. But it's difficult to not involve yourselves in whether something was accepted by the commission or not. But it should be inspiring for us that we keep doing the hard work that we're doing, and we do the right thing, which this board does. Okay, we now move to the next item on the agenda. We have 4 cases to hear today. We will only be reviewing the facts and evidence as presented by the division. This is not an evidentiary hearing. The rules of evidence do not apply here. Evidence is not formally admitted into the record. There is no need to make any objections, and objections will not be ruled upon. Under the Penal Code and applicable state regulations, this initial hearing will determine only if the matter will proceed forward to the commission for review. And then, should the commission approve for a full evidentiary hearing before an administrative law judge to determine whether the allegations are true and justify discipline. For those commenting on each item at this early stage, the board must only consider the facts that the division, after investigation, believes can be proved at a later evidentiary hearing. For that reason, today the board will entertain arguments as to whether or not those facts, as presented by the division, demonstrate a high probability that serious misconduct, as defined in Penal Code Section 13510.8 and Commission Regulation 1205, occurred. This finding results in the matter being moved forward. No actions by the board or the commission prior to a full evidentiary hearing amount to a final determination that an officer did in fact engage in misconduct or that revocation or suspension is ordered. That will be determined after the evidentiary hearing. At the conclusion of each law enforcement consultant's presentation today, the board will have the opportunity to ask questions. Then public comment from the subject officer and/or their counsel will be taken, followed by members of the public. Further discussion by the board will be allowed if necessary. The board may then go into closed session deliberations after each case or wait until all cases have been presented and adjourn to a closed session to deliberate on all cases presented. After reconvening into regular session, votes will be taken on each case. And then we will now we're going to dive into the cases. Let me explain that again. At the end of a case, we can do as we did the last time I chaired this, go into the back room and discuss that case, then have a vote. Or we can wait till the end of all 4 cases, go in the back room, have discussion, vote, or we can stay here and make our discussions public. So I think what I'll do is just ask at the end of each case, which of those things you want to do, or does someone have a feeling now that they want to go there at the end, go there in between cases, do it publicly? Any general discussion or case by case?
I move that we do as we've done in the past and we go case by case.
And then go back in the room after each case?
Yes.
Is that okay with everybody? Okay. Then that's what we'll do. And you can tell me if you've changed your mind and you want to just do it publicly or wait till the end. But for now, we'll do a case, go back, discuss, and vote. Okay. At this time, I will now call upon law enforcement consultant David Paletta, Professional Conduct Southern Bureau, and Brian Healy, Attorney 5, Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report. You didn't get promoted. To provide a report on case post 230-3451, James Matuku, who at the time of the events at issue in the case was employed with the Riverside Police Department. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board members, for your time today. My name is Dave Paletta. I'm a law enforcement consultant assigned to the Professional Conduct Southern Bureau in the Peace Officer Standards Training and Accountability Division. To my right today is Brian Henley, an attorney with our Legal Affairs Bureau. I'm here to present post case 230-3451 involving Sergeant James Matuku, formerly with the Riverside Police Department. During this presentation, I'm going to refer to him as Sergeant Matuku. It's the division's determination that clear and convincing evidence exists to demonstrate that Sergeant Matuku committed an act of serious misconduct as set forth in Penal Code 13510.8 on January 19th, 2023 and February 21st, 2023. The division has determined that Sergeant Matuku committed the following act.
To slow down just a little for the court.
You bet. The division determined that Sergeant Matuku committed the following act of serious misconduct, specifically dishonesty, when he repeatedly lied during 2 separate internal affairs interrogations into allegations of misconduct. For the purposes of the division's finding, clear and convincing evidence means there is sufficient evidence to establish that there is a high probability that the charge is true, and the evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. In this presentation, I will present a brief outline of the division's finding of the investigation in this matter. With that, I would like to provide a little background on this case. Sergeant Matuku started his law enforcement career with the Riverside Police Department on January 12th, 2009 as a full-time peace officer. He was promoted to the rank of police sergeant on July 10th, 2020. He has no other law enforcement appointments in the state of California. Sergeant Matuku is married to a Riverside police officer who I will refer to as Officer Number 1. In July 2022, Officer Number 1 was assigned to the Patrol Division. On September 16, 2022, a patrol officer who I will refer to as the complainant worked on Officer Number 1's team and filed an internal affairs complaint against her, alleging she failed to properly handle a call for service. That allegation was investigated and concluded that no policy violations occurred. On October 1st, 2022, which was about 16 days later, after the initial complaint was filed, the complainant reported encountering Sergeant Matuku at a police station.
This marked the first time the complainant had seen Sergeant Matuku since filing the internal affairs complaint involving his wife. The complainant stated that when he walked by, he greeted Sergeant Matuku with the words, "Hi, James." In his response, Sergeant Matuku allegedly said, "You'll see, you'll see." On October 3rd, the complainant came to work and found 4 separate 8.5 by 11 paper flyers with the picture of a large rat crossed out and the words "Rat Buster" written underneath that image. One of the flyers was placed in the complainant's work mailbox, which is the photo on the left side of the screen there. Another was placed in a vinyl casing and affixed to a bank of lockers in the area where the complainant's locker was located, and that's the photo to the right. The remaining 2 were placed in various locations in the same men's locker room. The vinyl casing or sheet protector that you see on the right had a black border with a clear plastic front cover and a magnet affixed to its rear. The complainant researched the term "rat busters" and learned it was a firearm used by exterminators to shoot and kill rats. The complainant told his supervisors that he took that message on the flyer as a direct threat to his life. On October 26, 2022, the Riverside Police Department initiated an internal affairs investigation, and Sergeant Matuku was the accused employee. Investigators reviewed surveillance video from Sergeant Matuku's police station, and on October 1st, 2022, found video which showed him arriving at the police station at 4:05 p.m. in his vehicle. Oh, and then seen walking towards the entrance of the station. Investigators determined the Rat Buster file was downloaded on a computer located in a report writing room at 4:17 p.m. That file was labeled with 2 capital letters .png. The 2 capital letters were the initials of the complainant's name. PNG stands for Portable Network Graphic, which are images commonly found on the internet. That file was printed at 4:36 p.m. in that same room. The internal affairs investigation into Sergeant Matuku led to 2 separate interrogations where Sergeant Matuku was asked if he created, printed, saw, touched, or placed the flyers. Sergeant Matuku repeatedly and willfully denied he had anything to do with the flyers. During his first interrogation with Internal Affairs, Sergeant Matuku was asked if he had heard who placed the flyers. He said no. Later in that same interview, he changed that answer and said he had heard rumors it was the complainant. When investigators specifically asked if Sergeant Matuku heard rumors he was responsible for placing the flyers, he responded, "Yes, I heard people saying I might have placed them." When Sergeant Matuku was directly asked if he placed the flyers, he said no. When presented with evidence from the surveillance video and the computer data, Sergeant Matuku laughed and said, "Okay." Sergeant Matuku could not offer any explanation and said he did not have a reason to use a computer in the report writing room as they were designated for patrol officers to write reports. Lastly, investigators asked Sergeant Matuku if his fingerprints would be found on the paper the flyers were printed on, and he said no, they're not going to be on those. After the first interrogation, fingerprint examiners contacted the Internal Affairs Division and reported they positively identified Sergeant Matuku's fingerprints on the flyer that was located in the vinyl casing, once again on the right side of the screen. Sergeant Matuku's left thumbprint was found on the upper left corner of the front of the paper where the image was printed. Sergeant Matuku's right thumbprint was found in the middle right edge of that same side of paper. There were a total of 4 prints found on that sheet of paper, but 2 of them weren't sufficient quality to compare to Sergeant Matuku or anybody else for that matter. Sergeant Matuku's second interrogation was approximately 23 minutes long. Sergeant Matuku was dishonest when he verbally responded no fewer than 10 times that he had nothing to do with the flyers, despite investigators requesting for his honest responses. During the second interrogation, investigators
told Sergeant Matuku that his fingerprints were found on the flyer. I would now like to play 5 excerpts from that interrogation to highlight Sergeant Matuku's denials. On these audio clips, you will hear the voices of 3 different people. The female voice is of Internal Affairs Investigator Sergeant Carla Corbett, who led this investigation. Next is Lieutenant Eric Detmer, who was there to assist Sergeant Colbert. And lastly is the voice of Sergeant Matuku. The clip times on the screen represent the approximate time in which the remarks occurred during the interrogation. This first clip we're going to play is Sergeant Matuku's response when confronted that his prints were found on the flyer. On this clip, you will hear a brief beep during the interview. This was inserted to redact the complainant's name, which is referenced during the interrogation.
Okay, so we brought you back in today. Last time we were here, we talked about a lot of things. Today, really, throughout this investigation, has alleged that you are responsible for printing and posting those flyers. And when you were here last time, you told us that you did not do that. In fact, I think you said that you had never seen the flyers. I asked you if your fingerprints would be on them, and you said no. The day after we interviewed you, the following day I received notification from Cal ID that your prints had, in fact, they were located on at least one of the flyers. So I was hoping that you could explain that.
I can't explain that.
Okay.
Next clip 2 is Sergeant Matuku admitting that he disliked the.
Second.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want us to waive your typing of this recording?
I assumed it was waived.
Okay, that's
I've
fine.
always worked in a courtroom.
That's
where
me
it's
too.
automatic.
So, but the material, the transcript of this is made available. Okay.
Yes, they provided me
Excellent.
transcripts of the audio clips. Yes, thank you.
Please go on to the second clip.
Second clip is Sergeant Matuku admitting that he disliked the complainant.
And then going to Internal Affairs to file a complaint. So I understand that there possibly could be some frustration there. I think that I would feel frustrated and maybe even a little bit of contempt for the guy if that's how he was treating my.
No, that's for sure
spouse.
frustration. Yeah, I don't like him.
So.
100%, I'm not 100%.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with that, and I think that most people would understand that. I'm just trying to figure out, was it enough to drive you to do that?
Yeah, I don't. It was not, and I cannot explain why my fingers would be on there. I don't.
Okay.
Clip 3 is investigators giving Sergeant Matuku the opportunity to explain what occurred.
Okay, just show him we're not making this up. Like
No,
that's not our
no,
role.
I know you wouldn't.
And like this is very uncomfortable for all of us. We hate coming in here and having to bring this forward in front of you. But like Carla's saying, I mean, we legitimately got notification the day after your interview, and it's not a trick. I mean, your fingerprints are on the flyer. So, I mean, everything points to the possibility that you put the flyers up. Okay, and I understand that you're saying you don't know how that happened, but this is like your opportunity to be forthcoming with us and explain it. Like explain it to the people that are listening on the tape, command, stuff like that. Like what happened? I mean, I'm just saying because it looks bad, dude.
I 100% understand that, and I know you guys are making this up.
We're not.
Yeah, I understand.
I hate this, dude.
I understand it, but I'm telling you that I did not put the flyer up. I do not know why my fingerprints are on the flyer. Okay. I haven't seen the flyer. I've never seen the flyer.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Clip 4 is Sergeant Matuku reiterating to investigators that he had nothing to do with the flyers.
I'm trying to do everything I can to
understand.
give you the benefit of the doubt. And, when you said that you hadn't even seen the flyers, this surprised me.
Okay.
Yeah, we were both very surprised. Like
Yeah.
I did not expect that to come back. That's why we asked the question in the first one: is there any reason your prints would be on the flyer? Because we'd known we'd already printed it, but we were waiting for it to come back. And,
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks.
No, I understand. It's black and white.
It is.
I get it. I 100% get it. But again, I'm standing by what I said. I didn't I didn't print the flyer. I've never seen the flyer, and I didn't put the flyer up or touch this vinyl case that you're talking about.
Okay.
If it's just a vinyl case, a random vinyl, I would have no reason to touch a vinyl case in the locker room.
Okay.
I haven't put anything up in the locker room. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Final clip 5 is Sergeant Colbert requesting Sergeant Matuku's honesty in his responses.
I just want you to be honest.
I understand what you're saying. I understand the evidence you've presented references. It's black and white. I'm not stupid. I get it. I get all the circumstantial stuff. I understand that, but my answer is not going to change from the first interview. From the 3 times I've said it now, it's going to be the same answer. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way.
No,
I respect both of you. I respect both of you.
I get it.
I get your investigation you did. Again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but my answer is there's nothing that's going to make me change my answer. My answer is what it is. So you're asking me to explain something that I can't explain. I cannot explain. It's your investigation, so I don't know who else's fingerprints would have been on this, or if it's just meant for just me specifically. I don't know, but I get the totality of everything. It's not lost on me.
Okay.
So.
Division reviewed the internal affairs investigation, the written transcripts, and audio recordings of the 2 interrogations with Sergeant Matuku, and upon review of this information, it was clear that Sergeant Matuku was repeatedly dishonest with internal affairs investigators. Sergeant Matuku's dishonesty was clearly intent to cover up his own misconduct. A further aggravating fact in this investigation was Sergeant Matuku's status as a police supervisor. At this point in time, Sergeant Matuku had been a sergeant for over 2 years and as such held a higher degree of responsibility and accountability within the Riverside Police Department. This investigation revealed that Sergeant Matuku had motive to place and post the flyers, and both circumstantial and direct evidence supported that he was responsible for them. Sergeant Matuku also admitted to Internal Affairs that he did not like the complainant. There's clear and convincing evidence that Sergeant Matuku repeatedly lied to Internal Affairs investigators. The motivation for Sergeant Matuku to lie was to cover up his own actions at work in which he threatened another employee. Sergeant Matuku was terminated from the Riverside Police Department on October 20th, 2023 for dishonesty relating to the Riverside Police Department's investigation into his misconduct. On May 13th, 2024, Post conducted an interview with Sergeant Matuku. During the interview, Sergeant Matuku raised concerns regarding the internal affairs investigation and its handling. However, he was unable to provide any evidence or factual information to clarify why his fingerprints were found on the flyer inside the vinyl case. His explanations were unsupported theories. The facts I just presented support the division's finding that Sergeant Matuku was involved in serious misconduct, specifically dishonesty, related to the investigation of misconduct of a peace officer. The division asked the board to recommend revocation of Sergeant Matuku's certification. Revocation is the proper outcome here because Sergeant Matuku's dishonesty was not only willful, but his dishonesty also concerned a central fact in the internal affairs investigation, specifically who posted the Rat Buster flyers in and around the Riverside Police Department. Honesty and integrity are, of course, core values and essential role of a peace officer. There's no question that the respondent intentionally and repeatedly lied to internal affairs investigators in an effort to prevent them from learning the truth. After investigators learned that Sergeant Matuku's fingerprints were found on 2 different locations on a flyer, the investigators re-interviewed Sergeant Matuku and again gave him the opportunity to be truthful about his involvement in posting the flyers. Instead, Sergeant Matuku continued to impede their investigation by denying his involvement. Given Sergeant Matuku's rank, training, and experience, Sergeant Matuku's actions are especially egregious and warrant revocation. I'd be happy to answer any questions now.
Questions from board members? None? At this time, I will call upon, I'm not sure, sorry, I have a moment here. At this time, does the subject officer and/or counsel wish to make public comment? You may state your name and organization if you wish.
Hello, members of the board, and thank you very much for your time. It's a very much appreciated, and your pursuit of truth finding. I did ask my attorneys not to come to this hearing because I wanted you guys to hear directly from me and ask me any questions you may have. Chief Paletta did display a lot of facts, but the thing that worries me about his investigation, as well as internal affairs investigation, is all the bias, discrimination, and racism that was going on simultaneously all throughout this investigation. I want to highlight just a few things, and again, these are things I've already brought up to his attention. I'm aware I'm supposed to speak only to the sufficiency of this case, but it is impossible to separate the blatant bias displayed by the Riverside Police Department and how it is intertwined throughout the entire investigation. Bias is the foundation of this investigation, and to ignore it would be an injustice. I worked for Riverside PD since I was 22 years old. It's the only career I've ever known. And in an almost 15-year career, I did what Black officers and volunteers are supposed to do, stay in your lane. I stayed in my lane my entire career until I became a sergeant and reported another officer for using the word nigger repeatedly on a call we were on. That's when everything started. That's when things started from command staff going sideways and me being looked at a different way. Because prior to then, as my discipline record would display, I had zero discipline and again, promoted fairly quickly through the ranks because I was staying in my lane. Most of me truly wanted to believe that racist police departments were a thing of the past. I worked hard and again promoted through the ranks. However, older Black officers continually warned me of the looming disgust still held by our command staff towards young Black males or Black males in general within the department. They often reminded me of the many racist acts that were committed against the Black community by this same department, many of which resulted in lawsuits and a consent decree imposed by DOJ for discriminatory misconduct. I fought the case before you internally, but command staff refused to address or investigate evidence and points I raised. Some of these points specific to the case investigation included simple facts that could be proven or disproven with minimal investigative effort, such as the following. Again, the chief didn't mention this, but my fingerprints allegedly were on one flyer of the 4 that were found. So out of all 4 flyers, my fingerprints allegedly are on one flyer. This one flyer is encased in plastic vinyl. In a plastic vinyl case, the case itself has fingerprints that were not mine. So again, out of the 4 found flyers, I have 2 prints on one piece of paper inside vinyl that has fingerprints that are not mine. One of the alleged flyers was even actually collected and thrown away by command staff. Another flyer was in IA's possession and somehow got destroyed during the fingerprinting process. There was never any clarification as to how the flyers were even ever collected or their location when found. The pictures that you have displayed up there of the poster were provided, again, the complainants took those pictures and provided them to internal affairs and left the flyers in place after they were found. And it wasn't mentioned, but the complainant's fingerprints were found on one of the flyers as well. And that's not even mentioned. The flyers in question were allegedly held, according to the IA investigation, for at least 4 months before being sent to be processed for fingerprints. They processed the flyers like evidence, but never handled them as evidence and pursuant to RPD policy. As the IA investigation stated, they were passed from person to person, no chain of custody, no steps taken to prevent spoilage, contamination, or cross-contamination. And these aren't beginner investigators. Our IA investigators are former homicide investigators. So these things that I'm pointing out are very elementary when it comes to investigation, especially one that's gonna basically end my career in my life. To my knowledge, and based on information provided to me, RPD in its history has never run fingerprints on an internal investigation, even though actual racist, derogatory flyers have been posted and reported. Those have never been investigated. But my case, for some reason, was investigated, and the alleged fingerprints were found on one of the 4 flyers, but none of the vinyl cases, where again, fingerprints were found. So to address the elephant in the room, why are 2 of my fingerprints on this one piece of paper? I truly and simply do not know. No matter how much they pushed me on or off camera, I was not going to say a lie, and I still stand by this to this day. I get how everything looks, but I do not know. However, like I said, I stand by my statements made in the IA interviews that I did not create print, or hang these flyers in the station. I have been asked to speculate as to how. All I can do is use my training and experience as an officer to speculate. I don't know if it's because all the sergeant's office printer paper is kept in a common area that is accessible to officers and civilian employees. I don't know if the complainant officer in question took paper off my desk, which might have contained my prints, and created and posted these flyers himself to set me up. This particular officer was working that day, and he's never questioned as to, in the IA investigation, he's never questioned as to where were you on the same day where these flyers are printed. It's never brought up. All I can confirm to you is that I did not lie in my interrogations, and I was not and am not responsible for these flyers. For reference, again, I was never even shown these flyers during the entire IA investigation. And to the chief's credit, when him and I talked, when I voluntarily talked to him, the first thing he did do was actually show me the flyer because I had never seen it. My attorney had to request these flyers or pictures of these flyers after I was fired, after I was terminated. They never at any point in the investigation showed me these flyers. I don't know why the IA investigator necessarily sought me out into her office before my interview, simply to dissuade me from bringing legal counsel. I trusted her advice and chose to participate in both interviews without counsel. I must ask myself, though, why were white subject officers given questions prior to their IA investigation interviews, but I never was? And this is a documented thing. I was at that time the only Black sergeant on patrol, and I was not afforded that same luxury. I do know that simple steps have been made to intentionally not investigate my innocence. As regards to the station and a video that Chief Paletta brought up, I'd like to speak about the video which references me going into the station. I know you guys have all the evidence, but if you watch that video, I am never at any point seen walking into the police station. The video simply shows me arriving into the police parking lot at the end of my shift at the time I would have been ending my shift. Not at an irregular time, a time I was supposed to be where I was. And again, it does not show me entering into the station. That's just simply incorrect. I'm seen walking towards my car, which is parked to the front of the station. So it's assumed that I walked into the station. The report by the post consultant is simply not factual. Not only am I never seen walking into the station, as is reported and written in both reports, but the flyers were not printed minutes later, as the post consultant suggested. The IA report showed that these flyers were actually printed 30 minutes later after arrival, not minutes after I walked into the station. So in totality, that complete statement is not true. And for orientation purposes, this police station is a secure building that everybody has to badge into. So you can't just walk into this building. You need badge access. Obviously, badge access goes with certain individuals. And that report, even though I asked for it to be pulled, again, these are simple things. I asked, why would you not pull the badge report for who badged into the office, into the station? You can literally have a whole list of everybody that would have badged into the station. And that was never checked to see who else was there, to see who else needed to be interviewed at the time these flyers were printed. One officer who happened to actually work for me throughout the IA investigation was actually identified as potentially being in the report writing room. Yet he was never asked if he saw me in there. And again, because I know you don't know the station geography, but it is extremely uncommon for a sergeant to go sit in the officer's report writing room and do anything beyond maybe edit a report or correct a report upon their request. Sergeants have a completely different office on the other side of the station, and that's where they normally would be at. The other side of that station, we all have our marked desks where we log in and out of our own computers. And the IA investigation suggests that somebody saved, and then so almost 20 minutes later, a sergeant went in there, found this document, saved it on this computer, waited for almost 20 minutes, and then printed it out. It's beyond absurd if you understand the geography of this actual police station. And it wouldn't occur without anybody who was there, as many officers there, seeing this. It also should be noted that even though they put surveillance to simply prove that I was at the station at a time I was supposed to be at the station, that 60-minute clip does not show the time the flyer was actually printed. The flyer was printed at 36 minutes in, and they do not have surveillance showing the time that would have coincided with the flyer being printed. And it's almost like it's intentionally avoiding certain facts to paint a certain narrative, the entire investigation. Sergeant Corbett at that time also stated that the vinyl sleeves that these flyers were housed in were brought in from the outside. Again, watch the video surveillance. I'm walking towards my car, the front of the station, empty-handed. There's nothing I'm carrying into the station. And as I said before, my personal actual assigned computer was never checked to see if I was logged into it at this time. Sergeants in the sergeant's bay were never talked to. They identified some sergeants that were there. They were never talked to simply provide me a potential alibi of being in the sergeant's office, or if I was inside, that's where I would have been. Based on emails between my union attorney and the IA investigators, they have since lost the GPS records of all the units and their locations at the time of the printing. So one of the main documents used to terminate me, they no longer have, and I have emails to prove that between IA and my union attorney that they no longer have these documents. And again, this would have shown at that time that these flyers were printed where units would have been at because it has your GPS locations. The IA investigation also references people logged into the computers before and after the flyer was printed within the officer's report writing room. Again, this is such a simple thing to see who's logged into these computers. Why would you not identify or interview these people? It's just flabbergasting. And to go into what's being my alleged motive, the alleged motive is this complainant officer. I just want to put it on record that this officer and my wife have had issues years before this case, documented and reported issues, and issues to the point where he's refusing or neglecting to go back her in her beat when she's fighting, when she's in physical fights with bad guys. So this was already reported and documented. So to suggest that him going to internal affairs, and at that time, it was already known it was an unfounded complaint. It was a nothing. It had already been unfounded. It was a nothing complaint. To suggest that trivial thing would be the thing that would make me erupt is, again, it's not logical. There've been years of times where this officer, my wife, had problems. He's not backing her when she's literally, her life is in jeopardy. So if any, that's the thing that would be more sensical in eruption as opposed to an unfounded claim that he went to IA about that nothing came of it. And at this time, I would have known that. The alleged finger gun that's repeatedly brought up in the post-consultant's findings, even though he didn't mention it now, but it is brought up in his findings, is not sustained by the Internal Affairs Department themselves. And the witness who the complainant alleged was there, she said that she never saw this occur. So again, this whole thing is based off of, including pictures presented off of a complainant that provided these things. Lastly, it should be noted, there is no merit to anything the complainant has said. At least twice, he was found to be untruthful in the IA investigation. Despite this, he continues to serve as a police officer with the Riverside Police Department. One difference between the complainant and I is I told the truth in the investigation. Another difference is he is white and a good friend of the chief. They played baseball together previously before law enforcement, and I am black. That's the main difference between us. There were so many intentional oversights. All of these things were brought up to the police chiefs during my Scaly hearing, and despite this, never looked into. These same facts were also presented to the post consultant, and as you can see in his findings, they were still not addressed. I talked to him for a prolonged amount of time with my attorney, presented numerous points of contention with the IA investigation, yet he simply just regurgitated the department's findings. The impartial post consultant is not intended to be an extension of internal affairs. The civil lawsuit for bias and racism that I currently have against the police department was provided to the same consultant. This lawsuit outlines every single tactic the police department used to legally dissuade me from legal representation during the IA investigation and proof of many other missteps and POBAR violations to include preferential treatment to white subject officers. Again, never addressed by the post consultant. Senate Bill 2 was meant to be utilized to uproot bias and bad apples within police departments. It's now being weaponized against me to do exactly the opposite by these same bad apples. I am hopeful the board will not recommend this case move forward based on the lack of a clear and convincing burden of proof. Against the advice of counsel, I have continuously volunteered myself for statement and questioning, twice in IA, once with the post consultant voluntarily, and here now. To the point where I even asked my attorney not to be present. You all are the only voice I have left. I very much appreciate your time, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes.
I have two, one for Mr. Paletta and one for you, sir. My first question for you, at any point, did you file any EEO complaints on the fact that you felt that you were being discriminated against with either your department or with EEO outside the FEH?
Yes, since this investigation, those complaints have been filed.
Since the investigation, but did you do any of this prior in the years prior? Because you said it had been a long time coming. So did you do it before the firing or after?
No, ma'am, as it relates to direct racism and bias, those things I brought up to internal affairs directly. Obviously, there's some that I didn't, but the one that was just egregious with this officer repeating the word nigger over and over and over on a call that I was a supervisor on, that's the one where I made a formal complaint.
And how long was that before this incident?
It was towards more so the beginning of my sergeant career. So if I had a guess, I'd say the 2020 or 2021, and this investigation started 2022.
Mr. Paletta, if I'm recollecting what the evidence that we received, I thought I read something that spoke to telestaff records being pulled for the individuals who were in the area of the police station during this time. Was that correct? Did I read that? And there was only 2 individuals, I think, that was listed in that report.
Correct. Not only did they pull, the IA investigator pulled telestaff reports, which is basically their staffing software. She also did GPS for the cars at the station to see who potentially was logged on, maybe not logged onto the computer in the station, but in their car in the station. And when they did this telestaff audit, they found 3 people that were working that day. One was Sergeant Matuku, one was Officer 1's partner, and another one was a non-involved officer. When they ran Officer 1's GPS, that showed her to be quite a distance away at a local high school. I'm sorry, Officer 2. She was at a local high school, so she was not at the station. And then the 3rd officer was questioned as part of this investigation, but didn't recall seeing anything. They were there on overtime.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
I have some questions. How you doing, sir?
Go on, ma'am.
One of the things that you mentioned early on in your, when you were talking, you had mentioned that you felt there was some type of racism, but due to kind of the code of just following through the steps and not trying to rock the boat, you didn't file any previous EEO complaints.
That is correct.
So that is correct. You also mentioned, and maybe the attorneys can answer that, going back through what we were given, we were not given the report of who badged in and out. There is a report of that. I mean, could that be given to us?
Board member Hatcher, if I may, this is Brian Henley with the division. I'd like to address that comment and really address it first head on your question. There is going to be an opportunity for Mr. Matuku if this case moves forward. If this board recommends that the case proceed to the commission and the commission in turn votes to proceed to a full Administrative Procedure Act hearing, there will be a full and fair opportunity for Mr. Matuku to put, so to speak, the money where his mouth is in terms of these facts that he has presented today. So if he has evidence of badge reports that are no longer present, or if he has information to prove some of the many things he has said today, there will be that opportunity for him to not just say the words, but to present the evidence to prove those points. And that's what I want to bring back. The importance here is that this is not that step of the process. And I know I've probably said this many times, and so forgive me, but it's important to put in the record that the way the procedure is set up, the regulations and in section 1209, the purpose at this stage of the process, and again, it's the early stage. It's not the entire evidentiary record. It's not all of the facts that can be presented. That can happen later. At this stage, the question for this board is whether Mr. Paletta and the division's investigative summary and findings is that document and the materials within that document, is there sufficient evidence to find that it is highly probable that Mr. Matuku was dishonest? So that's the question about what the presentation is to you from the division. That would go to the commission, and then an administrative law judge would hold essentially a trial. And at that trial, questions like the one you've just raised, Board Member Hatcher, would absolutely have a full and fair opportunity to be addressed. But those questions aren't addressed today.
Okay, so when you say sufficient, you're right, this is not a judicial trial, and we're given evidence. And from my understanding, it's the burden of the people to be able to sustain if there's enough evidence. But two particular things that he didn't mention, which later on will be brought up, were not given to this advisory board, is a bit concerning. Because I personally, I'm not a techie, but one of the things is I do rely on, if I'm looking at something and investigating, and if those things were given to him, which I don't think he would be able to be given to, but the badging is important. I work for the government. We have records of that. So I'm just wondering, is this something that could have been available to us or not?
And Board Member Crawford, I fully appreciate the reason you're asking those questions. They're very fair questions. I respectfully want to say, these are the characterizations Mr. Matuku has presented to you. Mr. Paletta and I, who don't work for the Riverside Police Department, are not here to answer what the exact badging process is, how long those records are kept, whether they are available, whether the allegations that have been made by Mr. Matuku are in fact true or aren't true. So unfortunately, we are at a disadvantage in terms of those questions. And respectfully, that's precisely why the regulations are written the way they are. This is not an opportunity to introduce evidence or to present evidence. It's not that stage of the process. Mr. Matuku, if this board decides to move forward, will have every full fair opportunity to present his allegations, but he'll have to do more than say the words. He'll have to prove, for example, that there are no card badge entries that can be found, or that when he requested them, he was unable to receive them. He'll need to present evidence to show that. It cannot just be, or he can present just his testimony, of course, but it'll be given the weight that it deserves. It's really about the evidence that's actually presented, is the proof in the pudding. And respectfully, from the division's perspective, we believe it is highly probable, and that's the standard. Is there clear and convincing evidence? We do believe it is highly probable that Mr. Matuku was dishonest when he said he did not put up those flyers. We believe it's highly probable, not only because of the fingerprint evidence that directly ties him to the paper within a plastic folder, but that at 4:01 p.m., he was seen outside of the police station. 4:16 p.m. that same day, 15 minutes later, someone accesses a computer in the computer room and downloads this specific flyer. That's been proven. That's in the record of the investigative summary and findings. And by 4:36 p.m., someone has printed that flyer. Those are all pieces of direct evidence, concrete evidence, in addition to the fact that we have multiple occasions where Mr. Matuku and the complainant have had heated conversations. The complainant has directly accused Mr. Matuku of having posted the flyers. And there's a conversation where the complainant alleges Mr. Matuku made the finger like a gun and fired it twice. Mr. Tuku says that didn't happen. He didn't fire a gun twice with his finger, but he does admit that he, as he says, pointed at the complainant and said, "You have a good day." All of these pieces of evidence, all of this cumulatively demonstrates to us, the division, that it is highly probable that Mr. Matuku was dishonest when he said he did not post or print the flyers.
Okay, the second question you just brought up. You mentioned early on that was this, again, we're looking at the evidence, but was there a video showing who came in and out, or is that just word of mouth from other employees?
Remember Crawford, the video shows Sergeant Matuku exiting his police vehicle, like at the end of the shift. And you see him walking towards the police building. But at some point, the camera's view doesn't capture him physically going in, like he mentioned in his testimony.
So we did have that video as well. Okay, then. Thank you.
And to your point, board member, majority of those issues are brought up. That is not evidence that the Riverside PD is going to happily hand over to me for me to present at the administrative law hearing. It's not going to ever happen. And that's why I presented these same facts in my Skelly hearing, hoping that chiefs would look into this. These are things that would help support their case. Why would you not look into it? And again, I presented it to Chief Paletta, and again, hopes that you would go investigate these things to help substantiate your case. Why? I don't understand. I will never be afforded that evidence by the police department, and it just won't happen.
Madam Chair, if I may briefly respond. I just want to emphasize for this board, a little bit of, many of you may be familiar with the Administrative Procedure Act and the hearing process, or perhaps you are not. But one thing that's important to emphasize is the Administrative Procedure Act, as I've mentioned, that's that process after you, the board, make a decision and the commission makes its decision. That administrative hearing process is like a trial. That includes a legal terminology called discovery. That's a process whereby Mr. Matuku has a right, an absolute right, to say, I demand that the Riverside Police Department provide me these pieces of evidence if they possess these pieces of evidence. The administrative law judge that presides over those proceedings will evaluate those demands, those requests, and make a ruling and can order that the other party provide the records that he's requesting. So I want to make clear, we here, the division, the board, we're not in a position to extricate these pieces of evidence that Mr. Matuku says exist. We're not at that position. We're not in that place. But the Administrative Procedure Act hearing, where the administrative law judge presides over that hearing, absolutely will have the opportunity, the tools, the ability to access the records that Mr. Matuku seeks if the ALJ determines that those records are appropriate for ordering produced.
Parties in an administrative proceeding.
Johnson?
Crawford?
Oh,
Done. And I think Dr. Glazer was next and then Mr. Johnson.
I'll defer to
Okay.
Member Johnson. No, please.
You were just so nice, but.
Mr. Johnson.
I guess I'm curious too, was the division aware of the fact that there is data collected concerning who enters the building? As well as I'm assuming whoever logs into the computer, there's identification that can be taken from the computer to identify who that person was. Was the division aware of those particular facts?
Yeah, so the internal affairs investigation information that was supplied to us did not show any card key information. That wasn't contained in any of the information that we reviewed. I asked the same question to the internal affairs investigator, Sergeant Colbert, about logging into the computer. And what was explained to me is the computers in the computer room use a generic password that all officers have access to. And that allows them to basically write reports, access the internet, just generic type icons. That every officer has their own specific password and username that logs into a different system that pulls up applications that are specific to their assignment. So in essence, anybody that knows that generic password can go in there and it wouldn't show that Dave Paletta logged into it. It would just show that password was used.
And then my last question too, maybe Matuku, is that correct?
Matuku, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, can answer. The complainant that has used racial epithets, has it been known throughout the station prior to the incident that you're alleging now that he has used racial epithets in the past?
I just want to clarify, when I said that reporting of another white officer that used the word nigger repeatedly, it wasn't actually the complainant officer, it was another officer. I just brought that up as in, I never had any discipline and I was in quote unquote good standing with command staff until that report was made, and that's when the subtle things started happening. But as far as do I know if the complainant has ever, I'm not aware of that, nor do I know if he's involved, if he's ever been, as far as pulling his IA complaints, been accused of being racist.
Please.
Yeah, well, first, I do want to acknowledge that we do have the administrative law judge process and that there would be discovery there, and that's reassuring. But I also want to acknowledge that today we need to make a judgment, and we need to exercise our judgment in order to do that. And that will determine whether this moves forward or not. And so we're trying to get some greater clarity to the extent that it's possible, recognizing that we can't get complete clarity. But we don't have a case of a video showing Mr. Matuku posting the flyers. We have some circumstantial evidence, we have fingerprint evidence, and we're just trying to, I think, put a finer point on that. And to that end, I was wondering if, Mr. Paletta, if you have any information about whether there's any video evidence of Mr. Matuku leaving the station. There's apparently video of him approaching the station after dropping off his cruiser, and then the question is, does he do you know of anything that would show the time frame during which he left the station?
We do not have any video nor seen any video that shows him exiting the station.
I was wondering if you could speak to the fingerprint issue. If there were other fingerprints on these documents, were those identified, or were the sergeant's fingerprints the only ones that were identified on the flyers?
So specific to the flyer that was on the right side of the screen, posted on the locker, there were 4 fingerprints contained inside, 2 of which were not quality to be able to compare to put a person's name to them. The other 2 came back to Sergeant Matuku. There was one more flyer that's mentioned that was placed in the complainant's mailbox. It's an open mailbox, and his fingerprints were actually found on it. One of the photos that's in your ISF shows a hand holding that photo or that flyer, and that's of the complainant taking a picture of it prior to sticking it back in. So his fingerprints are found. Those are the only those are the only fingerprints that were identified on the flyers.
I just want to clarify, sir, you're not alleging that my fingerprints are found on the flyer in his mailbox, correct?
I'm not alleging that
Okay.
at all, nor was I ever told that.
And I just want, because you guys all have the evidence, if you actually pull the fingerprint report, there are 17 fingerprints found on those, a total of those 2 flyers. So 17 comparable, not including, 17 total, 9 of which are comparable. So out of the 9 comparable fingerprints found on all these flyers, allegedly 2 are mine. And again, fingerprints were found on this vinyl cover that were not my fingerprints, that were compared to me. And these fingerprints were only compared for me and the complainant.
Sorry, can I ask, among those 9, how many of them are on the vinyl container?
Those are the 9 specifically, according to the fingerprint report from Cal ID, are just specific to the paper, the 2 pieces of paper. There's a 3rd report, packet 3, where it talks about them setting out the specific vinyl cover for fingerprinting, and fingerprints come back on it, as is told by Lieutenant Detmer and Sergeant Corbett, but those fingerprints were not my fingerprints on that cover.
Madam Chair, if I may speak briefly. Just for the board's understanding, I want to emphasize that what Mr. Matuku has represented to you just now is not consistent with the internal affairs report, the 155-page report, or the other materials that we have presented to you. And of course, as I've mentioned before, and I don't want to belabor it, but Mr. Matuku, if he has evidence of additional fingerprints that are beyond what is reported in the 155-page report, which doesn't exist there, if there is evidence of such things, if this case were to move forward to an administrative law judge, he will have every opportunity to present evidence of those statements. But for your understanding, this record does not include them, and Regulation 1209 would direct that we not consider evidence that's not part of the investigative summary and findings.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board at this time? Okay. Mr. Matuku, you can step away.
Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice X, also affectionately known as Aunt B. And I am an impacted family in 3 different ways. 3 of my loved ones were 2 killed by police and 1 white privilege. And I have a lot of Black friends who are in the police departments all over the country. And they experience this racism and white supremacy. And I'm not even surprised that he said that he really went along to get along. That's what we want our officers not to do. But they go along to get along, and then he gets to here, and then he moves up, and then he can't get along no more because the get back to these officers become more like it is right now. So I feel like that, to me, I feel like it's not fair that the evidence, all the evidence is not here. To me, it sounds like it's one-sided coming from over here. To me, it sounds one-sided because if there's evidence and you say it's not gonna, he can't put it in today, why put somebody through all that when you can clear it up right now? The things that I heard him asking for is elementary. You don't have evidence that this man was inside the building. And police you have video everywhere. You have video everywhere. I just don't believe that you can't come up with who was on that computer, when he was in that building, when he left that building. I just don't believe it because that's not how you operate. That's not how the police department operate. And so I feel like that this is, to me, this is not good. It's not good because it's not, to me, it's not fair because you don't have all the evidence here. You haven't delivered it. And I know you say you got to wait till you do all that, but you brought a whole bunch of stuff that asks another question that you cannot answer. I think that's not right. If they ask the question, so did he go inside? You can't, I don't know, they didn't give it to me. So because they didn't give it to you, why would they give it to you if they were setting him up? Because to me, it sounds like a setup, but I don't know. But I know the evidence is not there. And I know that Black officers experience this all. I have so many police officers, Black, that have left the police force, or they had to file a lawsuit. Ask them. I was in Washington, D.C. with the whole crew of law enforcement from FBI all the way down, telling their stories of how they have to deal with this. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes, but I just want to clarify something. The last speaker, Mr. Johnson, was your wife?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Was there anything that prohibited Mr. Matuku's attorneys in this process, because I do understand he was represented by an attorney, to present any of such evidence that he claims that exists?
There was nothing. I spoke to his attorney the day we interviewed, and so he's aware of the case and he's aware of what was said during our interview, but there was nothing prohibiting him being here.
So just for clarity purposes for myself, so when they had the amount of days to appeal this process or prior to the Skelly, I'm fully aware of that process, being a part of that system. That evidence, if it existed, could have been presented during those times.
Yeah, and just another point, Sergeant Matuku chose not to be represented during his 2 interrogations from Internal Affairs. But at any point, as you know, in the process, you can get an attorney and talk about the circumstances behind the case and be represented. But I don't know if he was represented or not during his Skelly hearing. I do know he attended it, but I don't know who was present. I take that back. I do know that he was represented at the Skelly hearing.
Thank you.
if I may, just add 2 points. Within the investigative summary and findings, it's reported that while Mr. Matuku attended his Skelly hearing and started an appeal process regarding his Skelly hearing, he withdrew that process. So he did not complete the Skelly hearing process. That was a decision that's reported in the investigative summary and findings. I couldn't quickly get my fingers on it, but I'll get you the page as soon as I can. The other point I just want to emphasize for the board is, according to Mr. Matuku, he represented here today that his lawyers specifically advised him not to come here and speak. I'm not going to suggest why that may have been the case. It's for you to decide why his lawyers may have urged him not to come here and speak today, but that was, according to Mr. Matuku, the advice his lawyers gave him as he shared with us today.
Can I have a correction? Because that's not what I heard.
They come and speak with me, and I made that point earlier. Thank you. I made that point earlier. They wanted to come speak with me, and I said I wanted you all to hear from me and not my attorneys.
That's what I thought I heard. Okay. I wanted to be that clarified.
I heard that they asked him not to speak, but that's, the record will be what it is, what the recording says.
Any other questions? We can, yes, please. By yourself, please.
My name is Victoria Matuku, and I appreciate you listening to my husband and the things he needed to say. I wanted to speak to all of you on a personal level, and I value your fairness and open-mindedness. As my husband mentioned, he was with the Riverside Police Department for nearly 15 years. During that time, he had an unblemished career. This was until the allegation of dishonesty that is before you today. If you were to reach out and speak to anyone at the department or community about my husband's character and work ethic, you would be hard-pressed to hear anything negative about this man. These days in law enforcement, it is difficult to come across a supervisor who actually cares about the well-being and growth of their officers. James lived and breathed finding ways to support and assist his officers to be their very best every single day. He did the same when it came to serving the community he worked for. My husband is intelligent, selfless, wise, and honest, which is quite the contrary of how the department's internal affairs report and post report painted him to be. I will not refer to the department's IA report as an investigation because it simply was not that at all. Everything that should have been investigated and looked into was not. I am still baffled with how many pieces of the puzzle seem to be intentionally overlooked. The IA report saw one thing which could be explained in a variety of ways and looked at and investigated no further. They stopped there because it fit the picture and narrative they were trying to paint. There was no attempt to prove James's innocence, only his alleged guilt. I do understand that James's fingerprint allegedly being on the corner of one of the flyers doesn't look good, and we both understand that. However, there are explanations on how that could have occurred. As an investigator myself, I believe, and I ask you all to consider, that if James were to have hung these flyers, his fingerprints would surely be on every single piece of paper or flyer or plastic case or sleeve that these flyers were allegedly enclosed in. However, they were not. There were, however, other unidentified fingerprints on the flyers. I ask you to ask yourself why the department did not pursue the identification of these prints as they did James's, and I cannot emphasize this enough. I do wish this whole situation was just as simple as things being overlooked and things that could have brought clarity. However, there is so much more to it. As we all know, every department has its shortcomings, cliques, and politics. I do feel it necessary to bring up a little background about who the complainant officer is in terms of his negative dynamic in the workplace, which has been condoned and allowed to continue for many years with no consequences, ramifications, or accountability by command staff and his close-knit relationship to upper command staff of the department.
Excuse me? This goes beyond the facts of this case at this time for this board's consideration. If I understand what you're about to do, you're about to describe your perception of the complaining witness?
I'll stop. Also, I won't talk to that. I just think I feel like it's fair to get the whole picture of why everything started, but I won't speak on the complainant.
Okay, I'll listen carefully to your words, but you understand as an investigator the area that we're talking about now. Okay, so go ahead.
I understand.
Go ahead.
Just to give background, after coming back to work after giving birth to our son, The complainant officer did not think I should be allowed to ride with my partner because I was taking lactation breaks. And again, feel free to stop me, but I feel like it's important because it's the background of how this whole thing came to fruition.
The members of this board have read the background, and everybody here is aware of that. But, so I'm really, again, not sure where you're going, but we'll keep going and I'll certainly let you know.
Okay. When my direct sergeant did not succumb to the complainant officer's demands of separating me from my partner, the complainant officer proceeded to make a false claim against me and my performance as a police officer and my conformance to department policies. Despite these false claims being without merit, there were no consequences to the complainant for making such claims. When nothing came of these claims against me, the complainant officer redirected his attention in making false claims against James, and here we are now. There has never been any legitimacy to what the complainant has said, and the fact the department gave those claims any room to breathe is disturbing and shouldn't have happened. As I end, I do feel the need to emphasize these points again because the department stripped away James's livelihood and purpose, not only from this specific department, but now from any law enforcement agency. The claims against James were without merit and inconsistent, and inconsistent with who he is as a police officer, a husband, a son, a father, a community member, and as a friend. The unusual and unheard of lengths the department went to during this investigation to protect the complainant and vilify James are wrong. My husband was an outstanding police sergeant who was so influential amongst his peers and officers, as well as the positive and strong role model for the community he served. It is our hope that this decision of whether to decertify him is evaluated carefully. It's so monumental to us. And I will say, having to watch the aftermath of the department's unfair firing of James has been absolutely devastating. To see the strongest man I know lose his sense of direction and meaning is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. Law enforcement has been James's livelihood and purpose for so long, and I'm sure you can all imagine how losing that can truly unravel one's pride, purpose, and identity as a man, a husband, and as a father. But regardless, James has remained optimistic and resilient because that is who he is. And no matter what happens here today, I know that my son has the most amazing, steadfast, and honorable father and role model in the world. And our son is our motivating factor behind everything we do. He is the reason we feel the need to stand up and speak against something that isn't right, something that is unfair, and something that is biased and discriminatory. As parents and as humans, we should always strive to leave something better than how we found it. And with that said, flawed systems will never change if we remain silent. So we are praying for you all to look at the facts of what happened as no one has yet, fairly, logistically, and with a clean and impartial lens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Any other questions from the board?
Yes, I have one. Johnson. Have there been any reports concerning dishonesty on your behalf?
No, sir, I've never had any.
And if I remember correctly, he's been terminated because of dishonesty.
That's correct.
But yet never had any form of dishonesty discipline in the past.
I don't think that's relevant. I mean, when you're looking at a case, you're looking at the facts of the case and you make a determination based on what facts you're reviewing. So you don't need a series of sustained dishonesty cases to terminate somebody.
Anything else, Mr. Johnson? Okay, anything else? Yes.
Get some counsel on that with respect to our criteria and whether past record is relevant to our decision?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could be the fact that somebody would have progressive discipline that would impact your outlook, and past acts could certainly lead one to believe something. But, you know, it's just sort of, I look at it like certain acts of dishonesty in of themselves in the context of an investigation can justify the board's taking action in this matter. So that's why the case is presented for you. It may gravitate towards the board taking a certain decision if there are progressive discipline acts, but one act alone could suffice. So hopefully that's helpful.
Other questions? Okay, so we will now adjourn into the back room for our discussion and return when we're done. legal skills were involved in this one. Okay. Before we get to a vote, Mr. Johnson, your wife spoke and expressed some very thoughtful and passionate feelings about this. And all her comments are on the record. So I need to ask you on the record, given that your wife spoke eloquently and passionately and gave her opinion about racism in the law enforcement agency, whether there was racism involved here, do you feel that you should recuse yourself, or do you feel like you should have a vote in this matter, given that circumstance?
Madam Chair, I do not want to impact the board's,
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I do not want to impact the board's decision on this matter, but I do feel that I'm capable of putting forth a vote that I believe will, that I do know that is from my own position and not so much from her position or what she shared or comment made.
Okay. So do you feel you should recuse yourself or not?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Now, the question is, how many votes does it take to, if a motion comes forward, how many votes does it take to go with that motion? And the answer is 4, because there are 7 of you today. Wait a minute, 6. Right? I'm sorry. I'm floating in some cloud above. Yes, there are 7 people, and yes, it's 4 votes. So is there a motion to seek revocation in this case?
I'll make a motion for revocation.
Is there a
Clavo.
second?
Doyle second.
Okay. Any comment or questions before we go to the vote on anybody's part? Okay, so Mr. Chandler, Mr. Waller, can you please take the vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Member Buchan.
Aye.
Member Clavo.
Aye.
Member Crawford.
Yay.
Member Doyle.
Aye.
Chair Dudley.
Yeah, aye.
Mr. Glazer. And Member Johnson.
Nay.
So are there 4 votes for revocation? Therefore, the motion passes, and the recommendation of this committee to the commission is revocation. Okay, on to the next case. No. This is not time for public comment. If you want to make a public comment when we get to the next case, you're absolutely welcome to do so. But for this case, for right now, there's no more public comment. Thank you. Moving on to the second case. At this time, I will now call upon law enforcement consultant William Bowden, Professional Conduct, Los Angeles County Bureau, and Chris Becker, Assistant Chief Counsel, Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report on post number 2307511, Silfredo Cano, who at the time of the events at issue in this case was employed with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Good afternoon. My name is William M. Bowden. I'm a law enforcement consultant, one of the law enforcement consultants assigned to the Professional Conduct Bureau, Los Angeles County, in the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division. With me today is Christopher Becker, an attorney with our Legal Affairs Bureau. I'm here today to present case post 2307511 involving Silfredo A. Cano, formerly the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. It's the division's determination that clear and convincing evidence exists to demonstrate that Silfredo Cano committed acts of serious misconduct as set forth in Penal Code Section 13510.8 on or between May 14th, 2021 and July 22nd, 2021. Specifically, the division has determined that Sifredo A. Cano committed the following acts of serious misconduct: abuse of power, including but not limited to intimidating witnesses, knowingly obtaining a false confession, and knowingly making a false arrest, and sexual assault is described in subdivision B of section 832.7, which states, quote, "Sexual assault means the commission of or attempted initiation of a sexual act with a member of the public by means of force, threat, coercion, extortion, offer of leniency, or other official favor, or under the color of authority. For the purposes of this definition, the propositioning for or commission of any sexual act while on duty is considered a sexual assault." And dishonesty, relating to the reporting, investigation, or prosecution of a crime, or relating to the reporting of or investigation of misconduct by a peace officer or custodial officer, including but not limited to false statements, intentionally filing a false report, tampering with, falsifying, destroying, or concealing evidence, perjury, and tampering with data recorded by a body-worn camera or other recording device for the purposes of concealing misconduct. In this presentation, I will present a brief outline of the division's findings of investigation in this matter. Sifredo A. Cano began his career with Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department on November 30th, 2007, and at the time of his termination from the Sheriff's Department held basic, intermediate, and advanced post certificates. LASD records indicate that Mr. Cano had one prior sustained allegation of misconduct. In March of 2017, Mr. Cano received a 2-day suspension for policy violations when he failed to document a crime and book evidence in a timely manner. Mr. Cano received a fictitious $100 bill from a business owner, but did not write the report or book the evidence until after the victim followed up with the agency days later, and it was discovered Mr. Cano still had the evidence in his possession. On May 13th, 2021, Mr. Cano met the victim in the case we are here to discuss in his capacity as a peace officer during her arrest for driving under the influence of alcohol. He then used his position of power and influence to initiate personal contacts with the victim to leverage his position as a peace officer to obtain a romantic relationship with the victim. On May 23rd, 2021, Mr. Cano told the victim he could make the DUI go away if she would go out with him on a date, saying he would try his best to get the arresting deputy to not show up in court. The evidence demonstrates that Mr. Cano attempted to make good on this promise when he approached that deputy and informed him that he had spoken with the victim and learned that this was her second or third DUI. The arresting deputy confirmed he interpreted the conversation to mean that he should not attend the court hearing. Also on May 23rd, 2021, Mr. Cano deceitfully had his partner access the DMV database to run the registration on the victim's vehicle before meeting with her for lunch. And then later that same day, after his partner went off shift, Mr. Cano used the partner's secure login information to access CLETS to check the victim for warrants and once while meeting with her a second time that date. He then showed the victim the confidential results of that query. Further, between May 14th and July 22nd, 2021, Mr. Cano initiated and maintained a text and phone relationship with the victim after getting her cell phone number from the arresting deputy's DUI report. The initial text message from Mr. Cano to the victim was sent the day after she was arrested and shortly after she was released from the LASD jail. Additionally, Mr. Cano's conduct amounted to sexual assault as described in Penal Code Section 832.7, in that he attempted the initiation of a sexual act with a member of the public while on duty and through officers of leniency and other official favor. Between May 14th and July 22, 2021, Mr. Cano and the victim exchanged approximately 100 text messages, many of which are Mr. Cano asking the victim to meet with him, asking her out on dates, telling her how sexy she is, asking for pictures of her, and on one occasion reminding her that she was not wearing underwear the night she was arrested. During his IA interview, Mr. Cano eventually admitted to initiating contact because he was attracted to the victim and wanted to establish a relationship with her. He said he knew it was a violation of department policy and was wrong. On May 23rd, 2021, according to the attorney representing the victim, Mr. Cano implied to the victim that he could make her DUI arrest, quote, go away if she would go out on a date with him. At that meeting, Mr. Cano was on duty in his patrol vehicle and met the victim outside a restaurant where she was with friends. Later that day, Mr. Cano met with the victim again while on duty in front of her friend's home. The victim got into the patrol vehicle at Mr. Cano's request, sat in the front passenger seat while Mr. Cano accessed the computer to check the victim for warrants and wants. At one point, Mr. Cano asked the victim to go out with him, and when she said no, Mr. Cano touched her face and told her he wanted to, quote, be with her, with a clear meaning he meant in a sexual way. He then kissed her cheek and told the victim, you're so sexy. This account was corroborated through an audit of the MDC usage in Mr. Cano's patrol vehicle for May 23rd, 2021, and confirmed when the division interviewed the victim on July 15th, 2024. Finally, clear and convincing evidence supports dishonesty occurred in relation to the investigation of misconduct by a peace officer in the form of false and misleading statements made by the subject deputy, Mr. Cano. This is supported by text messages between Mr. Cano and the victim, GPS timelines of Mr. Cano's movements, and call logs from a witness cell phone, as well as statements from the victim. This evidence is corroborated by statements from the witness deputies and the Los Angeles County Head Deputy District Attorney. Mr. Cano was dishonest during his 3 compelled interviews until he was confronted with the physical evidence contradicting his statements. The following examples highlight this pattern. At the beginning of the administrative investigation, Mr. Cano remembered minute details of the DUI crash, including the victim's description, but said he could not remember her name. When the investigator showed him the collision report, Mr. Cano read the victim's name and said, that must be the name, that must be her name, because she was listed as, quote, party one, and whoever is party one is the person who is at fault in the collision. This despite months of text messaging the victim, requesting her Instagram contact, pursuing her romantically, and providing professional favors for her. At one point, Mr. Cano mentioned offhand in the interview that he met with the victim at a specific location because she lived nearby, but he couldn't remember what her name was when confronted by IA. Mr. Cano told Internal Affairs he had no contact with the victim after the night of her arrest for DUI on May 13, 2021, until she contacted him several weeks later at a traffic stop, a statement the victim later said was false. IA then presented Mr. Cano with 28 pages of text messages, of over 100 text messages between Mr. Cano and the victim that Mr. Cano initiated, beginning within hours of her release from jail on May 14, 2021. Only then did Mr. Cano admit to some interactions with the victim. Mr. Cano told IA very explicitly that he had no memory of transporting the victim to the hospital the night of her arrest. Although they showed him hospital paperwork he signed for her release, agency call logs showing he transported her to the hospital, and transcripts showing he and his partner were transporting, quote, a female to the hospital. Yet in his very first text to the victim on May 14, 2021, Mr. Cano reminded her that he was the deputy that transported her to the hospital. Mr. Cano denied using the patrol vehicle computer to check the victim for warrants or run her driver's license on May 23, 2021. At one point, Mr. Cano asked the victim to go out with him, and when she said, I'm sorry, that's repeating myself. In a subsequent interview, the IA investigators were able to present Mr. Cano with records showing his computer was used to check the victim for warrants and license status at a time when only Mr. Cano was using that vehicle, even though the login information was Mr. Cano's off-duty partner's login information. Mr. Cano told IA he must have, quote, ran her then, but he didn't remember doing it. In her interview, the victim stated she sat in the front seat of the patrol car on May 23, 2021, while Mr. Cano checked her for warrants and ran her driver's license and gave her the results. During her interview with the division, the victim stated she was sitting in the patrol car at Mr. Cano's request while he checked her for warrants on the computer, and Mr. Cano told her that her driving record was, quote, not good. Mr. Cano stated he met the victim on 3 occasions, but stated each time was brief, only around 5 minutes each. However, GPS tracking on his patrol vehicle showed Mr. Cano met with the victim on May 21, 2021 at Temple High School for 18 minutes He then met with the victim on May 23rd, 2021, outside the Hilton Hotel for 40 minutes, and then again on May 23rd, 2021 in Rosemead for 21 minutes. Mr. Cano denied speaking to the deputy that arrested the victim for DUI in an attempt to dissuade him from testifying against the victim. Mr. Cano said he had not talked to that deputy at all or engaged in any type of conversation with him since the night of the victim's arrest on May 13th, 2021. During his IA interview, the arresting deputy stated Mr. Cano approached him in the station a few weeks after the victim's arrest and struck up a conversation with him about her prior DUI arrests. Additionally, the deputy provided a screenshot of his cell phone showing he missed a phone call from Mr. Cano on November 14th, 2022, and a screenshot of a connected call with Mr. Cano 1 hour later that lasted 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The missed call came 1 hour and 10 minutes after Mr. Cano finished his second IA interview where he stated he had not talked to the arresting deputy about the victim or her case. On November 21, 2022, Mr. Cano had a third interview with IA where he changed his answer and admitted having conversations with the arresting deputy, but not about the victim's case or his ongoing IA. The facts I've just recited support the division's finding that Sifredo A. Cano was involved in serious misconduct, specifically abuse of power, sexual assault, and dishonesty. For the purposes of the division's analysis, clear and convincing evidence means evidence of a charge is clear and convincing so long as there is a high probability that the charge is true. The evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. The division recommends that Sifredo A. Cano's post-certification be revoked. The division's recommendation is based on the following serious misconduct: abuse of power, where Mr. Cano accessed confidential records to obtain the victim's phone number in an effort to contact her to establish a personal relationship, deceived coworkers to surreptitiously access her criminal and driving records, and attempted to dissuade the arresting deputy from appearing in court in an effort to influence her criminal case. And sexual assault, where Mr. Cano committed or attempted the initiation of a sexual act with a member of the public by offer of leniency or other official favor and under the color of authority. Specifically, Mr. Cano offered official favors, attempted to influence the victim's criminal case, and met with her while on duty, kissing her cheek and telling her how sexy she is in an effort to establish a quid pro quo sexual relationship. And dishonesty as it pertains to the investigation of a peace officer, where Mr. Cano was repeatedly dishonest and gave misleading statements to IA investigators until presented with factual evidence of his deceptions, at which time he admitted his actions and deceptions to the extent they had been proven, but no further. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Questions? You're moving it away? Okay. Okay. At this time, does the subject officer and or counsel wish to make public comment?
They may be online.
Yeah, they're
They
gonna be
may
online.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
And can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Sifredo Cano.
Okay. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, unfortunately, my counsel had to go to court for another case, and I've been listening in, so
Well, let me just ask you, your counsel was there with you and now had to go to court on another case. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Do you want to go ahead and make any statements even though he or she is not there?
Yes, I do. Just on some of the statements that they made.
That's absolutely fine. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear that your attorney was there, your attorney left, and you've now decided to make statements without your attorney being present. So I think you said yes to those things. Is that correct, Mr. Cano?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, please go ahead.
A lot of the things that they stated are not true, and we will prove at a time that we have our hearing. I never promised anybody anything. She was never in the car. I did not ask for any favors to make the case disappear. I don't have that power. And all that will be presented when we have our hearing. But a lot of the things that they read from that paper, it's not true. It's simply not true. Did I talk to her? Yes, I did. I did not get any information from any report. I wrote the traffic report. I had all the information. So I did not run her name just to get her information. And all that will be proven when they see that I was the one that wrote the traffic report. And
Is there
that's,
anything else for now, Mr. Cano? And then I'll turn it over to the board, see if anybody has any questions of you.
no, that will be it. I don't want to say anything else without my lawyer, but I just wanted to mention that on the record that you know, a lot of the things that they said are not true.
Now, if a board member asks you a question, you should not feel compelled to answer it, okay? I want to make sure you know that. And so you could hear their question and you could respond or you could not respond, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any questions from any board members? There doesn't appear to be any questions. Thank you, Mr. Cano. I appreciate you calling in. We all do.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment regarding this case? Hearing none? Let's go into the back room. Bathroom's back there.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion for revocation in this case?
Buchan, I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? Okay, any further discussion or comments? Okay, please take a roll call, Mr. Waller.
Buchan,
Aye.
Buchan, I, Clavo,
Aye.
Clavo, I, Crawford,
Aye.
Crawford, I, Doyle,
Aye.
Doyle, I, Dudley.
Aye.
Dudley, I, Glazer,
Aye.
Glazer, I, and Johnson,
Aye.
Johnson, I.
No abstentions, that motion passes. Okay, moving on to case number 3. Let's see. Give me one. Thank you, gentlemen. At this time, I will now call upon law enforcement consultant Kevin Sherburne, Professional Conduct Central Bureau, and Bryant Henley, attorney for Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report on case post number 2313715, Jaime Bermudez, or Jamie, I'm not sure which, who at the time of the events at issue in this case was employed by the Daly City Police Department. At this time, okay, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members. I've spoken with Mr. Bermudez. I think he goes by Jaime. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kevin Sherburne. I'm a law enforcement consultant to the Professional Conduct Bureau Central District. I served as the investigator in this case regarding Jaime Bermudez, who formerly worked for Daly City Police Department.
Speak a little slower. It's been a long day for the reporter.
Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. The case number is post 2313715. With me today to my right is Bryant Henley, counsel for post. The clear and convincing evidence substantiated that Mr. Bermudez engaged in acts that violated the law that were sufficiently egregious or repeated as to be inconsistent with the peace officer's obligation to uphold the law or respect the rights of members of the public. For purposes of the division's findings, clear and convincing evidence means there is sufficient evidence to determine that there is a high probability that the charge is true, and the evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Bermudez was employed as a police officer with Daly City Police Department from December 26, 2012 through July 11th, 2023, when he was terminated. Over the years, Post issued him 3 certificates: his basic certificate in 2014, intermediate in 2015, advanced in 2018. Mr. Bermudez was arrested and convicted twice for drunk driving. Mr. Bermudez's first DUI occurred in 2015. According to the Campbell, California Police Department report, Mr. Bermudez collided with a fire hydrant, resulting in major damage to the driver's side of the vehicle. He had a passenger in the car at the time. His blood alcohol content measured 0.19% by volume. He pled nolo contendere to the DUI and was convicted. The court sentenced him to volunteer work, counseling, and fines. In the year 2022, Walnut Creek police officers arrested Mr. Bermudez for DUI. At the time, he was driving a government-issued and owned vehicle and was on call as a drug interdiction task force member. He had a civilian passenger in the car. His BAC measured 0.269% by volume, and in addition to alcohol, Mr. Bermudez tested positive for tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, at the rate of 5.9 nanograms per milliliter. On December 6, 2023, he pled nolo contendere and was convicted. The court sentenced him under a statute that provided for a sentencing enhancement because it was his second DUI conviction within 10 years. The 2023 conviction included a sentence of 20 days in jail. Daly City Police Department conducted internal affairs investigations in both situations. Because the department purged the 2015 investigative file after 5.5 years within its policy, it is unclear whether the investigation sustained findings, what the allegations were, and if sustained, what discipline, if any, the department imposed. In the 2022 DUI, Daly City Police Department's internal affairs investigation resulted in sustained policy findings that led to a recommendation from a disciplinary review panel. In June 2023, the department issued a notice of intent to terminate and terminated him in July 2023. During his internal affairs interview, Mr. Bermudez stated that he had put himself through a 30-day inpatient rehabilitation program, was undergoing outpatient treatment, was attending Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, and was at the time of the interview 80 days sober. The clear and convincing evidence substantiated that Mr. Bermudez engaged in conduct in 2015 and 2022 that led to his arrests and convictions for DUI. Impaired driving is illegal because of the inherent dangers to the drivers and to others. Under Penal Code Section 13510.8 B6 and Post Regulation 1205 A6, acts that violate the law constitute serious misconduct when they are, quote, sufficiently egregious or repeated as to be inconsistent with the peace officer's obligation to uphold the law or respect the rights of members of the public, end quote. Impaired driving and repeated acts of impaired driving are acts that violate the law that are both sufficiently egregious and also sufficiently repeated as to be inconsistent with respondents' obligation to uphold the law or respect the rights of members of the public. As an officer charged to enforce DUI laws, Mr. Bermudez's actions in driving impaired on 2 occasions established that he committed serious misconduct. I will turn over the remainder of the division's presentation to Mr. Henley, and then after that, we're happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sherburne. Good afternoon, board members. Again, Bryant Henley with the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division. As Mr. Sherburne explained in his investigative summary and findings, which he wrote on behalf of the division's recommendation after its investigative findings is that there are reasonable grounds that exist for the board to consider revocation of Mr. Bermudez's peace officer certification in this matter. Without taking a position, the division in this case, me representing the division, without the division taking a position on whether an alternative form of resolution might be appropriate here, as you heard earlier today, before we began the serious misconduct matters, the commission, as you know, on 2 occasions has determined that a revocation of certification that has been stayed pending, subject to specific terms and conditions of probation, was appropriate in 2 prior cases involving DUIs. Whether this case, as Ms. Del Munayo mentioned earlier today, whether this is the kind of case that this board believes falls into that category or not, of course, is the board's determination to make. But we wanted to identify and acknowledge that certainly we know the commission has in 2 prior cases made that decision. The other things I wanted to mention is that we did speak with, as Mr. Sherburne mentioned, we've spoken with Mr. Bermudez, who had questions about an alternative resolution process. We did our best to explain what that process is based upon the information we have from the other 2 prior cases where the commission had ultimately voted to take that action. And so Mr. Bermudez is now aware of those factors, and I understand may wish to speak with you today. The other only topics I would make a mention at this moment are, of course, if the board's determination is that an alternative form of resolution is appropriate, notwithstanding the division's recommendation in this case, of course, we stand ready to assist with that process, assuming, of course, that the board and then the commission make such an election. Last but not least, I'm also prepared to share with this board, if it's appropriate, or if the board would like, some of the high-level terms and conditions that we've seen from the commission in 2 prior cases. I'm happy to do that now or at another appropriate time when the board would like to hear about those terms and conditions.
So that the board can make a knowing decision in this case. It's important for them to understand what should the board want to go the direction.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I'll proceed.
Please.
So with regard to the terms and conditions we've seen from the commission in 2 prior instances, the general level of the terms and conditions are as follows. The respondent in those other cases stipulated to the filing of an accusation. That's the pleading that goes before the Administrative Procedure Act, before an ALJ. That's the beginning of that formal hearing process you heard me talk about earlier. So the respondent would stipulate to the filing of that accusation. The certificates of the respondent were revoked in these prior cases on that stipulation. So there was an automatic revocation, but the revocation was then stayed immediately, meaning it was paused, subject to the completion of terms and conditions of probation that the licensees had to meet. Those terms were generally that the respondent in those cases had to obey all federal, state, and local laws, that the respondent would provide the commission with proof of completion of participation in all alcohol abuse treatment and counseling programs, as well as the results of alcohol treatment testing that those individuals had taken to date. Keeping in mind, of course, in those cases, those were alcohol-related cases, so that was the nature of that term. Respondent was, in those cases, could not engage in any other acts of serious misconduct as defined in the Penal Code 13510.8, and that obviously would include but not be limited to acts involving substance use. The respondent would have to provide any current, future, or potential law enforcement employer with the terms and conditions of the stipulation if the individuals wish to seek law enforcement employment elsewhere in the state or outside of the state. And that the respondent would understand that the stipulation, the agreement between the division and the officer, that would be a public record. So any person could view the settlement agreement including the terms and conditions of probation. And that if the respondent were to violate any of those terms and conditions during the period of probation, that the commission could, after giving that respondent notice and an opportunity to comment, the commission could immediately set aside the stay on the revocation and immediately impose the revocation that was previously ordered. That could become an automatic thing after a notice and opportunity to be heard by the respondent. Lastly, if the officer were to obtain new employment in these prior cases, then there was an additional term of probation, and that was that the person would have to abstain from the use of alcohol or other drugs, and at their own expense would be required to participate in random biological fluid testing or drug screening programs that were subject to the commission's approval. The length and the frequency of those testing would be up to 15 times per year on a random basis, and the licensee, the respondent, would have the obligation to pay for that testing. And those are the material terms we've seen in 2 prior cases involving DUI incidences with officers. With that, Madam Chair, I have nothing further unless you have questions.
Yes, first, does anyone have any questions about the case? I'll follow that up with questions about the terms and conditions. Does anybody have any questions about the case? Yes.
Labo. I'm sorry, you said 30 days he did in jail or 20?
The sentence was 20 days in jail.
20 days. And then do we know if he did any inpatient or outpatient in regards to the 2015?
I don't think that the inpatient rehabilitation came until after the second one.
In 2022?
Right. During his, I'm sorry to interrupt you. During his internal affairs and interview, he stated that after the first one, he did not realize that he had an alcoholic problem, but only after the second one. He thought it was like just a one-off he was celebrating.
Okay, and so after the second one, he did a 30-day inpatient program. Was that only for alcohol or was that for the THC as well? I have more later, but that's it right now.
Oh, 20 days in custody, 30-day outpatient program, yeah. Any other questions about the case? Okay, any questions about the terms and conditions of potential probation and or what all that means? Yes.
Questions about the terms and conditions, Glazer. How did the commission or the judge come to those terms? Are those best practices, or are there any empirical basis for those terms being effective?
Thank you, Board Member Glazer, for the question. That was kind of a couple of questions. So let me see if I can answer some of them. I'm not sure I can address all of them. With regard to the terms and conditions that were agreed upon, the process was that after this board made its recommendation and the commission considered these cases, these prior cases, the commission concluded at a high level that terms and conditions of probation would be a more appropriate option, and then directed the division to work on what terms and conditions might be best appropriate. And so after further consultation between the division, the respondent, and the commission, the set of terms that I high level described to you were the terms that were agreed upon. To the second part of your question, Dr. Glazer, I don't know that we have undertaken any studies or empirical evidence to determine which or any of those terms and conditions have a statistical or other empirical basis in terms of effectiveness. So I'm afraid I don't have an answer on that part of the question.
Mr. Director Delmenieux.
Dr. Glazer, thank you for your question. In terms of this being a best practice or a pattern, these standard terms and conditions are something that are used pretty regularly with medical professionals. There was a legislative initiative many years ago called the Uniform Standards for Substance Abusing Licensees, which lays out several terms and conditions to ensure safety of the public for anyone who's licensed with the state would have to essentially agree to. Some of that happens in a diversion program where they're diverting from discipline and then going into kind of a rehabilitative state until they can return to the profession. In this case, it's not diverting from discipline, but it's a settlement whereby we would be confirming that they are safe to return to the profession. You're welcome.
Can you repeat? Uniform standard?
For substance abusing licensees. My colleague in the audience may remember the bill number, but I'm likely to confuse it with more recent bill numbers, but it's been out there for probably early 2000s. And this is something that has been applied to licensees pretty routinely.
Any other,
You
please?
can, what was the length of the probation?
Thank you, Board Member Buchan. I don't think I mentioned that, and I meant to. 5 years has been the term of the probation for the prior two incidences that have come before the commission.
That's for. You joined us, I assume you have something to say.
That's for all of the terms.
That's correct.
Okay.
All of those terms and conditions that I outlined for this board for the 5-year period, that's how long they would take place. And one small wrinkle, those terms, as I understand them, in the event of an officer who took a job later, that's what would trigger the length of
The 5
time.
years.
So
Okay.
so you couldn't wait 5 years, not be on the job, and then start. It required you to start the job.
Yes, Ms. Bouchon, I didn't mean to interrupt. Was there anything else? No. Oh, okay.
Is there progress reports during this 5 years? Who's checking up? How are we getting reports back whether they violated the probation?
Can I answer? Okay. Sure, I can answer that. So in terms of monitoring probation, as Mr. Henley mentioned, there are portions of the terms and conditions that are considered told. Basically, the time is not ticking until the officer returns to work. So that really involves the biological fluid testing that we talked about. The other terms and conditions, they would be required to submit evidence that they've completed an inpatient or outpatient rehabilitative program or outpatient program, and also are continuing with a support group. But in terms of the monitoring of whether or not they are submitting to the biological fluid testing, whether they, end up testing positive for something, we have a contract, or we'll have a contract very soon, with a company called Vault. And Vault is essentially a management system that contracts with labs across the country who handles the biological fluid testing. They make contact with the probationer and alert them every day as to whether they have to test or not have to test. They also will send us any information about failure to log in to determine whether the testing needs to occur or whether or not there is a positive test received. That alert comes to post immediately. and then we respond accordingly. So the monitoring happens twofold. There's that portion of the monitoring, and then within post, we would be monitoring whether or not the individual has submitted all of the evidence of rehabilitation that's required as soon as that settlement agreement is executed by the commission. There are times where quarterly monitoring is part of the terms and conditions of the settlement, and that's just a check-in, where the probation monitor at post would be contacting the officer and asking them questions about their employment, their performance reviews, whether or not they've been the subject of any, discipline or have had any derogatory, interactions throughout the course of that quarter. And that's something that also can be applied to terms and conditions. It has not at this point been part of the settlement agreements that we've had.
Two follow-up
Let
questions.
me
Just add to that for a moment. I also learned today and from Ms. Delmino that if someone travels internationally, so let's say that they're on a vacation someplace, this company also has international connections as well. So they go to Paris for a week, this company can have them tested. In addition, if I'm correct about this, they have to pay for their own tests.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
please go ahead.
And so THC is part of the testing.
There's a wide range of tests that would be a battery of tests. It would be urine, blood, hair, nails, and you alter which tests you're requiring of your probationer. So it's not always the same type of biological testing. THC is inclusive in many of those tests. There are also there's a full range of controlled substances that are randomly tested for, depending on the profession you're testing. So I won't go into too much detail because I know time is of the essence, but the one thing I think I spoke to our chair about today was that there's the drug of choice, which is the drug that they were found to have in their, under the influence of when the discipline occurred. And then there's what they call the drug of convenience, which is what they will come in contact with or be exposed to. So we test for both. We're not testing for the substance, we're testing for the addiction. And that is part of our public protection role as a licensing agency.
One more question, be quick.
And Ms. Delmino also told me something else, which it's the drug of convenience. A good way to think about that is doctors have an ability to get prescription drugs. So even though that might not be their drug of choice, it may be their drug of convenience. Next comment, question?
Just real quick. These procedures are not, these terms are not, they don't begin unless they are employed by an agency.
There's a portion of the terms that are basically in effect at the time the agreement is executed. So the commission signs it, the subject officer signs the agreement. There are certain terms, they have to obey all laws. They have to submit, whether they're inpatient or outpatient, confirmation that they've completed a program. Those are immediate. The ones that don't take effect until the officer is gainfully employed is the biological fluid testing. So that portion of it happens actually 30 days prior to employment and then throughout the period of employment for 5 years.
So if they're abusing alcohol or any substances prior to being hired, we would have no idea.
They do what's called a baseline test. That's a very good question. And that baseline test tests for several months, sometimes up to 6 months of any use of substances prior to that testing period. So we would likely want to do a baseline test at the time the officer is employed, and we can look at, depending on the type of biological test we do, up to a 6-month period of exposure.
Let me ask a follow-up question. So let's say there are 10 terms and conditions of this probation. Some of them will apply immediately. Let's say someone doesn't get a job until 5 years later. Does it start again? All of the terms and conditions of probation, or the ones that they did during the first 5 years are already done?
So the 5-year period does not start, that clock does not start until they're employed. So while they have to submit all of that documentation to us, basically satisfying that they've met those terms, the actual time does not start until the individual is employed.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Johnson. I guess terms and conditions, right, when he's back employed or an officer is back employed, and their specialty is narcotics, right? Which I believe he was involved in. Does he maintain that position where he'll still be involved with narcotics?
So that's really up to the employing agency, but one of the other mandatory terms and conditions that takes effect immediately is that settlement agreement must be provided to the employer. So the employer is aware of basically the history with the board or the commission, and that there are terms and conditions in effect with the state of California regarding that officer's employment status. It would be up to the employer whether or not the individual could return to work in narcotics, yes.
Yes.
A question for, I'm sorry, were you up?
No, go ahead.
Raises a question for me. What are the implications of this for the national index? Would the stayed revocation appear on the national index?
Yeah, it's a final decision, so it should be a reportable decision of the commission, but thank you for the question. Yeah.
Buchan, as far as the decisions that we're making today, if we were to go the stipulated settlement route, I mean, are we recommending terms, or is that just what the commission would do?
You would be recommending a revocation stayed with a, opportunity for the commission to consider settlement terms. The commission itself would work with staff to devise those terms.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the motion would be a revocation.
Okay.
With terms and conditions as appropriate and delineated by staff. So they would add in those provisions, but it would be the decision, should all of you make this decision, is revoke, but stay at terms and conditions. Thank you. Other questions, comments?
One other comment, just
Yeah,
for clarity.
please.
When someone is placed on a stipulated settlement, disciplinary order, if you will, their license status is considered a conditional license. And so I want to make that clear. It does change their license status to not just being valid. It says conditional. And that tells every person that's looking at their profile or requests information regarding their certification status as a peace officer that their certification status has changed due to some form of discipline.
And after the 5-year period,
It would revert back to valid if they successfully complete probation, yes.
Excellent questions. Any other questions about the case or the potential terms and conditions of probation? Or the stay? Okay. Now let me ask, at this time, I will now call upon, does the subject officer and/or counsel wish to make public comment?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jaime Bermudez. I was a former Daly City police officer for about 10 years. Today, I'm not here to dispute or deny what has been presented to you in my case. I'm aware of the seriousness of my actions and have taken ownership over my poor decisions and continue to hold myself accountable to this day. I believe this last DUI arrest happened for a reason. I was headed down a path of self-destruction, all because of my relationship with alcohol. I knew if I continued down this path, I was going to lose more than my job. During the time period leading up to my DUI arrest, I was involved in a relationship that was falling apart. I was also dealing with the stress that came with the position I was assigned to at the time. In order to escape my issues, I resorted to going out and drinking alcohol in excess. I constantly drank to the point where I was no longer in control of my decision-making abilities. After my DUI arrest, I realized I had to make changes in my life. In order to accomplish these changes, I knew I needed to get some help. Having to accept that I was powerless and unable to make these changes on my own was something hard to admit. I made the decision I never imagined I would have to make, which was to check myself into a inpatient rehab facility where I spent 30 days. During my treatment and rehab, I realized after so many years in denial that I had a drinking problem and that I was not capable of drinking like a normal person. I recognized the damage alcohol was causing in my life and how it was affecting my personal relationships with the people I care about most. I was able to admit this to myself and to others, which started my healing process. The treatment I received in rehab allowed me to learn more about myself and what caused me to drink the way I did. At that point in time, I decided that alcohol can no longer be a part of my life. Rehab provided me with the support and tools I needed to overcome my addiction to alcohol. Once I completed the 30-day inpatient rehab program, I continued to work on my personal well-being by enrolling in a 2-week outpatient substance abuse-based program. Once I had completed the outpatient rehab program, I then attended several AA meetings where I continued to receive support. Currently, I'm enrolled in an 18-month DUI program that I attend on a weekly basis. I'm committed to the changes I've made in my life and have remained sober since my DUI arrest. Mentally and physically, I'm in the best shape I've been since the day I decided to stop drinking. My priorities, which don't involve alcohol anymore, have changed in a positive way. I'm focused on being a better person, taking care of my health, and improving my personal relationships, as well as starting a family of my own. Serving the community as a police officer and seeing the impact one can make in people's lives was a passion of mine and was the reason why I decided to become a police officer. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to prove the changes that I've made in my life. I believe I still have a lot to offer to the community and hope that you're willing to consider a resolution in my case. Thank you for allowing me to speak about who I was, who I am now, and the changes I've made. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
Am I pronouncing it right? Bermudez?
Bermudez, yes.
Are you here with counsel?
No.
You didn't
no.
bring a lawyer, okay. So I and others may ask you questions. You should feel perfectly free to not respond to those questions, okay? You're here and you've made your statement about sobriety and things like that. When during this investigation, you were 80 days sober, do you want to comment on your sobriety at this point?
Yes. I've remained, like I said, I've remained sober since the day I was arrested for my DUI. I feel like I'm a much better person. My mental health, I'm clear thinking. My relationship with my girlfriend at home, which wasn't working out mainly because of my alcohol problem.
I didn't ask the question well. Do you want to comment on the number of days that you've been sober or not? And that's, again, completely up to you. You talked about 80 days at the time of the investigation. Do you want to comment on how many days you've been sober now? And again, completely up to you.
Yes, it's been over 2 years, about 2 years and 2 months.
My second question, and again, I'm going to tell you this again. You are no obligation to respond to my questions. The THC that was found in your blood during the time of this investigation, do you want to make any comments about how it is that you had THC in your blood?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have a drug use problem. I don't use marijuana or THC. The reason there was THC in my system at that time was because I used, which was my mistake. I took what I thought at the time was CBD pills, which don't contain THC. They help you sleep at night. My girlfriend had those at home, and I thought that's what I was taking, but I made a mistake and I took the ones that had THC, which she uses THC. But that was a one-time thing.
I'm going to tell you again, please feel free not to respond. During the investigation, I believe she was interviewed and she said that wasn't accurate. Do you want to comment about why she said that wasn't accurate?
That's because the person who they interviewed wasn't my girlfriend.
Anybody else have any other questions? Thank you for coming in. Congratulations on your sobriety. Everybody ready to go into the room? We were discussing this case, and during the discussion of the case, Ms. Clavin made some points that the board felt were very important. And Ms. Clavin, if you're willing to, would you talk about what your thoughts are about this? And Mr. Bermudez, if you want to come back to council table, if you want to come back to the table, you're welcome to, or you can just stay there, whatever you're more comfortable doing, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have reviewed in the last year or so a few DUI cases. I'm very strong. I have very strong opinions about DUI cases. I heard Mr. Bermudez's testimony or his statement, and it was very compelling. And I believe that he has taken steps to make changes. But it always concerns me when they state that the reason why these actions occurred is because the job was stressful, or they were in a tumultuous relationship of these things. Well, we're always in a relationship and jobs are always stressful. So it's always concerning if he gets hired again. Police work is a stressful job. And so the next time he's stressed or his relationship or family life is not going as he would like it to go, will he relapse? And so that's always a concern of mine, and that's always a possibility in any of our lives that, one day we do something that we won't be able to change, and then we make that correction. But if we're saying that stress contributed to it, but we're still looking to be employed in the same field, well, that's never going to end. So how will we handle it the next time? What would be those steps?
So I think, thank you. And what was particularly poignant for me is that being a law enforcement officer is very stressful. And it's also very powerful because you have the ability to make arrests. You're driving in a law enforcement car, you have a weapon. And so your concern is that not only are you concerned about any DUI driver, but you're particularly concerned about a law enforcement officer who has a stressful job also being a DUI driver. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bermudez, you don't need to say anything in response to her comments, or you're welcome to. What would you prefer?
In response to your question, yes, I understand that part of the reason that, the job that was stressful at the time, I was assigned to the narcotics task force, and, I was trying to meet expectations. I had a large caseload. And, I was also dealing with my relationship at home that wasn't working out. We were thinking of splitting up. So at that time, like I mentioned before, the easy way for me my way out was to drink and just be away. But I feel that with rehab, I've learned how to cope with my stress. I know what triggers me now. I have tools where, and support that helps me keep me sober. I feel like these past 2 years have been some of the hardest times in my life. The fact that I haven't relapsed since then, I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I don't have a desire to drink. I think about, where I was when I was drinking and, all the dumb stuff that I was doing back then. And that's not the place where I want to be. Like I said, I want to start a family of my own. And if I'm drinking the way I was, I'm not in no position to start a family. And, my girlfriend's explained that to me as well. And I agree with her. So, I want to be a positive role model, and I understand that I can't drink the way normal people drink. So that's why I don't.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I have to commend you for coming here and speaking your truth. I'm a mother. I have 2 sons, and one of my sons also went through 2 DUIs. I firmly believe that alcoholism is a disease and that without the necessary resources and tools that we are not given as a society, I don't believe in criminalizing alcoholism. And this is on my personal side. But at the same time, I think that there should be some measures to be able to address it. I'm speaking out for a lot of young men, period, this generation, of all the things that you have to go through just to maintain a job, just to maintain a relationship, the cycle, things that you're going through daily, you know, you have to go through. And it speaks to you as more importantly as being an officer, being a role model, being a man. So I commend you for coming here and going through this because I know it's a task. And I actually just wrote a legislation, writing, hoping that people, that maybe one day we'll start looking at alcoholism as a disease and treat it as such. Because sometimes it's DNA, it's generational. So I do commend you, and I wish the best for you.
Yeah, if I can.
Yes, please, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Johnson again. I hear you speak about alcoholism, and I've heard you state that, you know, narcotics isn't your drug of choice. However, you're an addict. And sometimes we switch our habits. And so my concern was the role that you have, if you have it 5 years from now, and you come up under stressful situations, you may be in total control of alcohol, but that does not mean you won't switch. So I think you should speak about both in many ways, because you will be around a drug atmosphere that can enhance or create an appetite, especially in those stressful situations.
No, appreciate you. Thank you. Just on what you said, I understand your concern about switching to a different drug, since, you know, there was THC found in my system. You know, I can 100% tell you that I don't. My problem was alcohol with 100%. And it was hard for me to come here and admit that in front of all of everyone here. But, you know, that's what helped me get through, moving forward, to admit my problems. But as far as like marijuana, I don't care for it. I don't use it. And it was just a mistake that I made that one time. But I understand your concern. Thank you.
Comment on this case. You can go back to your seat or stay there, whatever you want. Is there any public comment on this? Yes, please.
So let me just reintroduce myself. My name is Beatrice Johnson. And long before I was Mrs. Johnson, I was an advocate with the impacted family. So I've been in the social justice movement for a long time. And I actually was going to say excuse me, what's your name? Nicole, sorry, Nicole, I got a brain freeze. I actually was on the line of her that the concern is that police officers seem to get a lot of opportunities to continue to break the law. And a lot of citizens, some citizens get a DUI and it ain't really a DUI and they don't get a break. And their lives are turned upside down. So my thing would be that I've been here since it started. I've did public comment since it started. And My concern, I've heard other cases with officers, and I feel like that officers should be held at a higher standard. How do you keep getting 1 and 2 and 3 DUIs? You know, because when you're in your addiction or in your alcoholism, you may stop my son or my nephew or my niece. How do you act? So, because sometimes it seems like they're doing this until they get caught. So if you're doing it until you get caught, that means you're on the job. And that means that the citizens and the people in my community may have to encounter you. So that's a real serious issue, because I know that the everyday citizen, they don't get a break on a DUI. That's what I want to say.
I just want to make sure, and I'm sure you probably understood this, but both times, both cases went to court, both times he pled no contest, the same as pleading guilty for all criminal purposes. So he was held to the standard of any other DUI driver. The question that's before us is whether his license is revoked as a law enforcement officer. But I appreciate your comments. Thank
Are
you.
you saying he wasn't drinking or doing drugs while he was on duty?
I'm sorry, what?
So are you saying that he wasn't drinking or doing drugs while on duty?
I'm not going to comment on, so you're asking.
Okay, so that's what that was my whole comment, that
Okay.
if they're drinking and doing drugs on duty, I wasn't talking
I
about that.
can't say either way
Okay.
on that.
Yes, but that was just my point. And I
Okay,
was saying,
I
he
appreciate it.
did go to court and he went when he got caught, right? So before he got caught, he was on duty. So that was my concern. Okay? Mhm.
Mr. Johnson, we have to ask you again. Your wife spoke during public comment, and you're a voting member of this hearing board. Do you feel you should recuse yourself in terms of this particular motion, if a motion is made, or do you feel that you don't need to? So why don't you comment on that now?
I feel extremely confident that I can render a decision without any influence from, of course, my wife.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion? Let me try. Is there a motion that there should be revocation, but that revocation be suspended based upon the terms and conditions that are articulated by the post staff? Is that okay?
I so move.
I second.
Yep, you can second. Okay, now let's take a roll call.
Board Member Buchan.
Aye.
Buchan, aye. Board Member Clavo.
Aye.
Clavo, aye. Board Member Crawford.
Aye.
Crawford, aye. Board Member Doyle.
Aye.
Doyle, aye. Board Member Glazer.
Aye. Oops.
Glazer, aye. I skipped you. Board Member Dudley. Aye.
Still aye.
Dudley, aye. Still aye. Board Member Glazer.
Still aye.
Still aye. And Board Member Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Used to always going after Doyle, so. Okay, that motion passes. No further comment. Okay, now we're gonna take a 10-minute break. And so we'll start again at 20 to 5. And we will start with the presentation of our last case.
Does he understand?
Yeah. We'll talk then. What you saying? Marie? Anne Marie, we're ready when you are. It's okay. Thank you. Back on the record. At this time, I will now call upon law enforcement consultant Kevin Sherburne, Professional Conduct Central Bureau, and Carrie Woolley, Attorney for Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report on case post number 2300017, Paul Machek, who at the time of the events at issue was employed at Brentwood Police Department. Please.
Good afternoon or good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time again today. I do have my prefatory statement that I will read for purposes of the record so that this case the transcript is considered completely separate and independent from the previous case. So you'll hear me say some of the same things. My name is Kevin Sherburne. I'm a law enforcement consultant within the Professional Conduct Bureau Central District. I served as the investigator in the case involving Paul Machek, who formerly worked for Brentwood Police Department at the time of the serious misconduct. As the chair mentioned, the case number is post 2300017. With me to my right is Carrie Woolley, who is legal counsel for post. The clear and convincing evidence substantiated in this case that Mr. Machek used force that was excessive and unreasonable, either or both. For purposes of the division's findings, clear and convincing evidence means there is sufficient evidence to establish that, quote, there is a high probability that the charge is true, end quote, and the evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Machek began work as a police officer with Brentwood Police Department on August 1st, 2017. Mr. Machek obtained a basic certificate in 2019 and an intermediate certificate in 2020. He remained with the police department until his termination on August 31, 2022. Mr. Machek appealed the termination to a hearing officer. The hearing officer upheld the finding that the use of force was unreasonable and excessive, but recommended a lesser discipline than termination. After reviewing an advisory recommendation from the hearing officer, the city manager of Brentwood upheld the termination on January 23, 2024. The hearing officer's rationale for recommending a lesser discipline is irrelevant here. Post may seek, and the board may recommend revocation, even if an officer retains employment. The facts underlying this case involve a call for service to a home improvement store in Brentwood. At approximately 5:30 a.m. on April 23, 2022, Brentwood Police Department received a call that someone was screaming near the garden sheds at the home improvement store. 3 officers responded to the scene: Officers Josh Flynn and David Franson and Mr. Machek. There, the officers found victim 1, a homeless person who was known to Mr. Machek and the other officers, who was inside one of the sheds. The officers ordered her outside, where Mr. Machek placed victim 1 in handcuffs behind her back and placed her in a seated, cross-legged position in front of the open door to one of the sheds. For about 7 minutes, the officers engaged in conversation with victim 1, who alternated between verbally abusive, using foul language, and routine conversation. The officers later stated that she appeared to be drunk, and based upon her comments about being shot in the nose by a laser, possibly under the influence of drugs, illegal drugs. The officers positioned themselves around victim 1, who had her back to an open garden shed. The officers stood approximately 4 or 5 feet from the victim. After about 7.5 minutes, victim 1 started to stand up. As she was standing, her hands were still cuffed behind her back. Officer Franson's body-worn camera, I'll refer to that as BWC sometimes, showed that Mr. Machek took 3 quick steps toward victim 1, kicking her with his right foot in her left midsection or upper thigh. Victim 1 fell backwards into the open door of the shed, hitting the door and falling to the ground. Victim 1 was not injured in the encounter. Mr. Machek later said he feared she would spit at him. He told the IA investigator, however, that she had never actually hit him in the face with spit. The hearing officer rejected Mr. Matichek's statement of fear as, quote, speculative and the exact type of 2020 hindsight analysis the Supreme Court forbids, end quote. After Mr. Matichek kicked victim one, he brought her to her feet and escorted her to his patrol car, while officers Flynn and Franson walked behind him. They later stated they expressed surprise about the kick because there was no threat of harm or safety issue requiring the use of force or that level of force. Mr. Matichek did not take responsibility for his wrongful actions. In fact, Officer Flynn noted that he and Officer Franson told Mr. Matichek they would take over after victim one was at the patrol vehicle. Mr. Matichek's response, quote, he smiled at us. The officers summoned an ambulance where EMTs determined victim one did not require medical treatment. That victim one did not sustain injury is irrelevant to whether revocation or suspension is warranted. The focus is on Mr. Matichek's acts constituting physical abuse. Respondent arrested victim one for public intoxication and battery on a peace officer because she later spat at a community services officer who was preparing to transport victim one to the county jail. The clear and convincing evidence substantiated that Mr. Matichek's use of force was unreasonable or excessive, either or both. The use of force violated California Penal Code Section 13510.8B3 and Post Regulation 1205A3. Taking into account Mr. Matichek's perspective, as well as the other officers present, victim one did not objectively pose a threat to Mr. Matichek or anyone else, including the other officers, was not resisting, and was not attempting to escape. I will show you some video footage of Mr. Matichek's use of force. There are two video perspectives to show you. The first video footage is from Mr. Matichek's body-worn camera, and the second video is from Officer Franson's body-worn camera. In discussing the video, I'll refer to the time of day rather than the time during the video. And that display of the time is in the upper right next to the date. So you'll notice it'll be approximately 5:35 in the morning, and it'll show the seconds. Tobias, would you please show video one?
Hey, let's see your ass. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down.
What?
Sit down,
What are you
sit down.
doing, dude?
Sit down.
Oh, what are you doing, dude?
Put your hands behind your back.
Why?
Because I said so.
I fucking just got shot in my fucking nose, dude. I got shot in my nose.
Can I get some light over your stuff?
Oh, what?
Drop your stuff.
Oh. Oh. Someone just fucking shot me in my nose. I'm glad you guys fucking did it.
Why didn't you step outside when we told you to?
But I didn't know who it was.
We said police department.
Oh, somebody shot me in my nose. They fucking shot me in my nose. Dude, look. On the corner of it.
Shot you in your nose?
Yeah.
With what?
I have no clue. It looked like a laser.
Who was it?
It was that guy with the one with the hawk nose or whatever.
The hawk nose?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He called me up or whatever, and he's like, hey, he's like Alex Sloan. He's like the original. He's like stop by. He's like tough shit or whatever.
What do you look like?
Fucking like a big ass fucking nose full.
Yeah, but like, was he black, white, Hispanic? What happened?
He was Mexican.
He's Mexican?
Yeah.
That video showed that from the initial contact when the
My nose,
officers
man.
recognized victim one to Mr. Matichek's placement of the handcuffs on victim one, the officers had the situation under control. Mr. Matichek immediately recognized victim one and called her by name. We heard that beeping. That was the redaction. Victim one did not display any behavior or words that would indicate she posed a threat to them or a risk of escape. She was compliant to commands to sit down, although she questioned why. She did not resist Mr. Matichek assisting her to the ground or placing her hands behind her back. The video showed that the physical placement of handcuffs on victim one only required one officer, Mr. Matichek. The other officers did not perceive victim 1 to be a threat or escape risk, and they stood some distance away. One of the officers did provide light from a flashlight at Mr. Matichek's request, and the other explored the area in the shed. One of the officers turned off his body-worn camera as soon as he recognized victim 1. He would not have done so if he had perceived that she was a flight risk or a threat risk. Further, that video showed that Mr. Matichek did not double lock the handcuffs or conduct a pat search of victim 1. This is further evidence that he did not perceive her to be a flight or threat risk. Also important to note from this video is the handcuffing process itself. When Mr. Matichek applied the handcuffs to victim 1's wrists, he applied light pressure at first, then adjusted them to a tighter position. The noise of the ratcheting on the video that we heard of the handcuffs shows that Mr. Matichek did not apply them in an aggressive manner. The audio shows that Mr. Matichek and victim 1 also engaged in conversation free from emotion or stress. The audio shows that Mr. Matichek did not ask victim 1 if she had any weapons. Again, this is evidence that he did not at that time perceive her to be a risk. The next video footage to show you is from Officer Franson's body-worn camera. This one is about 5 minutes long. Tobias.
He had like a big hawk nose, and then he looked like he was putting on a hat or whatever, and he was laid back in his backpack, and I tried to ask him for my coat back, and he had my coat, my clothes, my cards, everything I owned, and he fucking shot me, dude. Right when I turned the corner to leave with him, he shot me, dude. My fucking nose. And he made it look like I slipped and fell. And I started screaming, dude. He fucking started dragging me and shit. It was fucking horrifying, dude.
How long have you been living in here for?
I just stopped in here maybe 10 minutes ago. He fucking shot me and then he locked me in there and I was like, help, help, help. And he wouldn't unlock it or come back and I was screaming, dude.
Who was screaming, I don't give an F?
Huh? I have no clue. Probably fucking he was.
Who's he?
I don't know. He didn't give me his name.
You ever seen him before?
I haven't.
No?
No.
When's the last time you used drugs?
I've never used drugs before.
You've never used drugs?
No.
No way.
Fucking, he shot me, dude.
That's not what I've
My
heard.
nose. Look how bad he shot me, dude.
What were you shot with?
It looked like he shot me with some type of rifle.
A rifle?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
He shot me with like an old ass fucking like rust fucking like hammer or something in my fucking nose. And I pulled it out. He tried to fucking hammer a fucking screw in my nose. I was like, what the hell? He won't get out of my face.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I gotta go to the hospital, dude, because it's bleeding hella bad.
What is?
My nose right here.
Yeah. Is that what all these tissues are?
Yeah.
How long ago did that
Probably like 15, 20 minutes ago. I saw a police officer drive by and I was like, help, 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 like that. Right there, he fucking put a screw in my fucking nose. I was fucking horrified, dude. I tried to call everyone. I went down to a gas station. It wasn't open when it's open 24 hours. And I went around the corner. And the guy wouldn't let me urinate nothing, and I was like screaming, dude. And I was like,
Is that why you used the shed to go to the bathroom?
I was like locked in there, dude. I was locked in there, screaming, dude, and he was fucking screwing my nose, dude. It was fucking horrifying.
this so dirty over here? What'd you do with all this stuff?
You know what? I'm sick and tired of you following me, dude. I understand, dude. Quit following me. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I made YouTube. Fucking shining lights in my eyes and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, how often do you guys fucking, fucking kill these fools, like murder them?
Why are you yelling?
Are you thinking of harming yourself?
No.
Are you thinking of harming anybody else?
No.
No, that was a softball question. You did not hit that one.
Oh, I don't play softball.
I don't either.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks
Quit
for
following
what?
me.
For finding you?
No, quit following me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Why do you have so much beer?
What do you mean beer? I can drink beer whenever the fuck I want. It's not beer, dude.
It is. It's Budweiser.
So the fuck what?
Well, I said it was beer. You said it wasn't.
I don't give a fuck if it's beer or not. Drink as much beer as I fucking want.
You think we have enough beer?
That video clip, we saw that victim one and the officers engaged in conversation for about 5 minutes. During that conversation, victim one did not attempt to resist, escape, or pose a threat to the officers. The officers learned enough during the conversation that they believed victim one was possibly experiencing a mental health episode. After the officers started asking her about her personal property and her consumption of alcohol, victim one's demeanor changed. Mr. Machek's conversational tone bordered on mocking victim one, and he engaged in a sarcastic exchange with victim one. She then became verbally aggressive and started yelling and cursing. Officer Franson turned off the audio to his body-worn camera at 5:39 and 43 seconds in the morning, which is the time that we had stopped at. That video showed that the officers had triangulated victim one. She was effectively secured with her hands handcuffed behind her back and seated in a cross-legged position. Her back was to the garden shed, and they were several feet away from her. Victim one did not pose a risk of threat or escape during this time. May we see video 3, please? This video showed the officers continued to guard victim one in a triangulated position. While muted, the officers appeared to continue to engage her in conversation. After about 8 minutes after initially being handcuffed and seated in a seated position on the ground, victim one attempted to stand up. At this point, Mr. Machek immediately rushed victim one in about 3 steps and kicked her before she had even risen to a full standing position. The force with which respondent, Mr. Machek, kicked victim one nearly picked her completely off the ground and backwards into the garden shed door, where she fell to the ground. At the time victim one stood up, she did not reasonably pose a threat to the officers or others and was not resisting or attempting to escape. Officers Flynn and Franson did not even flinch when they saw her movement because they did not perceive her to be a flight risk or a safety risk. I have one final video to show you, video number 4. We're going to play this in half speed, if we could please, Tobias. This clip showed clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Machek's use of force was unreasonable or excessive, either or both. In sum, his actions were unreasonable and or excessive because victim one did not present herself to be a safety risk to them, was not resisting, and was not trying to escape. He could have used less intrusive and reasonable alternatives to force, including verbal commands, control holds, or escorting her to a patrol vehicle while they discussed the plan of action, how to deal with her. The force used was disproportionate to the circumstances the officers faced. Before I continue, would any member of the board like to review any of the videos again that we just saw? From a licensing perspective, in reviewing the totality of Mr. Matichek's professional career, Post also reviewed the previous use of force incident and commendations that he received. Evidence of prior misconduct and the likelihood of recurrence are two factors that shall be taken under consideration under Post Regulation 1213, whether a suspension or a revocation is warranted. In Mr. Matichek's use of force in May of 2020, although the internal affairs investigation did not sustain a policy violation for use of force, and under Brentwood Police Department policy, it's important to note that the definition of not sustained includes situations where, quote, there is insufficient evidence to fully exonerate, end quote, the officer, not simply those situations where the preponderance of the evidence did not substantiate the allegation. The factual circumstances are similar enough to this case to warrant mention. That case involved a female subject who was restrained, undergoing a mental health crisis, and was belligerent towards officers. Mr. Matichek feared spitting in that case. Mr. Matichek escalated the situation. Finally, Brentwood Police Chief Thomas Hansen was the chief during both incidents. In his termination letter to Mr. Matichek, Chief Hansen stated, quote, nothing can justify the violent force that you used under the circumstances. You employed what can fairly be described as bully tactics, end quote. During his testimony during the hearing appealing Mr. Matichek's termination, Chief Hansen also stated that he lacked faith that Mr. Matichek would use the appropriate level of force in other situations in the future. Reasonable grounds exist to either revoke or suspend Mr. Matichek's peace officer certificates. At this time, I'm done, and if you have any questions, I'm happy.
Any questions? Seeing none. At this time, does the subject officer and or counsel wish to make public comment? Welcome. And if you'd state your names for the record.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Marie Masters. I'm here from RLS Lawyers. I'd like to start off by just pointing out a couple inconsistencies before I actually get into my statement that I had prepared. It was mentioned that the victim spat at a CSO who would later transport her to MDF or Martinez Detention Facility. I just want to clarify that the victim actually spat in the CSO's mouth, so it wasn't just being spat at, it was actually, that's why she was arrested for battery. In addition, it was stated to some effect that that the victim wasn't resisting at the time she was being placed on the ground initially. The fact that former Officer Matichek had to use a leg sweep to place her on the ground to put her in handcuffs in itself shows that she was resisting, and so he had to use that lesser amount of force to actually overcome the resistance to get her on the ground. So it's a mischaracterization to say that she wasn't resisting. He also repeated verbal commands to have her sit down or to stay seated. So he had actually used other options other than physical force prior, and they weren't working, which is evidenced by her starting to stand up. So getting into my statement, I'd like to just take this brief time, because I know we try to keep this a little bit short, to address the division's findings and why I believe they're insufficient to support decertification. Again,
Go down. It's been a long day for our court
yes,
reporter.
ma'am. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much.
Specifically, I'd like to highlight mitigating facts, which ultimately show that reasonable grounds do not exist to revoke or suspend former Officer Matichek's post certificates based on clear and convincing evidence. First, in the nearly 5 years at Brentwood PD prior to this incident, former Officer Matichek served without being disciplined and or found to be operating outside of policy. The division report discusses that former internal affairs investigation that was just brought up, and I'd like to just reiterate that resulted in findings of not sustained. And mind you, that that investigation was conducted under preponderance of the evidence standard, which is lower than the clear and convincing evidence standard that we are using here. We can consider prior conduct. It also needs a history of discipline also needs to be considered. And the reality is that he was never disciplined for that prior IA because it was not sustained. He was not found to be acting out of policy. It's simply improper to use conduct that was within policy to try to state that there will be potentially future out of policy conduct. Second, former Officer Machek was actually recruited by the Brentwood Police Department during the academy. He started at the academy as a non-affiliate, which basically means that you pay your own way through the academy. And then partway through was hired after a recruit training officer who saw his daily performance, saw him as someone that he wanted to work with at Brentwood PD. The academy involves numerous use of force scenarios, and part of that involves the recruit training officers essentially manufacturing stress to see how the recruits do under pressure. Former Officer Machek was in part hired by Brentwood PD because one of his recruit training officers saw how he performed under pressure and through those use of force scenarios, and again wanted him to be part of the team at Brentwood PD. Even the officer who testified in part of the IA investigation that former Officer Machek's use of force was unreasonable said that he still trusts him to work with him as an officer and to have his back. That illustrates that this incident is on its own does not make him unfit to do his job as a police officer. Third, the victim was struck in a way that was intentional in that it was to avoid injury. We can go back and forth all day about disagreeing whether or not the use of force was reasonable or unreasonable, but the fact of the matter is that former Officer Machek thought about his actions at the time and thought to himself, well, she's standing up and I don't want her to run away. And for those of us who have worked patrol, we know that people who are handcuffed can still run away. And the significant risk when that happens is that they're going to fall face forward with no way to break their fall. So part of his thought process was, well, I'm asking her to sit down. She's not listening. And so she started to stand up, and he did what he thought was the best way to get her to stay on the ground without having to get his face closer to her where she could spit on him. Part of this is also his knowledge of her from prior contacts and from prior contacts with other officers, which I'll get into in a moment. But if the victim had been able to finish standing up and run away, she almost certainly would have either fallen face first, and being in a parking lot that was asphalt, that would be a very bad fall to be face first, or would have had to have been subdued by officers, which could have resulted essentially in the same sort of face forward fall. Instead, the kick was used to essentially push her away and keep her on the ground by contacting her. Again, you could see in the video partially her torso or upper thigh area. Officers are also taught during their arrest and control time in the academy that that's one of the permissible areas to try to target if you're using personal body weapons. You're supposed to stay away from things like someone's head and face. So Officer Machek was intentional in contacting an area of the victim's body that was unlikely to result in any kind of injury. As we saw in the video, the victim fell back into the door of the shed and landed in a seated position. She never hit her head. Contrary to what was stated earlier, she was never lifted off the ground, nor did it appear that she was close to being lifted off the ground. She was clearly pushed straight back and down into a seated position. Not injured, EMS was called, and she was ultimately cleared to be transported for incarceration. Next, former Officer Machek had extensive prior knowledge of the victim. This is based on prior encounters that he had, as well as those in his department. During his internal affairs interview testimony, he made it clear that the victim has a history of physically fighting with police, fleeing from them. She had previously tried to take another officer's gun, spitting on officers, which is assault and battery. Just in general being combative with them. And part of this is that people with mental health can be erratic. So this notion that because the call started off calmly with both the victim and the officers, while the entire encounter is relevant, we can't, it's just disingenuous to say, well, it started off calm, so there was no reason for it to escalate. It's been repeated that the victim may suffer from mental illness, and so that's something that needs to be considered, because it can also make a person erratic. All of this is relevant to the mindset that Officer Machek had at the time of this incident, because he was trying to make the best decision that he could given the situation, and he believed his course of action was the best plan. There's no obligation for officers to subject themselves to assault and battery just because being spat on may not encompass the type of physical injury that we traditionally think of, like breaking your arm or getting a concussion or something like that. It doesn't mean that they're obligated to essentially have that happen. And had he done something else, which I'm hard pressed to figure out what it would have been. I mean, the thought process he went through was he didn't use his taser, he didn't use his OC. He had been using verbal commands and they just weren't working. So the next option he had that was the least forceful was some sort of hands-on approach, is the phrase that's used, but just some sort of personal body weapon. Lastly, the totality of the internal affairs investigation showed that former Officer Machek acted with candor and integrity following the incident. That was commented upon by the arbitrator, binding arbitration, or a non-binding arbitration after he had been terminated. Former Officer Machek agreed that a supervisor needed to come to the scene, which is standard anytime there's use of force, whether it's something that's reasonable, unreasonable. No one knows at that moment, but it's normal for supervisors to come to the scene. That's not anything out of the ordinary. That wasn't something that was done because anyone at the time felt like this was an exceptional situation. It's just standard. The division seemed to dismiss former Officer Machek's description of the incident in his IA interview as illogical, and it's a quote. But former Officer Machek did in fact go into a clear explanation of why he took the action he did. It was anything but illogical. He walked everyone through the steps he took and why. He fully cooperated with the administrative investigation and never displayed any behavior that called his integrity into question. This incident happened quite a while ago. As you can see, the date is in 2022. So after this period of reflection, former Officer Machek understands why we're here. And in hindsight, seeing where we are now, he would have handled the incident differently. That said, that reflection doesn't mean that at the time of the incident, he wasn't doing what he genuinely thought was his best option. He chose the tactic that he thought would result in no injury, but would still keep the victim subdued where she needed to be and prevent him from being spat on. Former Officer Machek isn't the type of person that we need to keep out of this profession, and he's essentially served a 2-year suspension. He hasn't worked in over 2 years. Following his termination, the appeal process took him through non-binding arbitration, and at that non-binding arbitration, the very experienced arbitrator found that it was an abuse of discretion for Brentwood PD to fire him and recommended a week-long suspension instead. So surely if it's an abuse of discretion and unreasonable to fire him, revoking his licensure would be even more so. So with that, we respectfully request that no action be taken against either of his post certificates. I also, sorry, I believe Officer Machek also wanted to make a brief statement, but I'm not sure which order you'd like to handle.
I'd like to make a statement.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So my name is Paul Machek. I know reading it is a little difficult, especially with that fun J that's there. I was a good police officer, and I was trusted and respected by my peers and the community. And I had had multiple contacts with that specific individual, her fighting with me, spitting at other officers, and like my lawyer mentioned, trying to take one of my partner's guns. I knew this to be a violent individual who often uses methamphetamine and alcohol, which I believe she was under the influence at that time. I did not want to hurt her. I wanted to send her to the hospital, and that's the conversation that I was having with my partner at that time that she began to stand up. I wanted to de-escalate the situation and not take her to jail. I wanted to send her to the hospital where I knew we weren't going to have to fight with her. And at that point, that's when she started to stand up, and I gave her 2 commands to sit back down, and she didn't listen. And from my previous experiences with her, I know that she was either going to run away from me or spit on me like she's done so in the past. And I did not want either of those to happen. And that's why I took the actions that I did. I was trained to do exactly what I did, even though it's not pretty. That's what I was trained to do in the academy and by my police department. If I could take back that moment in a heartbeat, I would. But I know that what I did was the right thing at that time. If I could change it now, I would. But at that time, I know that I was within the right mindset, and I was trying to do the right thing. To take away my certificates, I believe would be a disservice to the community of Brentwood, as well as the state of California. So thank you for your time.
I apologize. If I may ask just one clarifying question so I can make sure the record. Yes, when you say that you wanted to send her or take her to the hospital, can you explain to us what exactly you meant by that instead of to jail?
Yeah, absolutely. So this particular individual, anytime that we told her that she was going to go to jail, that she was being arrested for whatever charge it was, probation violations, drug possession, being under the influence, that's when she would get aggressive with us. I recognized the signs and symptoms that she was under the influence of narcotics and or alcohol. And so I wanted to send her to the hospital so that way she could sober up and not have to begin a fight with us if I was to tell her that she was going to go to jail, which she's done so in the past. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Where did she go after this?
So we took her to the Brentwood Police Department where she was then photographed, or we tried to photograph her. She was still being combative with us at the police department. Before that, excuse me, she was medically evaluated on scene by AMR. And then she was taken to the police department. And then from there, she was transported to the Martinez detention facility. And yeah. So.
I'll try not to belabor my questions. One question for the attorney. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Yes, ma'am. Marie Masters.
Ms. Masters, you said that the supervisor came to the scene?
A supervisor was called or notified. So basically, anytime there's a use of force, a supervisor is notified. And I don't want to misquote BPD policy, but my understanding is that it's up to the supervisor's discretion whether they actually show up at the scene, but they are notified every time there's a use of force.
Okay, quick question. Because I thought in the records and the documentation we received, it stated that they had talked about calling the sergeant, but they didn't actually speak with the sergeant or make contact with the sergeant until they arrived back at the department, where the 3 of them all conversed with the sergeant together. Am I misunderstanding what was in the?
That is correct. There was a discussion amongst all 3 of the officers at the scene in the home improvement parking lot. And 2 of the officers said we need to call the sergeant. The sergeant did not come. You're correct.
But did they
sergeant
actually
not
call?
come.
I don't remember them saying they called at that time.
I can
it's
answer
okay.
that. I did call for
Okay.
a sergeant on the way back to the police department, and I informed him that a use of force had been made and that we would meet him back at the Sally Port of the police department where we could discuss exactly what happened.
And so my second question would be for you, because I heard you say that you wanted to de-escalate the situation, but you were kind of bantering back and forth once she rose to a different degree of attitude, personality, or, mental health situation. Why did you continue to banter with her if you were trying to de-escalate the situation?
So what I was doing in that scenario was asking her questions as far as a 5150 evaluation. Does she want to hurt herself? Does she want to hurt anybody else? Is there any reason that I can send you to the hospital for a mental evaluation instead of continuing to stand here and argue with you? Is there a reason that I can call an ambulance to come and evaluate you to send you to a hospital where you'd rather be? Does that answer you?
It does.
Okay.
And so maybe I have the voices confused because I was referring to the
Yes.
part with the softball, the baseball or playing
Absolutely.
softball. That was not you.
So the softball was me, but there was another voice that sounds like mine, and that was Officer Flynn.
Okay. And that he was the one that was saying, that was kind of going back and forth with her, or was that you?
I
Not
believe that was Officer Flynn. I'd have to get the exact transcript,
Okay.
but I could tell you which parts were me and which parts
Okay.
were.
And then you also stated that in the academy or in subsequent training thereafter, you're trained to kick as a part of defense.
Absolutely. Yes. So in the academy and as well as in Brentwood Police Department training, we're trained to kick people exactly that way that I had used that kick. It's called a stomp kick, where it's less force than you would as if you imagine like a soccer kick style kick. And with that, I mean, when you look at it, you see my leg extend and stuff like that. When you slow it down, you see that my foot, the edge of my foot, the ball of my foot is actually the part that contacts her. So I'm creating as much distance with that leg as I could. And yes, we were trained to kick people that way in the academy and at the police department.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. Dr. Glazer?
Mr. Machek, thank you for appearing today and for answering our questions. Would you be willing to comment on whether your kick used more force than necessary given the threat and the situation?
Based on the totality and circumstances and my previous contacts with her and my fear of what she was going to do, what I've known her to do, I don't believe that what I did was excessive. Do I believe that it was outside of our policy? Well, hindsight, yes. But at the time, I believed that what I was doing was fully within my policy and was fully within the state law. Going back to it now, I believe that it's within state law, but it is outside of our Brentwood Police Department policy. According to our use of force policy, if I'm allowed to use my hands, then I'm also allowed to use my feet. And the reason that I chose to use my feet in that situation was to create that distance from fear of being spat on. Mind you that this is also during a time of COVID where any little speckle of bacteria on your face, people are in fear that they're going to get COVID. And knowing that she had already told me that she had potentially had AIDS and was HIV positive and throw on COVID on top of that, I had plenty of reason to keep my face as far away from her as I wanted, or as I did.
Other questions? Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Johnson. For the division, I think you had stated, and I saw it in the report, that there was a previous use of force investigation that occurred.
Correct.
I didn't see what it talked about. What type of use of force? Was it physical?
Physical force, using a forearm to press the subject's body and head down into the gurney where the individual was restrained.
And I guess the last part of my question then is, so we're entitled to take a look at that also in making a decision going forward?
That case or that report is not before us. And if it were, given the time frame, I don't think that it would fall within, I would have to look at it, but I don't think it would fall within our area.
Board Member Johnson, it is, however, brought to you as part of the factors under 1213 for your consideration as possible prior conduct to show that it's a possibility that Officer Machek may in fact repeat this sort of conduct. since Mr. Sherburne did bring it in, since it is a similar incident to the incident at issue in this case.
Mr. Johnson, I can elaborate on that use of force situation if you'd like me to and run you through what happened. And I know you guys don't have it right now, but I can tell you what happened if you'd like. It's up to you.
That would be outside the scope of these proceedings.
And I'd just like to add that post-regulation 1213 also asks for the board to review prior discipline, of which that did not amount to. So just for clarifying purposes, an investigation was completed, but there was no discipline as a result.
It's prior conduct or discipline. It's not just discipline.
Right, so in addition to, it's, yeah, prior conduct, discipline.
But it is inclusive. And Chair Dudley, I do have comments to make as to council's comments.
It's, the board considers prior conduct. It
Right.
Considers prior conduct in terms of people not having any violations at all, it considers prior conduct in terms of actions, so.
Right, of course.
It's not given the same weight as the circumstances that were here before us. It's just something else you can or cannot consider, up to you. And of course, in this case, it was found unsubstantiated. Anything else? Is there, thank you, both. You can go back and I'm just gonna ask for public comment, then we're gonna go back and.
She wanted to say a few. I just had a few brief comments in response to the public comments that were made. So there were a few public comments that I did want to address. Council's made the argument that peace officers do not have any obligation to submit to assault or battery. That's true. That's absolutely true. But I do want to point out in this case, that was not what was happening here. The victim here was seated on the ground and was starting to stand up. And just as she's starting to stand up, Officer Machek immediately starts to come towards her and violently kicks her into a garden shed. This is not a case where she is violently or actively resisting him and he needs to defend himself, which would be a case of what counsel is saying here.
That's
That's
not what I'm saying.
This is her turn.
The other instance, the other point that's been made is that this is a kick that Officer Machek has been trained to use in his training, and that's true. In post trainings, they are trained to kick towards the torso. It's a safer area to kick in the body. But one of the things that the training is very careful to mention is that you do not kick a restrained person. It's not safe to kick somebody who's in handcuffs. And that's a point that they make in the Brentwood Police Department investigation. And that's one of the reasons that it led to his termination in this one. Council also mentioned that Officer Machek displayed candor and integrity during his internal investigation, and he displayed a lot of candor and integrity, but he also displayed a lack of awareness of what his actions were and how unreasonable his actions were given the totality of the circumstances in this arrest. And partly it's because he assumed the arrestee in this situation was going to do things, and he acted on that assumption, and he thought, well, I'm going to be attacked by her, and so he preemptively attacked her. But that's not the standard when we're looking at reasonable uses of force. The standard is you have to look at the totality of the circumstances at the arrest at the time. And it's not a subjective standard, it's a reasonable officer standard in that situation. And in this arrest, we had 3 officers present. 2 officers present did not think this was a reasonable use of force. Flynn and Franson all testified consistently throughout the IA and in the hearing that this was not a reasonable use of force. They did not think this was okay. And if you watch the full video and you slow it down, you will see their faces. They have a shocked look on their face at the use of force. The other point that's made that I wanted to address was the fact that there is a lot of effort made to say that Officer Machek kicked the victim with the intent not to injure her and that she was not injured. And that was a good outcome, that she was not injured. But we don't know if she suffered any injury. We know that she didn't suffer enough injury to end up in a hospital. But we also know from watching the video that she was under the influence of something. So it's possible, if we're going to speculate, that she may in fact not have known that she was injured because we don't have her medical records. But suffering a kick like that probably did leave some sort of injury. She did lift off the ground. The video shows her lifting off the ground and slamming into a garden shed. So it's highly unlikely that there was no injury to this particular individual.
Ask a
And with
question
those
on that point.
comments, I'll go ahead and rest. Yes.
Can I just ask a question on that point? The report indicates that she, she wasn't injured, but I was wondering if that was based on just the absence of a report of treatable injury by the EMTs, or if it was based on an affirmative inspection for bruising or anything like that.
It's based off of the fact that we have no records that indicate that she suffered an injury.
May I answer? We tried to take pictures and ascertain if there was any bruising or anything, and she wouldn't let us inspect. We asked her if she was okay, and she just began to yell at us. She didn't complain of any pain or anything like that that would indicate that she did have an injury.
And if I may just clarify, my prior position, and then I'll stop because I think it's unproductive to go back and forth. I don't think that's what the purpose of today is. When the victim began to stand up, that in itself is an act of resistance. I agree, obviously, watching the video, she's not standing up and charging at former Officer Machek. That's not what we saw in the video. But the act of standing up is an act of resistance, even starting to stand up. And it's the prior history that he had with her that caused him to decide, well, I should use a kick because I don't like the other option. The only other conceivable option I can think of is leaning in, getting much closer to her and using hands to try to physically push her back on the ground. But then that exposes you to being spat on, as he knew. Was very much, he had objective facts in these past encounters that caused him to believe that that would happen. And so I'm not trying to represent to you that she was, in the midst of running towards him, trying to attack him that way. My explanation was a little bit more nuanced than that. So I just want to make sure that that's understood.
Yes, I have a question. Johnson, in the past incidents that you witnessed, her trying to take an officer's gun, running, spitting, was she ever assaulted or a use of force takedown took place in regards to her actions?
I'm sorry, did you say was she ever assaulted to us or what towards her?
Are you asking if there were prior uses of force against her by Brentwood PD?
Exactly, because it wasn't proportional, what I saw. So I'm asking if she did take an officer or attempt to take an officer gun, as stated, did he use of force on her to prevent that?
I was not present for that incident. I had only,
I thought you had stated that.
I was aware that she had tried to take another officer's gun. I
Okay.
wasn't present during that
Let me
time.
ask it a different way then. Have you witnessed her attacking an officer?
Yes.
Did the use of force from that officer, was it proportional? Did it inflict pain? Did he take her down? What happened?
If you know.
In a couple instances that I can think of, it took multiple officers to take her to the ground. Where, we had 3 guys on top of her trying to control her arms and legs in order to put her in what's called, first we put her in handcuffs behind her back, and then we put her in what's called a wrap, where she's basically hog-tied so that way she can't move around. In that incident, when we tried to put her to the back of a police car, that's when she tried to spit in my face. And luckily for moving quickly, that's why she wasn't able to spit in my mouth, like you testified before. But yes, I've seen her fight off multiple officers at one time, running on the ground, you name it.
You being here. Wait 1 sec. I appreciate you being here. Anybody in the public. So if you two could leave that table. Thank you.
Thank you.
public, anybody else who'd like to speak, any public comment here or on phone? Hearing none?
$5 today for a hamburger.
We're back. Thank you so much. Is there a motion?
Buchan, I move. Yes.
And what's that motion to?
The motion to, for revocation.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Okay, Ms. Johnson, and can we have a roll call verdict, please? Roll call, not roll call verdict, but just a roll call.
Yes. Madam Chair, thank you. Board Member Buchan.
Buchan, aye.
Buchan, aye. Board Member Clavo.
Aye.
Clavo, aye. Board Member Crawford.
Aye.
Crawford, aye. Board Member Doyle. For the record, Board Member Doyle is not present for this vote. Chair Dudley.
Aye.
Dudley, aye. Professor Glaser.
Aye.
Glaser, aye. And Board Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye.
So no abstentions, no nay. It was, the decision was unanimous for revocation. Thank you. Okay, very briefly, upcoming meetings, we are going to have one January 15th and 16th. What I want to impress upon you is that it does appear that that hearing will go forward. And also it may very well be both days. So I'm warning you early that we may need to be meeting for most of the 15th and the 16th as well. Then we also have a meeting back in April. We don't have any information yet as to whether that meeting will go, but I think for purposes of your calendar, you should absolutely leave it there. And also April, we decided we would take another look at the hourly time we're spending on cases. As this was the last item on the agenda, do any of the members of the board have any additional comments before we adjourn?
I have a question. January 15th and 16th what days are that?
Thursday.
Okay, I was thinking a holiday, but.
Thank you.
What is April?
April is, one moment, please, 16, 17.
Holiday.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll need a motion to adjourn for the record.
Make a motion.
Motion to adjourn? Yes. Okay, thank you. Second? And any opposed, any abstentions? Okay, hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for a very long day. You all worked very hard.
Okay. Chandler, we're going to try to do this.